So I hope you guys are ready for the best zone in the history of all of Warcraft. Yes, I am referring, of course, to the Barons. The original Barons, if not the new one. You know, the old one that was terrible and awful. Okay. We're going to be doing Icecrown in a slightly different order than you're probably expecting. Because it makes sense for the story. I think that's the best way to put it. So I hope you enjoy. At least we're having no particular Twitch issues today, knock on wood, except I have nothing wooden around here. Hang on. Nope, nothing. So, whatever.
Speak, friend.
Knock on aluminum. There we go. You there. You look like you have some wits about you. We could use more able bodies in Icecrown. The Alliance scum rushed into Icecrown ahead of us, unprepared, and got what they deserve for their impatience. We took our time, made ready, and soon will join the assault from one of the most advanced pieces of engineering known to Azeroth, Orgrim's hammer. The Alliance doesn't stand a chance!
Strength.
I hate this guy.
What do you need?
Oh, we'll take a lot longer than an hour to go through Icecrown, you kidding me?
For the Horde.
So, first we're going to see how stupid the Horde are. I'd show off how stupid the Alliance are, but trust me, it's basically the same damn thing. We're the Alliance, we hate the Horde, and we're stupid. I mean, that's just the summary right there. Meanwhile, Ronan's yelling again. So as you can kind of see, here's the front gate of Icecrown, right there. And, yeah. What the? Oh, crap! Oh, crap! Frost Drakes. Frost Drakes. Let's just say, every single possible entrance into Icecrown is solidly fortified. This is the most heavily defended section of all of Warcraft. Any planet, any area, no, this is just ridiculously well defended. You see those gates? Look at those things. That's solid Seranite that those gates are made out of. There's another one, just up the way. There's an entire fortress in the middle, just in case you decide to use the mountains, because you're crazy. Yeah, no, you have no idea. Icecrown is almost impossible to get through without flying. I say almost because some clever people have managed it in the past. Also, this is probably the only thing I like about the Horde gunship. It's the Horde symbol right there as the bridge. But in all honesty, though, the Horde gunship is really kind of dumb looking, if I'm being honest. I much prefer the Alliance one. Actually, I just read that, and I love the idea. The fact that it's an Eidolon or a Lunarian actually makes perfect sense when you actually lay it out like that. So, it's a really cool thought.
Blood and thunder.
Welcome to Orgrim's Hammer. We are laying the groundwork for the assault on Arthas. There's a lot of preparation to be done. Oh, God. Hang on a second. Hang on. They're having an issue. What is this crap? That's really weird. Hang on. Just need to check something. I think... well, no. Did something came from my pillow? No? What the hell? There's just this random white substance on my ground. Like powdery crap. Looks like ground up Kleenex. Weird. Anyways, guys, I'm about to be destroyed, apparently. What was I saying? Right! I just had a donation that I need to go see what it was. As soon as I find the button. There it is. So who out there is really... who out there played WoW in vanilla? Just real quick question for you. Okay, where the hell was I? Before we get to the real meat of it, I want to make sure the Argent Crusade is adequately reinforced. Okay, sorry, yeah, whatever.
Get on with it.
The Knights of the Ebon Blade want to take the Scourge base known as the Shadow Vault to the northwest. I have a contact in their group who has asked for help. The first step is to blind the Lich King. He's using a device known as the Ocular to watch the area, which floats above the vault's spires. Our goblins have created something for you to use against it. After the eye has been destroyed, find Baron Sliver on the ground. He's pretending to be under the Lich King's will.
We are done here.
I love that, by the way. Pretending to be under the Lich King's will is something that would only work on anyone but the Lich King. If you ever draw his attention himself, he would know instantly that you weren't. It's just a funny idea there. So this is why I ask. For those, the link I'm about to share in chat is for those of you who've played WoW in vanilla.
Anaria Shola.
We cannot defeat the Lich King on our own. Divided we shall fall. I implore you to answer the call, sister. The Argent Crusade accepts all who would volunteer for the war effort. High Lord Tyrion Fulging himself waits you at the vanguard. Yeah.
The reckoning is at hand.
There's one thing I like about this ship. It's turret bays. Something about this area I do admittedly enjoy. So this is actually the first time we ever see the airships in all of Warcraft. They're actually introduced in Wrath. They'll be present in like every expansion from this point on. And they will build more of them, but these are the prototypes. The very first airships ever developed specifically for war purposes. And these are brand new models designed just for this. Of course, here's the Horde one. Giant freaking cannon on the front. Bunch of cannons on the sides, bunch of turrets on the other sides. This thing... You're welcome, Psychotic. This thing is actually probably... This is very, very Horde mentality. This is one of the most flimsy, unarmored vessels you could think of, but it's got tons of firepower. And you might be like, well, Arsh, what's the Alliance version? I'll actually go show you the Alliance version really quick. Can't actually land on it, though. This is the Alliance one over here. And again, kind of fits Alliance philosophy a little bit better. Also looks way, way better, if I'm being honest. It's larger. It's more built like an actual ship, as you can see. It's better armored, in general. Has less firepower by quite a bit, actually. It's got the side turrets there like a standard ship does. Like, almost literally just flat out like a standard ship right there. And it's got the two extra turrets in the front. And that's actually basically it as far as firepower. Not like this, Tom and Korea. Those are dirigibles or zeppelins. And I know you're thinking, well, what's the difference? This is basically a flying battleship. That's the difference. The things we've seen before this were not. And as you can see, this one relies more on technology. The Horde ship is basically has the balloons. The dirigible thing actually keeps it up. This thing is primarily kept up by its rotors. These massive ones on the side here. And yeah, there's also a full contingent on there, which also includes battle mages. But that's beside the point. I love the style of the Alliance one, though. It looks really cool. It's not the first time I've enjoyed the aesthetic of an Alliance thing more than a Horde thing. So why don't we go ahead and deal with this Oculus. So like I said, oh yeah, that's true, that's true. I'm sorry, I did forget one thing. There is one other aspect. So the Horde ship has plenty of forward firepower. This thing actually has this. It's actually got a bomb bay down here. I actually completely forgot about this. This is actually kind of neat because this again shows the different mentalities. This thing is built to attack the ground. That thing over there is built to attack the air. And yes, Ulduar is completed. We are done with Ulduar. We'll be doing the Argent Crusade, or the Argent Tournament later, by the way. We're actually going to be doing that and the raid there before we actually hit Citadel, which I suppose makes sense when you think about it, but whatever. So welcome to Icecrown, by the way. Population, millions upon millions upon millions of dead. You're probably thinking, oh, Arsh, you're exaggerating. I want to show you something. I want to show you something. See that? See what you're looking at there? Here, let me give you a nice close-up look. Just make sure you can't miss what you're looking at here. You see that? All this ice, all of this is frost and snow and ice that is built up over the corpses. I'm going to go ahead and spoil something now. The whole zone is like that. All of them. All of this has corpses everywhere. Oh, and by the way, here's a nice good in-person look at exactly what these gates look like. These solid Seranite archways. These might be some of the most defensible things against a ground assault in the history of the universe. Okay, that's an exaggeration. But seriously, look at these things. They also look pretty cool. Oh, there's plenty of sources, Tom and Korea. Plenty. So, you might be thinking, wait a minute, Arsh. I thought this was just, like, a glacier back in the day. And that's correct. Once upon a time, this was a glacier. Well, first of all, you can come to Citadel for a chance at the mount, sure. But I've already done Ulduar, and I wouldn't have let you come anyways, because I don't have that mount. No offense. It didn't drop anyway, either. Hi, Nether. Also, yeah, there's a crap ton of Seranite. And by a crap ton, I mean pretty much everything you're seeing here is made out of solid Seranite. Almost everything. It's not actually literally everything, but the vast majority of these structures, most especially the gates, are made of solid Seranite. That's not a joke or an exaggeration. That's Icecrown Citadel itself, right there. You ready for a really weird thought? For all intents and purposes, one person did all of this. The Lich King himself, I'm referring to, of course. Naturally, he didn't actually, build all of this himself, but, again, I want to stress, this was just a glacier before he moved in. This is specifically the second Lich King. So in case you don't actually really get this, let me just really stress this. All of this was made in 7 years. Because as of Frozen Throne, this was just a glacier over a bay. All of this has been carved out since then. And paved and built since then. 7 years. Think about that. And as you can see, they've just been quarrying the hell out of everything. And mining the crap out of Seranite. And just to really get across how insane it is trying to assault this place by the ground, do you see that? That's pretty much what you would call the primary entryway right there. So if you manage to get through that, that gateway, then you get through that gateway, then the one you can't see, then the one you can't see. Notice you're going uphill the whole way too, by the way. All the way up until you get to the massive fortifications of the Citadel itself. I can't even see the top of the Citadel. That's how huge this thing is. This is actually the tallest structure in the game, by the way. Icecrown Citadel. Now, I really want to stress this because this is just insane. So, the Icecrown Glacier is actually inside that. We'll see this later, but he built the Citadel around the actual glacier. And then way up at the top here is where you can see bits and pieces of it. If you actually were to... Theoretically, you should actually be able to see the Frozen Throne up here up top. But you can't, because obviously that would just be weird. But it's basically right here is where the actual Frozen Throne is, at the top of the glacier. Actually not at the top yet, though. By the way, there's the Temple of Storms over there, the thing that we're going above right now. To give you an idea of the fact that this is even taller than that. Yeah, by the way, we actually can't even reach the top of the Citadel. The ceiling cap is before the top of the Citadel. Now I know what you're thinking. Arsh, this is really tall, but I mean, come on, man. Well, I just want to stress this one more time, okay? See that? That's the ground at the front of the Citadel. But that's not... The Citadel isn't just this thing. It's built into the mountain, too. So, there's the mountain, and you can see bits and pieces of the Citadel right here, and right here, and right over here. And if you look way down here, you can see the uppermost catapults of the Wrathgate. That's where the Wrathgate is, way down there. No, Tom McCree. That'll take a while to recover from. Oh wait, I'm a paladin. Maybe it wouldn't. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm actually a little bit off. There's the Wrathgate down there. See it? Right there. There's Alexstrasza. That little speck down there is Alexstrasza. The building's size dragon. And here's the Citadel. I wanted to point this up because some people think this is it for the Citadel. They forget the fact that the Citadel goes down and down and down and down another mile or so. I don't know how tall it actually is. Down to the actual Wrathgate Basin down there. Yeah. This is a fairly large area. Oh, shoot. I forgot to do that, didn't I? Did I? Yeah, I did. I'm going to do one thing. Well, no. Let me think about that. I mean, I know what I'm doing. It's easy, Toby. All you need is a program specifically designed to do that. So, just Google video, whatever your video format is to MP3, and you'll probably find something. I can't. I mean, I use a program I actually purchased, so. And yeah, as was pointed out, the did don't ever stop working, so that's probably part of why he was able to manage that in 7 years. It's still crazy. As we pointed out, of course, see, the Lich King himself wouldn't actually be immune to Yogg-Saron's whispers, at least theoretically. We don't know if he actually was or not. But every single other one of the Scourge would be completely immune to Yogg-Saron's whispers, so... Does kind of make me wonder how much he's been influenced, though. What? Yeah, sure, whatever. Go away. Ah! Now I'm being messaged on Skype. Hang on. Someone literally just linked me the WoW comic I linked to you guys a minute ago. We're all feeling it. Vanilla was 11 years ago.
Greetings. Farewell.
Yes and no, Toby. For the most part, yes. The rest of the Scarlet Crusade I'll talk about when we actually get to the Scarlet Monastery. Hey, Meadfist. And yes, it's possible to convert YouTube to MP3, I think. I don't do that. I convert YouTube to MP4. But I'm sure it's possible to do. Oh, I'm sure he's resistant, but I just don't think he's immune. In actuality, my personal take on it is that the Lich King is in the same situation we are. Resistant to the old god corruption, but not immune to it. And the only difference is we've spent several quests across several expansions bothering to go and try and cleanse ourselves and purify ourselves and all that fun stuff. Whereas the Lich King has been sitting on his throne conquering the world. Sorry for re-emphasizing this, but I really just want to give you guys an idea of how insane this place is. This is... the design of this zone blows me away. This is, in my opinion, the visually most impressive zone in the entire game. So I'm going to give you a bit more of a ground's eye view here as we're heading on north to the actual quest. Here's the failed assault that was mentioned earlier. Ignore the thousands and thousands of scourge that are basically just roaming around here. These are just mindless scourge. These don't matter. If you're talking about one of the best quests in the game, Psychotic, of course we are. Once again, corpses. Just corpses everywhere. And the dead. This is another one of those problems where there's so many dead. The game actually has trouble loading them all at the same time. So it's hard for you to really get an idea of just how many undead there are roaming here. But there's quite a few, as you can see. And as you can see, there's still... yeah. Depends on which darkness you're specifically referring to, Fenrir, because there's actually two that Arthas gave into in his career. The initial darkness, I think he was corrupted into. The second darkness, I think he did willingly. Most likely, yes, Adma. So here's a fun little factoid for you guys. I was doing some research to catch up on a few names. I do that pretty much before I stream anything. I look up a few things to refresh myself on names and whatnot, because I have such a terrible memory for names. And I'm like, okay, this and this and that. And I found a bunch of comments by, you know, players, other people who play this game. You know what all those comments said? You know, I don't normally read the quest text. I know it's unusual to read the quests. Most people don't actually read the quests in WoW. I don't know about you, but I've never actually read the quests in WoW before. Seriously, it was such a common repeating thing. It was a little bit scary. And the funny thing is, once upon a time, I would have thought that was a joke. Yes, that is an eye. It's okay, it's a magical eye encased in this whole barrier thing. See, you can see the eye is actually in the barrier there. But yeah, so people were saying that, and you know, normally I'd be like, once upon a time, you know, years and years ago, I'd have been like, oh, yeah, right, everyone reads the quest text. One of the most common comments I've gotten during this lore run is people telling me how amazed they were that there's this much lore to WoW. And I've had people come in saying, wow, I didn't realize there was that much quest dialogue, or I've never actually played through this game reading the quest dialogue, or stuff like that. That's been a fairly common thing throughout the course of the entire lore run, so... I don't know what to say about that. Like, seriously. For a game that has had more and more story focus every expansion, apparently some people haven't gotten the message. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I'm very confused. Let's go ahead and help the Ebon Blade, shall we?
I will listen for now.
Perhaps now we can finally get something done. Don't be fooled, though. The Lich King can still see through his minions. That's why you're here. When I was in the employ of the Lich King, we would often use a device known as a Sovereign Rod to keep some of the more intelligent scourge in line. I require you assist me in the construction of a new one. Luckily for you, all of the necessary components are at hand. A cultist rod, an abomination hook, a geist rope, and some scourge essences. It should not be difficult.
Another time.
Paladin. We'll talk about that when we get to Warlords. As usual, I'm trying not to talk about Warlords. I actually spent some time last night trying to figure out what the primary flaw of Warlords was, and the funny thing is, I didn't actually come up with an answer. And just saying that, I know that every single one of my my viewers is going to be like, oh, well, it's this! And they're just going to all constantly be like, aha! And everyone's going to toss out their opinion. But no, I'm not sure, really. Other than the one thing that I discovered. But that's obvious, really. That's the obvious flaw with Warlords. I do like how the Geist are just kind of perched over there. Well, if I was to be honest, probably the biggest thing that bothered me about Warlords, other than the time thing. Hey, RS. The biggest thing that bothered me about Warlords was the fact that it had exactly 2 content patches. And the first one wasn't actually a content patch. So for all intents and purposes, it had a content patch. Oh, I love the music in Icecrown. This is the very first song I ever bothered to make a composite of, and became the basis for that entire form of remixing. Odds are very good we'll hit 82 here. I don't think we'll hit 83 in this zone, though. There's a lot of quests in Icecrown, though. In fact, more quests than there are in, I think, any other zone in the entire game. I'm not 100% sure of that, but there's more quests in here than there are in any zone prior to now, that's for certain. Than anything in Vanilla and anything in BC. Farewell, Zawan.
Yes.
When you've managed to acquire that what I've asked of you, I'll fashion the device with a few modifications. Quickly, hand them to me. Stay out of sight. Fenrir apparently asked a second question. Hang on, scroll up. Okay, so there's the first Lich King. That would be whatever is left from Ner'zhul. The second Lich King, which is Death Knight Arthas having consumed Ner'zhul's essence and having been merged with the essence of the Lich King. And then there's the third Lich King, which, who knows what the hell's going on with him. So yeah, I will never refer to him as Arthas because it would just get confusing since there's Arthas, Death Knight Arthas, and the Lich King. 3 distinct different phases of existence here. So, no, I will always refer to him as the second Lich King. Quickly, hand them to me. Stay out of sight. Yes, here we go. Vile, Lady Knightswood, and the Leaper would make excellent weapons in the fight against the Lich King, if they can be broken from his will. That's what the Sovereign Rod is for. So I love the idea of this.
Well.
This is just brilliant. We're mind controlling people to remove mind control from them. That's what we're doing right now. That's our goal. I love that. It actually makes a surprising amount of sense, too. A few other forms of fiction have used the same concept. I mind control you to basically have your own freedom of will, for all intents and purposes. Now, you might be like, well, what do you mean? Well, the doubly funny part is the fact we have to actually kill them first in order to do this. Hey, Takeda. Up you get. Vile free? Vile love Valvaxis. Hey, not on the first date, buddy. Well, it makes sense, though, Takoida. They're mind-controlled, so there's this will coercing over their will. You replace that will with your will, and then you use your total control over them to give them their own control back. So, it makes sense, and it's actually wonderfully pragmatic and very Ebon Blade way of doing things. And of course, most Scourge are not happy to be Scourge. Most Scourge. There's very few that are willing converts after all. You dare! Where is Baron Sliver? I would have words with him. So yeah, most Scourge, upon being freed, would probably hate the Lich King and the Scourge in general. So it's a wonderful way to get recruits. It's also a very limited way to get recruits because it's not long-term feasible. Literally, all the Lich King has to do is go look and realize, oh, you've been freed. And if he cares, bzz, reestablish control. So it's not the kind of thing you can use to just free the entirety of the Scourge, right?
Make it quick.
We will put those three to good use when we finally take the vault. Speaking of which...
Tomorrow is another day.
Death Knights, such as General Lightsbane, are held on too tight of a leash to be turned from the Lich King's will, except in the most extraordinary circumstances. Like, you know, if he lets them go himself. The General keeps himself within the vault, overseeing creation of new weapons. Disturb one of his weapon racks at the Northern Forge, and I assure you he'll come. I'll send Vile, the Lady Knightswood, and the Leaper to help you.
There's work to be done.
I don't think it would do anything to the Lich King himself. He'd just be like, what are you doing? Baron Sliver is just another Death Knight. There's no real lore for him, unfortunately. He is an important member of the Ebon Blade because he's the one who starts this first, this particular beachhead against the Scourge. It could be argued that, well, let's just say that the Ebon Blade are critical to the Lich King's plan. Let's just put it that way. I've actually heard some people say that the Lich King is pathetic because we establish a foothold in Icecrown and he never responds to it, to which I just go, really, dude? He does get a little genocide-y when he's hungry. That is true.
What?
So, this is actually kind of a neat bit of layering. Notice how this is still a hostile area. Well, what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to go turn in. And this is a trick WoW will pull off several more times in the future, actually. You're supposed to leave an area or not look at an area, and then they can affect a layer change so you don't actually see the layer changing in front of you. It's a bit of a sleight of hand. We'll actually see them in the Goblin Starter Zone as well. There's a thing where they launch you into the air, and I'll show it off, actually. They launch you into the air, and if you're looking down, you can see the layer change, but you're not supposed to be. You're supposed to be looking up so you don't see the layer change. So when you land, boom, everything's different. Now, I will agree with Dakota. If there was such a thing as something that could mind control the Lich King, then yeah, it could theoretically work. And I suppose there are certain individuals who probably have that kind of power. Notably, the most powerful of the Legion Lords, Kil'jaeden, the High Nethrazim, etc. Hey, Kultira.
We press on.
Is the Shadow Vault taken? Sounds like you did extremely well. And you secured 3 important allies for the Knights of the Ebon Blade. You should head back. By now, Baron Sliver and the other Death Knights will be fighting tooth and nail to hold the vault against the might of the Scourge.
Ashes to ashes.
Wait a minute. I'm already in the suit. Okay. Nah. Ding. I don't know, Dakota. Spikes look cool. I sure hope so, King Bubble. We've already seen as of Kata they can literally do terrain phasing, but they did almost no terrain phasing in anything after that. Just a few tidbits of it in Pandaria. Damn it, Lurker. We'll see that sleight of hand trick in the Worgen starting zone too, now that I think about it. So that's an interesting question, Proof, as well. Because it depends on what you define as the Lich King. We know what happened to Arthas, the real Arthas. The Death Knight Arthas, based on what we understand, probably ceased to exist. In the same manner that when the player Death Knight's soul is reattached to them, the Death Knight, the soulless Death Knight version of them ceases to exist for all intents and purposes. So it's their just return to their original status. So Death Knight Arthas ceases to exist. Arthas, we know exactly where he goes. The essence of the Lich King goes into Bolvar. So that's where the three entities go to after the defeat of Frostmourne. So as you can see now, it's this nice neutral territory here of the Ebon Blade.
You need something.
We must strike at Jotunheim continuously. Never give them a chance to catch their breath. Never a chance to sleep, and never accept surrender. Tyrion Fordring, with all the might of Ashbringer and the Argent Crusade behind him, cannot hope to accomplish what you're doing. That's kind of horrible when you think about it. We need you focused, Valvaxis. We're barely holding the Shout of Vault as it is. I need you to speak with Duke Lancro. Okay.
We will have our revenge.
The Scourge has a large facility called the Fleshworks, dedicated towards producing abominations and flesh giants. If we can shut it down, we can deprive the Lich King of a large component of his armies. I've sent Dark Rider Arlie to the area. She has a small base, Blackwatch, on a ridge overlooking the Fleshworks, to the west of Corporathar.
I will listen, for now.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Valvaxis. We owe you a great deal, but we're not done with you yet. There's a Vrykul city just over the mountains to the west, a place called Jotunheim. The Vrykul there are in a constant state of challenge to ascend. The winners go to Ymihelm to serve as the Lich King's elite warrior caste, the Ymijar. I don't know if that's pronounced correctly, but that's what the site said to pronounce it as. And the others are reduced to scourged Vargul. You are going to be my instrument to see that there are more Vargul than Ymijar. The first step we're going to take is at a place called in a place in Jotunheim called the Savage Ledge. It's just over the mountains to the west. On the ledge, okay, blah 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 blah. We've already heard this.
There's work to be done.
I don't know why he's repeating himself there. It's like, I already knew all this. Damn it. I'm not a fan of gargoyles. I don't like ugly things, personally. Me? Now, so like these giant bands of skulls, I could do without those. But the spikes, oh, I'm all about the spikes. Everything must be spikes. Spikes, spikes, spikes. Oh, I'm sure Nobel would win. He's better than me in every way. He's a better accent, too. The leaper clears his throat. Sorry about that. It can be hard to understand what I'm saying. You know how it is. I wanted to make sure that while you're over at the Savage Ledge, make sure you eliminate the competition. Specifically, I'd like you to eliminate Sigrid Iceborn, Ephraim the Faithful, Anazun, and Tinky Wickwhistle. Oh, Gargoyles, the show is awesome. I just don't like gargoyles. You know, the concept, or the statues, I guess I should say. You remember all the way back in the Borean Tundra? We did this on our Alliance. There was a gnome who was trapped in the shattered ruins of Talramus, right? She used a teleporter, but it didn't work. But it did create an evil clone of her. And there she is. There's Tinky's evil clone.
Pleased to meet you.
Are you here to prove yourself to the Lich King as well? It's kind of archaic, don't you think, having to fight and survive? Sorry, Tinky, but I can't afford you as a distraction while I'm doing what needs to be done here.
Very well, then.
I'll kneecap you. This is kind of adorable. By the way, notice she's using a wrench as a weapon, ignoring the fact that she has full Tier 5 warrior gear on her, which is kind of funny. Down you go. She's like, heck with this, I'm out. Peace. Okay. I can kill you. It's not what I wanted to do. But I can do that. I challenge slash duel. Slash duel. So I've already really talked about this concept. There's not actually a lot else to add. Once again, this is the same thing that we talked about earlier about how the Lich King could just, you know, turn all of his Vrykul minions into the more powerful version of the dead. But he doesn't care. It's all this game to him. It's all this. He's not interested in just having a massive army of mindless minions. He wants the best and the brightest, pretty much just like he wants the player characters. So, yeah. So he allows this entire cultural phenomenon of, oh, yes, you must fight amongst each other. The strong will be the greatest and serve at my side. The weak will be cursed and damned forever. And so, yeah, what we're literally doing here is helping to weed out his weaker Vrykul. In actual fact, the Vrykul have very, very little presence in Icecrown Citadel itself, which I personally find interesting, mostly because of the fact that I think that means that he never actually thought of any of the Vrykul as his actual elite. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, oh yes, you'll be the elite warriors and blah, blah, blah. But he never actually meant it. They were never actually some of his best forces. He does use a few Vargul, though, so that's something. Do not bother me, past. I am studying the inept fighting of these so-called combatants. I will best them all, and then I'll be elevated to serve the Lich King. I've heard that Vrykul women can't fight at all. You can prove me wrong if you wish to try. Taste my steel, little girl. You fight well, little one. I am bested for now. We will meet again, and I assure you. And when we do, I will be better prepared. Insert Illidan joke here. Yes, he uses the Val'kyr all the time, but that makes a little bit of sense. The Val'kyr are very, very useful to his purposes, like all of his purposes. Finding the elite, raising the dead, governing the dead. Yeah, he's got tons and tons and tons and tons of uses for the Val'kyr. Onazun here to challenge the Vrykul, make his way up the ranks. When Onazun fight in Valhal and win, Onazun's gonna be working for the Lich King. Onazun gonna kill you dead. Onazun defeated by the ugliest person ever. Onazun, go now. You'll miss me. Goodbye, little frog. May the wind forever be at your croaker. Hey, look, it's Ephraim the Faithful. He's actually a member of the Scarlet Onslaught. What are you doing out here? Just make sure you stay out of my way. I didn't leave the Scarlet Onslaught to be distracted by the likes of you. You dare touch me? You won't keep me from proving myself to the Lich King. Actually, I totally will. Wait, I surrender, please. No more. I'll leave. And yes, silent crits. That is the plan. Obviously, we're only up to the second expansion right now. And yes, that was another use the Val'kyr were useful for. Fling my enemies off the mountain. Or off the glacier. That was important, Valvaxis. By driving them off, you're keeping them from interfering in whatever you need to do over there. You remember Lady Nightwood, don't you? She certainly remembers you. She's the forlorn and very angry banshee you saved when you also broke Vile and myself out. The lady has gone into Jotunheim and possessed their Bone Witch. She intends to wreak havoc upon the Vrykul from within. She's asked you seek her out. You'll find her in the cave in the south side of Njordar. Yes, I can roof as well, but I'd rather talk about that in Kata. So here's your very, very brief answer. The Twilight's cultists the Twilight's Hammer cultists is basically a massive, in-depth, and very well-funded, very well-infiltrated organization at every levels of every society that serves the old gods. And that's the short answer.
Yes.
Already I'm hearing reports of the prowess you displayed on the Savage Ledge. Excellent, Valvaxis. Excellent. Now, I think it's time a decree is issued to the Thane of those Vrykul you so easily defeated. Thane of Frang the Mighty sits on a hall overlooking the Savage Ledge. I've studied him. The Thane is a patient Vrykul with a head for strategy and warfare. He's also shown a penchant for biding his time and not wanting to overplay his hand into an ongoing battle. I need him dead. I've written a decree. Stand before the Thane and read it aloud. It should unnerve him, at the least.
Ashes to ashes.
I'm curious what he's written for us. Let's see if we can manage to push the pride of an extremely prideful race into fighting back against us. You ever wonder what the Vrykul would be like if they actually weren't such prideful idiots? I mean, they've got quite a bit of savagery and martial skill, and a tremendous amount of overall experience when it comes to warfare.
I will take pleasure in sniveling pig!
I resent that. My skin is more amber than pink. Hey, who's this?
Speak your peace.
A Tranite Death Knight. Paladin, the key to my shackles is hanging around the neck of Instructor Hrogar outside. Maybe you could retrieve it by separating his head from his shoulders.
Another time.
You know, it is actually kind of refreshing working for the Ebon Blade. They don't say, I want you to deal with this. They don't say, we need to work on this. They say, I want you to go kill that guy. Now, all the quests, well, virtually all the quests involve going and killing that guy, but at least the Ebon Blade are pretty blunt and honest about it. No, I want you to go kill that guy. Where are you, Mr. Instructor? Probably dead. That's probably him right there. Yeah, that was him right there. Hey, buddy.
Barely sure I spit on you!
Honestly, Takoida, I'm pretty sure that he could just keep attacking and keep attacking and keep attacking and continue doing so until they either die or finally acquiesce to the counterattack. He had kind of engineered a unique Catch-22 situation when it came to the Alliance and the Horde.
Yes.
Ah, thanks, Bloodoff. Just hand me the key. I'll take care of myself. The most important thing you can do right now is return to the Shadow Vault and let Baron Sliver know I've failed. You see, I wasn't the only one captured by these Vrykul devils. My entire contingent of Death Knights was also taken. I should have seen the trap before it was sprung, but there's no use in crying over spilled milk, now is there? Go on, before you get captured too. I'll see you back at the vault.
We are done.
So, by order of Duke Langtrell, commander of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, vanquisher of Scourge, and conqueror of the Shadow Vault, you are ordered to stand down. What is your answer? Oh, you've decided to attack me. Oh, very well. Down you go. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. If you notice, the Vrykul are really effective against other forces that aren't us, or forces that aren't really using their brains. In any given... Okay, so one thing to keep in mind is we're not really part of the military armies. Like, in Warcraft 3 terms, we're not one of the guys who's part of the overall army force that you're hitting A and clicking over there to go to. We're the special elite operatives. We're the ones who go behind the lines to do major missions, right? So obviously the Vrykul aren't very effective against us because they don't even have the ability to deal with us. However, the Vrykul are extremely effective at dealing with an army of units that's been told to attack move in their direction. And so we see here, once again, I find myself wondering how much more deadly the Vrykul could be if they had actually been able to overcome their cultural biases and had intelligent leaders in charge of them. Because, yeah. And yes, it was Jedi Mew. BC, we were still basically just another adventurer. In fact, the culmination of Wrath during the Lich King fight, the game flat out tells us we are the most effective fighting force ever conceived of. I believe is the quote, something along those lines. Anyways, so yeah, it's logical that an entire contingent of Death Knights would lose to the Vrykul. It's also kind of horrible, and again, a major loss. And something else I want to mention. Even though the Lich King is more or less laying out the red carpet for the Argent Crusade, and for the Horde, and for the Alliance, and for the Ebon Blade, they're still screwing it up constantly. And so this goes back to what I was talking about earlier. Back in the Borean Tundra and in the Howling Fjord, only the most tiny little, low-level, weakest of the minions of the Lich King were sent in opposition. In Dragonblight, in Grizzly Hills, it was cranked up closer to medium. And in Zuldrak as well. Now that we're in Icecrown, he's officially cranked the difficulty up to high. He is now actually sending real forces against the forces arrayed against him. Once again, culling the weak from the strong who have made it this far. Those who could actually survive medium difficulty are now having trouble and are struggling against high difficulty. In fact, we'll see this when we get to the Pit of Seran as well, just how much further high he can crank the difficulty from this point. What? We can ill afford to lose a Death Knight, let alone an entire contingent!
Ashes to ashes.
I just saw that incompetent fool, Valen the Flayed, sneak into the vault building. Go see to it that he rectifies his mistake and return my Death Knights to me!
There's work to be done.
And that's a daily, which I don't care about. Hello, Shadow. This is actually you right here in the game, Shadow. This guy. It's okay, you're like 20 feet tall and awesome. Them Vrykuls at Jotunheim need to be crushed. That's it. That's the quest text. Probably Titans. I mean, could you imagine it? It's like, alright, I'll send some Vrykul after you. Oh, they won. Ugh. Okay, I'll wait for someone to clean up your mess. Oh, someone came along. Fantastic. Okay, now I'll send these other minions after you. Oh, why do you keep losing? Why? I'm not even trying. I think I can guess why you're here.
Leave me be.
No. Now that I'm back, I'm certain the Baron won't want me to recover my men. I can see we're barely hanging on here. The Lich King's forces are about to break through, and we won't be able to hold without my captured Death Knights. Can you assist me once more? Go back to Jotunheim. Get them out of those cages. Break the locks. I don't care what you have to do. The Vrykul have the keys. Just get my men free.
Ashes to ashes.
Also kind of funny that they captured the Death Knights rather than killing them. Since, well, yeah.
What?
We face a foe that dwarfs us, not only in stature but numerically. For to win the battle for Icecrown, we must outthink them. With Ufring dead, that gives us an advantage at Jotunheim. Let's see if we can capitalize on it.
We will have our revenge.
That is actually very possible, Takoida. Again, because it does make a fairly large amount of sense that everyone else is being affected by the Seranite, since they're using it all over the place. Let us see if we can further weaken the resolve of the Vrykul. Each day, I wish you to travel to... Okay, so that's a daily that we're not going to bother doing.
Leave me be.
Actually, wait, that's the initial...
We press
so
on.
I'm gonna do that. Damn. I want you to travel to Jotunheim and put their banners to the torch. It may seem a trivial thing, but to see their ancestral home vandalized will demoralize them more than any physical punishment you inflict. At least it can't hurt. By the way, I dare you to quest in this zone without a flying mount. I dare you. Just... Don't do that. Don't do that. I take it back. Don't torture yourself. Don't do it. God almighty, don't do this zone without a flying mount. That would be the mortal counter. Or I could just do this. Counter. Hello, Nothrazim. Wait, seriously, Permeus? What is wrong with you? What the hell, man? You... Okay, we need to have your head checked out. There's something wrong with you. Okay, so... Good morning, Fives. Heck. Another membership? Your statement is admittedly confusing to me, Nothrazim. Hey, look, there's a Val'kyr just hanging out in the middle there. I wonder what she's up to. I'm sure it's not a big deal, whatever it is. Val'kyr are never worthy of notice, right? One thing that I do find interesting, the Lich King employs basically hundreds of Val'kyr, and yet only 5, I want to say, ended up joining with Sylvanas. You ever wonder about that? Because there's a couple options there. Either the Val'kyr literally are all, you know, gone, or only 5 are interested in the deal, or only 5 continue existing. I mean, you know, there's a bunch of different options for why a mere 5 Val'kyr ended up joining Sylvanas. Actually, the Lich King employs quite a few Liches under his command. So... hang on, let me look it up, because I know she's down to very, very few right now. Highest spot of Azeroth would actually be Icecrown Citadel. I showed it off earlier, Shadow. Let's see. 9. She started with 9, and she lost 1 with her suicide. So she was down to 8 the moment she came back from Northrend. Actually, I kind of like that idea, Night Forager. Lich Tenant. It's kind of a cool title. I think I'm going to employ that in the future.
Die, maggot!
Shut up, Cindergosa. So yeah, she started with 9, she lost 1 in Northrend, and then she lost the 3 at Silverpine, so there's that. And I believe she lost 1 at Western Plaguelands as well, so that would leave her with 4 as of now. I feel like she lost another one somewhere along the line, though, because I thought she was down to 3 as of now, and that was, you know, a huge part of her character arc right now.
Your entrails!
I don't know what 6 linking is, but grats, Ricky? Is that what I think it is? Psychotic? Because I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. Because I've seen all of them. Yeah, that's the one I thought it was. Yeah. You think that's bad, Chemic? We live in a world where that stupid movie that half the people I asked about had never even heard of won the best movie when going alongside Bridge of Spies and freaking Mad Max. Also, the director for Mad Max didn't actually win Best Director, even though he absolutely should have. And then I remind myself, oh yeah, it's the Oscars. Who gives a crap? And then I moved on with my life. So I know I don't really want to talk about Warlords yet, but I'll say one interesting thing about Warlords. You notice there's nothing iconic about Warlords? Like, if you think of BC, there's several iconic images that immediately come to mind. The Dark Portal, Illidan, you know, the Fell Orc thing. When you think of the Wrath of the Lich King, you think quite a few... I don't even remember the name of it, Titans. You think of quite a few very, you know, again, iconic things. The Lich King himself, Frostmourne, Icecrown Citadel, Sindragosa. When you think of Cataclysm, there's several iconic things you think about. Deathwing, the destruction of the world, the Maelstrom. When you think about Pandaria, you know, you get where I'm going with this. But what's iconic about Warlords? The Warlords themselves? Because that's it, really. That's really all there is to it. The Warlords. And even that isn't really true when you get down to it. I mean, the Warlords aren't really that relevant in Warlords, perhaps ironically. You're terrible, Lurker. The point I'm trying to reach with my commentary about there being no iconic imagery for Warlords is that Warlords itself suffered from a lack of focus. But, again, I really don't want to get into that. Why don't we talk about, Can I see it from here? You can kind of see it from here. Just barely. You see that? Just in the distance through the fog? We'll be going there soonish, too. That's the Scarlet Harbor. That's, That's where the Scarlet Onslaught has managed to get to. Pretty impressive, really. Pretty much right on the front steps of the Icecrown. Run by an idiot. If he actually wanted us dead, Titans, the single strongest thing he has in his employ? Oh, that's a tough one, actually. Other than himself, of course. I would say it is either Kel'Thuzad or Sindragosa, depending. Depends on what kind of thing he wanted to take out. In lore, Kel'Thuzad is probably the... Well, there's no probably. He's the strongest Lich ever made. And he's also a very, very powerful mage. Very learned, very experienced, yada, yada, yada. And no stranger to combat. And of course, Sindragosa is a massive freaking undead dragon of Doom. Specifically of Doom. Copyright pending. I agree with Dakoita, though. I don't think he would send one person. I think he would send a lot of persons. Valvaxis, you came. This is kind of cute, actually. It's really rare that we tend to remember that the Banshees have the ability to possess. I mentioned that because that was like their defining feature back in Warcraft 3. But they almost never actually do it in WoW. This is one of the very few times where they actually specifically go out of their way to have a Banshee possess someone. I've heard of your activities on the Savage Ledge. This is good. I'm glad you seem to be willing to help with undermining the Vrykul. You and I are going to have a great deal of fun with them. One of the benefits of possessing this creature is that I have access to all her powers. As a bone witch and a rune reader, she has the power to throw bones and determine one's fate. Lucky for you, I can influence those readings. Bring me the bones of the Vrykul, and I will toss them and allow you to determine your own fate. And you can get a small buff for doing this while you're going through the Icecrown. Deep in the bowels of the Underhalls to the northeast, a mad scientist known as Dr. Terrible is up to something befitting his name. The doctor's been given dispensation by the Lich King to perform experiments on the Vargul, the Vrykul who fell in battle and are found unworthy, and then converted into Scourge. We must put an end to his work, but my auguries have been unable to find him. He does, however, have an assistant. Beat the information out of his assistant, then dispose of the body. Oh, also, I'd like you to read my bones. There we go. Let's see. Heal when you crit. Decreases all damage taken. Increases all damage dealt. Movement speed increased. Regain mana in time you crit. We'll, of course, go with damage. Hey, Wraith. Honestly, Chemic, if I'm given to commenting on something I don't care about that much, I disagree with all but one of the Oscar decisions for the year. And that one decision doesn't even qualify, really. As my friend and I were talking about last night, last year was actually a very weak year for movies, relatively speaking. There were some good movies, but there were not a lot of good movies, and there were certainly not a lot of great movies, so... This year promises to be much more of a movie year. Oh, it's very common, Takota. You've played through Pandaria, right? I mean... Yeah, the Oscars happen. Nothing good won except for Inside Out. That's the summary, right there. Now what you're thinking, oh, Arsh, you're just biased because it's an amazing movie. Well, no. It's ridiculous. I mean, Inside Out deserved to win Best Animated Picture, but it had no competition. If I read the list of the other, like, 5 nominees for Best Animated Picture, I imagine your response would be, I've never even heard of those. I know that because I've already had that response from a few people. You've come for the doctor's plans. You'll find only death. Well, he was right. I like how they actually have a Vargul experimenting on Vargul. That's just so Lich King. Opening the tome, you find all manner of disgusting illustrations concerning the construction of what the Doctor refers to as the ultimate weapon. Clearly, the prototype, Nergald, is the massive flesh giant standing still at the end of the nearby Hall of Horrors. Whoops. If an army of those things were to be constructed, it would mean certain doom. The only way to make sure it doesn't happen is to slay Dr. Terrible. Perhaps if you were to take control of the construct, the Doctor would reveal himself. Okay. Well, let's do it then. Zootopia, Gimmick. I don't know how to do Helidon, Zawan. I haven't played a Helidon since, Actually, I was a Helidon in Pandaria. So, I don't know if they've changed it. Zootopia's already out? Seriously? Oh my god, I am so behind on my movies. Alright. Oh, right. I'm rooted here. Forgot about that. I'm still chained here. Void Paladin. Given that one of the defining features of a Paladin is a light-based martial class, I'd say that's at least tangentially possible. At that point, calling it a Paladin is almost a misnomer. But basically a Void Priest who also has martial experience like a Paladin is not out of bounds, just like a Light Priest who has martial experience was not out of bounds, which is exactly what a Paladin was. I don't know any Liberty Prime quotes. The only one I know is, "Democracy is not a choice." It's like the only quote I know. Yeah, Spotlight, I roll my eyes. I'm actually a little surprised that Bridge of Spies didn't win stuff, though. I mean, come on, it's a Cold War movie with Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg, you know? Down you go. Hey, no judgment here. I actually rather enjoy Pixar movies. In fact, I can't think of any big Pixar movies I haven't... Oh, wait, no, I can think of one Pixar movie that I didn't really like. Okay, there we go. Tom Hanks is a very good actor, but ironically, I don't like him in most of the things he's done. Now, you might be like, oh, that's contradictory. No, what I mean is a really good actor is someone who could act in a large number of roles. That doesn't mean they're going to act something you like. It just means they're really good at acting whatever it is they do, and that is Tom Hanks. He can do a large number of different roles. It's the same... Well, actually, that's not quite true. He can do a fairly wide variety of roles. And most of those roles I don't enjoy. I haven't seen The Good Dinosaur yet. Keep meaning to. But Finding Nemo is the Pixar flick that I don't really love. And, I haven't seen Cars. Anyways, so, moving on. I also have not seen Cars 2, or 3, or 5, or 8. So, sorry, guys. A Shadow Knight. Yeah, I like that idea. Or a Fell Knight. I don't know. Revenant got a... Yeah, I don't know why Revenant won so much. It... You discovered and put an end to the Doctor's machinations. It's a fine poke in the eye, but I think we can do better. The water lock outside my cave is teeming with elementals the Vrykul Magi have yet to tame. I'm going to teach you a trick for possessing these creatures for a short time. She draws a magic symbol in the air and then touches a finger to your forehead. Go now and open the gate to the lock. A water terror will rush out and you will possess it to kill our enemies. Also, it was really weird seeing Gary Sinise in a role where he isn't an evil bastard.
I will feed you to the...
In Apollo 13, specifically. Like, that's like the only role I've ever really seen Gary Sinise play. You know? Alright, water terror time! Die, 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 die in the face. Die in the face. You will die in the face. Do, 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 do. In case you're wondering why I'm singing, look at how they move. Just tell me this doesn't look like they're dancing. Do 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 boop 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 doop boop 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 doop boop boop doop boop boop doop boop boop. I'll stop. Actually, I do the one. I'm not sure what role it would take, though, Zewon. Especially since at this point in time, prestige classes are actually kind of infeasible to do, gameplay mechanic-wise. So, I'm not really sure that that's a thing at this point, you know? Can I just choose Frostmourne or the Crown of Domination, Nothrazim? In other words, literally becoming the Lich King, because that's totally what I'd pick. Like, 100%, easy answer. If I could just have the powers of the second Lich King, done. You wouldn't even know I was the Lich King for like a few centuries while I took my time preparing. That I'm totally okay with, Zewon. I don't know how many of you were around when this was a thing. I think it's either not a thing now or won't be a thing in the future. But there was a glyph you could get for a Shadow Priest where instead of having the orbs running around, circling around you, you could have the Shadow Ravens. There was actually some pushback about this until people were like, look, we're role-playing and we want to look cool. And Blizzard was like, oh, we're okay with looking cool. That kind of a thing I'm totally in favor of. In fact, that's kind of the point of the whole sub-race thing in general. You know, wanting to look different, pretty much purely for a cosmetic factor. So yeah, I think it would be really awesome to play a paladin where all your abilities are, you know, black and blue and violet and all that wonderful stuff, instead of being of the light. In fact, I find the idea of a void healer very amusing, since technically a void healer is actually possible. See you around, Nothrazim. I've never seen such terror in the eyes of the Vrykul. They think themselves masters of their world. You and I are going to prove them very wrong. We must use the Lich King's tools against him to decide our next step. Over the mountain to the southwest lies Kruglar Keep. Within it reside the oracles of Jotunheim, who receive orders from their master and scry upon others through the eye of the Lich King. It is the eye you must fight your way to. While it cannot be used to pierce the veil within the Citadel, you should be able to use it to discern something of value, so we can know how best to proceed. Okay. You know what else would also be interesting, by the way? A Fell Paladin. I heal you! That wouldn't actually work in lore. But still, you know... Death! That would be the Void Paladin we already talked about. Which really isn't that unreasonable, sadly enough. Vile like fire. Vile like proto-drakes. Little Velvaxes go to Jotunheim and steal a pretty proto-drake. Make proto-drake make pretty fires on buildings. Range tank, Nardu. I've been asked that question like 20 times. Range tank. Easy answer.
You need something?
Thank you, Paladin. With the Death Knights you freed, we'll be able to hold for the time being.
We will have our revenge.
Yeah, she is basically a Fell Paladin. That is true. So there you go, Fell Paladin. We can make it work.
You need something?
You're inflicting horrible mental trauma on the Jotunheim Vrykul. This is where they were first reawakened. It's a place of significant importance to them, second only Ymmerheim. You must keep the pressure while I hold the vault from the assaults of the Lich King.
Suffer well.
Yeah. You just keep fighting the good fight there, buddy. Oh, by the way, fun fact, this is the spot where Lich King was torturing Bolvar to try and break him.
I will listen for now.
Some would say our most critical mission lies not with the Lich King, but with the destruction of the Scarlet Onslaught. I would say that is foolish, but who am I to judge? Death's Rise is to the southwest, overlooking the sea on the cliff wall. There you will find Lord Commander Arret personally overseeing the Onslaught's destruction himself. Do see to it that you report to him with all due haste. He asked for you personally.
Tomorrow is another day.
Well, there's three classes I think could still be made at this point in time, personally. A full-on buff-debuff support class, like really going full tilt with it. A full-tilt pet-style class. And a full-tilt range tank-style class. With lots of knockback and pushback, that kind of thing. Of the three, there's a few things that fit into these slots gameplay-wise, but my personal pick of the three would be a Rune Master for the buff or debuffer, a Necromancer for the full pet class, and either a Warden or a Mecha, like an Engineer or a Tinkerer for the ranged class, both of which would suit rather easily, actually. So take your pick on that one. You haven't missed any particular battles yet, Narlex. We've just been doing some fairly normal stuff. Like setting fire to buildings. God, this thing is slow. Should have kept a little better control of your proto-drakes there, my friends. To my knowledge, there's no joke classes, no. That could work, Dakota. Especially to help vary up the gameplay. Literally hopping into a different kind of thing like that. Yeah, I know, right, Psychotic? I still don't have this mountain. Let's be honest, I never will. I love how it's like, you should go to Deepholm. Let's go ahead and hold off on the Scarlet Onslaught. Unfortunately, the Scarlet Onslaught is yet another one of those aborted arcs. In other words, they started it, and they had a whole thing within the Death Knight starter zone, and then they had a whole thing within the Dragon Blight, and they have a fairly decent quest chain here, and then it just stops. And it hasn't been continued. For the same reason that most of the other arcs haven't been continued. As I said, and as I've said several times, there are quite a few discontinued story arcs and planned content that was cut from Wrath. I've been reflecting on that. I'm pretty sure this is actually the most discontinued content in any expansion to date. And that's counting Warlords, which had a ton of discontinued content. Excuse me. Chemist could probably work for the buffer debuffer setup. I'm scrying upon all of Icecrown, but I found something interesting. A Val'kyr being approached by some kind of cultist. My lady, report. There's word from Jotunheim. The sleep watchers there believe they have found something of significance. Describe this Vrykul. What does he look like? Look like, my lady? A Vrykul, I suppose. They did not actually show him to me. Ever since the Shadow Vault. I'm not interested in excuses. Perhaps they gave you a name? A name? Oh yes, I believe his name was Iskaldir. Iskaldir? You fool! Have you no idea who that is? He is the greatest Vrykul warrior who ever lived. Return to Jotunheim and tell them to keep him asleep until I arrive. I will judge this Vrykul with mine own eyes. That sounds terrible, Permeus. Do I think they'll go back and fill it in? God, I hope so, but I don't think so. After the significant negative feedback they received with Cataclysm and the fact that every time they try to go back and revisit content, people are like, "Frah!" I really doubt they'll ever go back to it. For better or for worse. Throw item. Hey, Darker. Oh, I know where I am. I do love how we're basically taking care of the debris in Icecrown for most of these quests, if you're paying attention. So, most of the Ebon Blades quests deal with fighting the Vrykul and the Scarlet Onslaught. Most of the Argent Dawn quests involve trying to have found a beachhead so they can make the tournament, and most of the actual Horde Alliance quests involve fighting each other because they're stupid. If you're paying attention, basically none of these forces are really actually doing anything against the primary Scourge force here. We're just dealing with all of the miscellaneous crap. I love that. Oh, God, I hope not Titans. Is it even out yet? I know it's coming out soonish. Perfect. It's true that Iskaldr is rumored to have been the finest Vrykul warrior ever to live, and Vadmadra herself is coming here to judge him. We must move quickly if they are to get to this ancient hero before they do. Quickly, Velvaxus. Head southwest to the Hall of Ancestors. Within you will find slumbering Mjordan. Wake them until you find Iskaldr, and when you do, use this amulet upon him and bring them back to me. Hurry now. There's no time to waste. Actually, I talked about that earlier, Darker. I want you to imagine 7 years of non-stop construction on behalf of an undying workforce that doesn't need to sleep or rest, and that's why it looks like this now. To summarize. Is this it? Nope. It's got to be one of these guys. I'll just kill the rest while I'm here. I mean, why not, right? I like how the first thing the Vrykul do upon being waken up is attack you. I like to think that's what they do even if it isn't you. They're just like, oh, there's a thing! What? What? More like they built onto it, Darker. If you'll notice the massive, massive amount of bones there, it kind of adds to that. Come with me, slave. He's big for a Vrykul. But yeah, no, pretty much all of this central area. Some of these mountains were here, surrounding the glacier, and this was basically all water and ice, and this has all been built up on top of that. So, yeah. Yeah, no kidding, Psychotic. Usually that takes me way longer to get Iskaldr for this quest. I was literally just going through my head thinking of a topic to talk about, because I figured this would take a while. Bowels and brains. Once I had a home in the lush woods of Quel'Thalas. Once I had a family, a husband, children. Once I was alive and one with the world. The Lich King took all of that from me in the blink of an eye. Though I do not have the power to strike back at him directly, I will pay him back threefold. Who's going to notice it, OJ? I mean, who's going to stop them, for that matter? I mean, really. I was going to say, yeah, I'm with Schmeidolf. Anybody who notices probably joined the workforce fairly quickly, since the greater bulk of the Scourge was doing this for 7 years. Okay, so. Atop the tallest peak to the southwest, overlooking Jotunheim, is Battlescar Spire. It is a place of reverence for the Vrykul, second only to Valhalos, in terms of where they prefer to do honorable combat. Gather your companions and fly to the spire. When you are ready, light the signal fire and I will appear within the body of Iskaldr. We will fight, you will win, and Vadmadra is sure to come and witness the battle. But yeah, you can kind of see the terrain of it, because like I said, see this chunk here? This was all here. You know, this is just the terrain, there's a term for this geological formation, I can't think of it, but basically, the earth that was surrounding the chunk of ocean there, and all that in there was water before this was all done. I was actually just wondering what she does to the Bone Witch now that she's done with her. I mean, she could just leave. Or, I'm not sure a Banshee has the ability to kill. Alright, time to fight Iskaldr. Oh my god, great epic battle. Oh, I've killed a Skaldir. No! How is this possible? This is funny. I know not how this was possible, but you must still be judged, Skaldir. Wait. What is this? This is me taking control of you. Stay away from me, creature. Do not touch me! It is done. Return to my cave. We have much to discuss. Now, on the one hand, you might be like, oh my god. Banshees used to have the ability to possess Val'kyr. That's not really all that out of bounds. Banshees can possess undead, and Val'kyr are undead, not full spirits, so it's not really that surprising. Now, what Takoida says is actually true. We've seen that terraforming power is a thing that very, very, very powerful individuals can do. Archimonde has demonstrated that, and Gul'dan have demonstrated that. Now, both of them used fell power to do that, but that's not to say the Lich King can't do that. I don't know if he does or not. I don't know. It is within the realm of speculation that he could literally drain the ocean out of that, whatever the term is for that kind of geological formation. I can't think of it. Whatever. Pseudo-lake. I don't know. Hey, the Bone Witch is still alive. I've put Varmadra aside for the moment. She's someplace safe until we can get our final revenge. The time has come. You and your friends must challenge the Lord of Balagard Fortress, Master of Jotunheim, Overthane Balagard. Atop the fortress, which is southwest of Jotunheim, you'll find a horn. Blow into it. Allow your challenge to resound throughout the steadfast. Balagard will have no choice but to face you, and Varmadra will be there to educate the challenge. Well, it's a thing where there's like, so here's the effectively the actual coast, but then there's a bunch of like peaks and hills and whatnot sticking out of the ocean, and effectively a large what would normally be called a lake, but it's actually just an extension of the ocean right here. And then there's the hills and whatnot outside of that. And I don't know what that's called. I know it's a thing. Banshee walks up to the Lich King. Excuse me. Bzzz. Lich King's like, huh? Huh? That would be really funny. Nobody ever tried it, so nobody knew it would work. This right here is another excellent example of how much disdain the Lich King shows for the Vrykul. And of course, the fact that he's officially, as of this point in time, beckoning us into the Citadel. This is, the Lich King has had his eye on the player characters literally since the first zone, most notably in Howling Fjord. And he also saw us in the Borean Tundra, if you'll remember. But as of this moment, the Lich King has pretty much decided, after seeing us so many times in so many zones, we are the ones he's looking for. So he is officially looking at us and being like, yep, it's time to go ahead and invite them in. Also, yeah, this is one of my favorite lines as well. I actually had a whole add-on that repeated this quote repeatedly for me just because of how much I love this line. Oh, much weaker Ventress. She's better ranged, but she's even worse of a fighter, so, like, yeah, I know. This is also a really hard fight.
He's on his way.
Lagoon might work. I'm not sure. It's not what I was thinking of, but it might work. Notice this guy's already a Yimijar, by the way.
You dare to challenge me? You haven't earned the right.
Wrong, Balagard. You will accept this challenge.
Damn it,
Varmadra! Did the Lich King send you personally? Very well. I will dispatch these creatures. It is only an inconvenience. Prepare to die!
Also, yeah, this used to be a really hard fight. In fact, I just noticed he actually hurt, so I'm going to go ahead and pay attention on this fight.
Sophia train! Let them feel the chill of Icecrown! Fools! It's the Lich King!
Kneel.
Honor God, stay where you are. Varmadra, I'd wondered where you disappeared to. How is Iskaldir?
My lord,
Ham. Round 2! Fight! This is a really hard fight, in all honesty. The fact that he's pushing me to half health should emphasize that.
You have bested one of my finest, but your efforts are for naught. The frozen heart of Icecrown awaits.
Love that line. Yeah, that's where he officially makes it. He's just like, just come on. Join me. Flat out says it. Literally beckons us to Icecrown. Frostmourne hungers. I have to admit, he's a little loud there. So I apologize for those of you I didn't warn. I should have said, hey, he's going to be louder than normal here. For some reason, those lines specifically are louder than most of his other lines. This is the interesting part. He left her alive. You noticed that, actually. He killed the Val'kyr, but left her alive. Even though it was more than within his capacity to kill her, too. Words cannot describe what I'm feeling at the moment. My revenge is complete, and there's naught else for me to do. If only I could be there when the Lich King is finally taken down. Don't fool yourself, though. Jotunheim is far from dealt with. I will remain in possession of this witch until such a time as the Vrykul are no longer a threat. Look around the cave. There's some items of value here. Take your pick. This is item level 174 stuff. This is basically the best stuff you're going to get outside of heroics or the high-level dungeons at this point. So, it was pretty nice. I see and hear many things, Valvaxis, and something very important has happened since your defeat of the Overthane. You are wanted in the battle for Valhalis. You'll find the pit to the north. Okay, I can do that. We're almost done with the Vrykul. There's a couple other quests to deal with, but we'll get to those. We'll get to those. There's only one quest chain that is absolutely mandatory to do in this place, though, to my knowledge. And someone else is doing the quest. So we'll actually go deal with the Scarlet Onslaught while we're waiting for them to do their... because there's a whole event there that we'll get to. Don't worry. Unfortunately, the Scarlet Onslaught quests are not very long. You know what would have been really horrifying? We know pretty much 100% at this point that the Lich King, if he actually wanted to, could just reassert control over Sylvanas, over the Banshees, over the Death Knights, all of them. He could just shunk, reattach to the reins, but he never did for reasons we've discussed many, many times, right? The thing I find, Lord knows I did in Grizzly Hills, Psychotic. The thing I find really interesting, though, is... obviously he never does, but wouldn't that have been just the most horrifying thing? Imagine if you're Sylvanas wandering around and just all of a sudden the Lich King just you feel him in your mind and you're gone. You're officially back under his control. Can you imagine what that would be like for all the Death Knights, for all the undead, for all the individuals who thought they were free of him and never realized that they were just allowed to be free? And all of a sudden he just reasserts his control and wins. God, that sensation would have been absolutely terrifying. Anyways.
Make it quick.
It's about damn time. No doubt Baron Sliver took his sweet time sending you to me. I should have that empty space above his shoulders removed.
Tomorrow is another day.
We have much to do, but first I believe a short refresher is in order, because most people probably don't even remember the Scarlet Onslaught.
We are done here.
If I were you, I'd pay attention, not just blindly nod at what I say. It begins, as all good stories do, with betrayal. Oh, it's not that we were betrayed, not at all. The Lich King raised us Death Knights above all others. Rather, it was we who betrayed him with the help of High Lord Darien Mograine. In the final battle at Light's Hope Chapel in the Plaguelands, with the simpletons moments away from annihilation, Tyrion Fordring helped Mograine break the Lich King's hold, and the rest of us that were present. Oh no, Venters. No. Arthas has been working behind the scenes this entire time. The real Arthas. He has engineered and helped to engineer most of this situation to try and save everything. And, yeah. Well, not only that, Atma, but it doesn't really suit his goals to do that. Not until he's gotten his linchpin. Not until he has us under his control. With the Lich King fleeing in fear of Fordring, armed with Ashbringer, we were able to easily wrest Ebon Hold from the Scourge forces. That didn't settle things between us and the Crusade, however. As the Forsaken have learned the hard way, the Scarlets cannot differentiate between us and the Scourge. We think on our own, have our own motivations, and have almost all the qualities of the living. Yet to them, we are no different than mindless slaves of the Lich King. Mistakenly, they think we will roll over and play dead. I was getting to that. Yes, that when High General Abendus landed her forces on Northrend, she changed her name to the Scarlet Onslaught. It was not before Admiral Barry Westwind himself presented himself to her at New Hearthglen in Dragonblight. From all accounts, she wasn't expecting him, nor was she expecting he would undermine her authority and take the reins of command from her. Actually, I kind of took her head off, so whatever. Where'd the Grand Admiral go? As I said before, we lost track of him, but this is something I figure you'll be able to figure out for me. My suspicion is that he's down there somewhere, but my spies that have returned haven't been able to place him anywhere on the island. The Forsaken at Venomous Bite did a good job of sabotaging New Hearthglen, but the Onslaught forces that are present down there are battle-hardened remnants. Unfortunately, they picked up better equipment along the way, as well as some Griffins from somewhere. What I'm trying to say is this isn't going to be a stroll in the countryside, even for you. We'll start in just a moment. I just want to be clear. We're not here to soften them up. We're not here to make a dent. We're here to put an end to the disease that calls itself the Scarlet Onslaught. If you don't want to be part of that, if you don't have the stomach, fly away now. I want someone who's going to be here every day until the job's done. That's what I wanted to hear.
Suffer well.
In their folly, the Argent Crusade has chosen to turn a blind eye to the presence of the Scarlet Onslaught. We will not. We do not care if they might assist in the battle against the Lich King. We do not believe them worthy of existence. We will end them once and for all. The forces of the Onslaught Harbor are heavily reinforced by Griffin riders. You will need a mount that will enable you to put them down, but first, we need components for a ritual that's going to make it happen. A great deal of blood is necessary for this to be undertaken. There's a readily available supply down there in the harbor. Sharks. Do not return to me until you've filled this bladder with their blood.
We will have our revenge.
God, I hope not, Atma. So this is the Onslaught Harbor. You can actually see it now. Now that it's, closer. Also, I agree. I mean, Mal'Ganis needs to go away. Spoiler alert. But this faction needs to stop existing. The Scarlet Crusade has been a diseased organization since vanilla. Since it first was conceived, really. Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. Since Balnazar took over is probably the better way to explain it. Come on. It's right there. I see the blood. Look, blood. I'm swimming in it. There we go. So yeah, I was very happy to finally wipe out this yeah, I agree with this terminology, this disease. This disgusting place. Notice, damn it. Notice there's the same red lightning haze over this place that there was over New Hearthglen. I do find it funny how both major forces of the Scarlet Crusade were controlled by Nethrezim. Different Nethrezim working towards different ends, too. I guess that's not quite true. Both Nethrezim were mainly interested in a fairly simple goal. They both wanted revenge. And that was it. That's their big plan. We will have our revenge. It makes me wonder if revenge is like a cultural thing for the Netherrealm, because they did a lot of different. They put forth a lot of effort and a lot of work and a lot of time into revenge and nothing more. Such a base motivation, and yet they did all of this, founded basically an entire order twice in order to get it. That's a good question, Zowan Joker. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things we don't really know about the Netherrealm, other than the fact that, you know, they are one of the few true demons. One of the few natural demons. Hey, Sonashi. The absolute worst of the Netherrealm? Oh, that's a matter of opinion. I can say who the best of the Netherrealm is. That's Tichondrius. He was awesome. He's one of the he's actually probably the only Netherrealm that has any level of my respect. Anyways, so, I find myself wondering if revenge is just an aspect of their culture, that it's something that that's like a sacred right or whatever, something that is so important to them that they will put aside all other considerations and even work together in order to accomplish it. If that's true, it might partially explain why there were such willing converts to the Burning Legion, since that would enable them to get their revenge on those who wronged them, the Titans. But I'm purely speculating at this point. Other than the Netherrealm who serve the Legion, we basically have no actual motivations for any Netherrealm, other than Mal'Ganis and Balnazzar, and both of their motivations was just revenge. So, for being such important species and characters to the lore, we know very little about the Netherrealm. But the same could be said of the Titans, too. So... but if you could... I'm not entirely certain you could bind such a powerful demon, especially a natural demon, like a Netherrealm. I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm not certain if it is possible. I've always believed that, Takoida. Even though the Eridar are the commanders, the military commanders, the Netherrealm are the schemers. At least that's my take on it.
Speak your peace.
And then, of course, the Annihilan are the frontline soldiers. Or not soldiers, officers, I guess is the word I want to use there. Well done! Take a moment to let the salt water dry from your skin before we continue. What could be more fitting than to take one of their own griffins to use against them? Go to the harbor and take the reins from one of their griffins from the dead clutches of its rider. Return with the griffin. He will see to its proper transformation and provide you with further instruction.
Tomorrow is another day.
I already feel bad for this griffin I'm about to murder. I actually think I agree with you on that, Takoida. We do know how to bind demons in general. And binding demons, you know, is a thing, so... it is possible, we just need to be sufficiently skilled. Hey, you. Hey. 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 Oh no, he's aggroed me. No, what am I gonna do? Oh god, I'm helpless. I'm super helpless. Oh god, I'm so helpless. Super helpless. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Zoan. That's why I say I don't know if it's possible, but I don't know if it's impossible. It's just, I don't know. But yeah, the fact that they could bind not just any Pit Lord, not just any Annihilan. They were able to bind Magtheridon, the second strongest Annihilan we've ever seen. So... and yeah, orcs managed that. Granted, it took a lot of them, but still, they did it. Yeah, the other catch, of course, with binding a Netherrealm is... all I gotta say about that is Sylvanas. Hey, buddy.
I be listening.
Oh, yeah, this gonna be good. Stand back. I'm gonna call down the wrath of the blood ritual.
We be done here.
So here's our Griffin that we just captured. I think that form suits it better. I'm sure he's happier, really. having that form.
We press on.
Right, right. So then there's a bunch of dailies which I don't give a damn about. I need to find a drop item which enables me to continue this arc. I just need to remember who drops it. I think it's those guys. But yeah. Nethrezim are the kind of people who could corrupt you just by talking to you. Not magically. Just by introducing ideas to you. That's pretty much their MO, really. Also, I like this. This really emphasizes how well defended this place is. This is a fortress with dozens and dozens of these guys just all over the place, completely covering the entranceway. In an ironic twist, only the best and brightest of the Scarlet Crusade survived this far. Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say brightest. The best and most skilled survived this far in order to actually become a part of the Scarlet Onslaught here in Icecrown. I say it's ironic because, again, that's pretty much been the Lich King's plan from day one. Well, apparently not, Dakota. I shouldn't be killing this guy yet. There's a quest to kill him. Also, kind of a little bit of a lore point. He actually changes his spec in the middle of the fight there to show his new allegiance to Void. Although, again, we're not actually supposed to be fighting that guy yet. Where does this quest continue? Hang on a second. What? It works, Dakota. Apparently not, Zawan. Okay, yep, that's what I thought. Damn it. Okay. Damn it. This is such an important point. I would be remiss if I didn't do this, especially since this is a plot arc that hasn't been carried through on yet. I mean, granted, this plot arc is basically abandoned here, but damn it, I need to at least try to show this off. So what I have to do is I have to do a daily, and I have to hope that as a result of doing that daily, I get the follow-up quest. And this daily is crap. Just go ahead and tell you that right now.
We press on.
No, not that daily.
Get on with it.
Not that daily either.
Get
That's the one. So this daily sucks. You have to kill them and get keys, and then you have to open the boxes. And the boxes, at least back in Wrath, I don't know if this has been changed since then, had a very, very low chance of giving me intel documents, of which I need 5. This is probably the grindiest daily in all of Wrath. And it sucks. I hate it. But whatever. I don't know if I could qualify this as a me goof, because there's nothing I could have done to make this happen. So I bet some of you remember this daily, because this daily sucked. Yeah. I suppose this is as good a time as any to talk about the very we're at 0 for 2 so far here. It's a good time to talk about the concept of dailies in general. Yeah, I know, right, Dakota. Okay, so I'll admit, that was a goof. Me killing those guys without realizing I needed the daily, that was a goof. I'll freely admit that. So, the very concept of dailies is all about giving the player something to do that leads towards an inevitable goal or is fun. Those are the two general objectives of a daily quest. The most common daily quests you'll see are for reputation. If there's one. Oh, there's another one over here. So, you know, you want to hit Exalted with insert rep A or B. Dailies are a fairly common way to do them. In fact, the vast majority of... yes, I did do Sunwell Plateau. I have no idea when I did it. Sorry. I mean, I know when I did it and when I'll be going live to YouTube, but not on Twitch. Anyways, so it's probably the simplest and easiest way to do a reputation kind of a concept. There it was. Got it. Nope, we're good. That's the one I wanted. Screw this daily. That was actually probably the best luck I've ever had on doing that. So I guess we won't talk about dailies. Here's the summary. Dailies can work. Dailies can be fun, but that's really the catch. You need to make a daily not grindy in order to make it not irritating. The more grindy it is, the more of a problem you're going to have. In fact, that's probably one of the biggest flaws of Endgame and Pandaria. At Pandaria's launch, when there were only a couple of raids out, and a ridiculous number of dailies, it just drags on you after a while, because you're doing like 40 dailies every day. And that's, even if they're fun, that's just going to be like, ugh. So not too many dailies, not too grindy dailies, and try to have some fun in there. Try to make them fun and interesting dailies, rather than just go kill X of Y. At first look, this note looks like any of the others you've been looking for. However, a quick perusal of its content disabuses you of this notion. This letter conveys that Grand Admiral Westwind is present somewhere on the island. He's keeping himself secluded for now. He speaks of a glorious day that is coming soon in which the Scarlet onslaught will wash over the Lich King, and then the rest of the world, and finally bring order to Azeroth. That's why I mentioned the grinding thing, though, because I actually enjoyed several Mists of Pandaria dailies, and I enjoyed several Wrath dailies, and I enjoyed a few Burning Crusade dailies. And then they got rid of dailies in Warlords for some reason. And then they brought them back. Anyways, but the enjoyment doesn't matter because I was just doing so many of them in Pandaria. It was just like, oh my god. I've never actually quite recovered from that.
What?
The Scarlet Onslaught intel is to be delivered to Aurochs Grimsbane. Wait, a note written by Westwind? Why did you say so? He tears the letter from your hand. The fool, he's actually here. This is new information. I wonder how he imagines he's going to conquer the world once he's taken down the Lich King. Not that he could accomplish either task in his wildest imaginings. If anyone knows where the Admiral is, there's surely one of the captains on his ship. Welsington and Hartford are their names, if memory serves. Go beat the information out of them and end their miserable lives. I want to know where the Grand Admiral's hidden.
Leave me be.
Because screw them, Titans. Also, that would be adding to the forces of the Scourge. Honestly, Mal'Ganis is probably, how do I say this as nicely as possible, the stupidest of the Netherzeem we've encountered. He doesn't use any real long-term subtlety or anything in his plans. In fact, his own people suspect him constantly. And there's no catch-22, there's no big, in-depth thing. It's just, alright, I'm going to take the remains of something someone else already built, and I'm going to use them in order to go and win. The mere fact that okay, so Abendis was suspicious of him, as I mentioned earlier, and she's already kind of a... And, but it's much more satisfying, Psychotic. And she also, his entire thing about, oh, I'm going to conquer the entire world with my force of like one, it's not even a fleet, it's like a squadron of ships and like a regiment of guys. I mean, seriously, this is pathetic. I know, but God, this way I get to kill them, and that's the best thing, getting to kill Scarlet scum. And at no point in time does he manipulate us into helping him or manipulate those others around him and do anything. And he's so blunt and brusque. He just shows up and says, yep, I'm the dead Admiral. No, the light guided me. The light guided me. The light says we should do this. The light says we should do that. The light says this. The light. The light. Like, literally, that's his whole shtick. If you paid attention during all his things, especially in Abendis' diary, which I spent like 20 minutes reading. It's like the light, but you want us to go... It's like, I could literally picture... This is exaggerative, but I could literally picture a situation in which Mal'Ganis is like, I want you to go torture these people for fun. And everyone looks at him like, oh my god. And he's like, oh, it's okay, the light told me to do so. And they're like, oh, okay. It's all good. It's just like, really? Yeah, let's get rid of this terrible, awful daily that I hate. Let's just get rid of that. Never think about it again.
You need something?
They resurrected Langdon? He's the one that will know where the Grand Admiral is then. I heard they had an Archbishop in their cathedral, but I had no idea they'd resurrected and promoted Langdon. The Crimson Cathedral is heavily guarded with only one entrance, so you'll need help, even though you technically already killed him. We still need to know where the Grand Admiral is, but we're not taking any chances this time. Take this device. It can be used to summon a gate for me to step through once you've killed the Archbishop. I'll have my answers directly from his soul.
There's work to be done.
The light says we all have to become undead. Considering what Balnazar did in Cataclysm... Cool Ninja, we are doing Icecrown, followed by more Icecrown, followed by Citadel. Actually, that's not true. Followed by the Argent Crusade stuff. Followed by Icecrown Citadel. Followed by a lead-in into Cataclysm. Followed by Cataclysm. Followed by more Cataclysm. Followed by years and years of Cataclysm. Decades of Cataclysm. I honestly have no idea how long Cataclysm's going to take. It's probably the largest chunk of content we're going to be going through. Hey! Hey, I want to aggro everything. Hey, come here. Come here, boy. Who's a good boy? Who's a good Archbishop? You remember me? Yeah, I'm the one you committed suicide rather than fight last time we met. Let's see how this works out for you this time. Hang on, I gotta kill your guards really quick. The light, Raskor. The light. Right. Well, he's dead. Just take my word for it. He's totally dead. Well done. Let's get this over with. Come, Langdon. Cough up your soul so I can ask you a very important question. You'll get nothing out of me, monster. I am beyond your ability to influence. You will tell me where Westwind is, or I will destroy your soul. No. Then you leave me no choice. I won't say I won't enjoy this. Yes, this is that guy, Dakota. Stop! Stop! It isn't worth it. I'll tell you where he is. I'll tell you where he is. Very well. Tell me! On the south end of the island is a cave, a hidden hollow. The Grand Admiral's holed himself in there, preparing for the final battle against the Lich King. A hidden hollow. Very interesting. You've served your purpose, Langdon. Oh, but I'm afraid there'll be no resurrection for you this time. So yes, by the way, you can permanently destroy a soul. I've actually pointed that out before. But, yeah.
Make it quick.
Hidden caves on the backside of an island. Very interesting. Well, now I know where all my missing spies are. When High General Abendis was confronted at New Hearthland, the Grand Admiral protected himself with an impenetrable sphere of magic before his escape. Yes, I know, I was there. I am particularly adept at nullifying magic. Take this to use against him when he puts the sphere up. I wish I could see there to see the look on his face when you do it. Deal with him.
Ashes to ashes.
So obviously I've already spoiled the crap out of this for you guys, but by the way, there was nothing saying that he was Mal'Ganis. There were some hints at it, some foreshadowing. But this was a big, like, oh my god, it was freaking Mal'Ganis the whole time, kind of a thing when we finally went in here and confront him. We figured he was evil the whole time, but I mean, he's a Scarlet Crusader. That's nothing new. The funny thing is, though, there's a tiny bit of foreshadowing on this all the way back in the Death Knight starter zone that I even pointed out to you guys, if you recall. The Lich King, when he was scanning all of the Scarlet Crusaders, he actually felt a familiar presence. Also, notice that they literally have Scarlet Onslaught people in here who are warlocks. Just point it out. You should go use this warlock energy. Why? The light told you to. Yeah, you thought I was being facetious earlier, didn't you? I think he's out. Nope, I'm wrong. I'm trying to remember my way through here. I haven't actually done this quest all that often. Death Knight Arthas did, in fact, kill off Mal'Ganis in Warcraft 3. Unfortunately, Nethrezim are natural demons, which means unless they are actually killed within their home plane, the Twisting Nether, they come back. They basically get sent back to the Twisting Nether and reform there. So, yeah. Unfortunately, we really need a Twisting Nether expansion so we can go into the Twisting Nether and permanently kill these stupid demons. Okay, here we go. This is the right way. Alright. Oh my god, there he is, Grand Admiral Westwind.
How did you find me? Did Landgren tell?
Maybe. Okay, he hurts a bit. I may have to pay attention. Yeah, I have to pay attention. Okay, we're gonna...
You thought I would just let you kill me?
Well, I do have a nullifier here.
What? No matter. Even without my sphere, I will crush you. Behold my true identity and despair!
And that's when he reveals himself as Mal'Ganis.
I spent too much time in that weak little shell. Kirel, Nara, I am Mal'Ganis! I am eternal! Enough! I waste my time here. I must gather my strength on the homeworld. You'll never defeat the Lich King without my forces. I'll have my revenge on him and you.
Wow. I'm not sure, Darker, unfortunately. Is dark magic stronger than light? No. Similar to the Force, no particular form of magic is stronger, per se, than other magic, other than Fel magic, which is naturally stronger than all other forms of magic. So, like I said, Mal'Ganis is probably the least impressive of the Nethrezim. Also, as an interesting little aside there, everyone was like, oh my god, he's totally going to be coming back in the Icecrown Citadel. No, I'm going to go ahead and spoil that right now. We have actually never heard back from Mal'Ganis since, in the 2-3 expansions since this has happened. And to my knowledge, there's no word of Mal'Ganis and Legion either. So, 4 expansions. Relatively speaking, light, druidic, ancestral, elemental, and void magic are all and arcane magic are all relatively the same in terms of strength. The only form of magic that is innately more powerful than other forms of magic on its own, without taking into regard the caster of the magic. So, yeah, is Fel.
I will listen for now.
He might have, Tekoida. He is a Nethrezim, after all. I mean, think about that for a moment. If anyone would have an anti-scourge, anti-undead strategy or power or whatever, it'd probably be the Nethrezim. But whether he had a power or not, we don't actually know. Yes, that's the last time we've seen Mal'Ganis to this day, was just now. So, Mal'Ganis, the Lord Commander laughs. The fools were taken in by the demons again, and now they're destroyed. I trust my favorite paladin will stick around long enough to help finish off the rest of them. Nope, you go ahead and have fun with that. I'm out, buddy. Bye. So, yeah, the Scarlet Crusade has effectively ceased to exist as of this point in time. Like, yeah, there's basically nothing left of them. There's a few scattered remnants who are still in the Scarlet Monastery and in the Sandoval Glades, and there's technically some Scarlet Crusaders still alive in Stratholme. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. There's technically some still Scarlet Crusaders who are moving around in Stratholme, but that's it. The Scarlet Crusade is basically dead as of now. Thank God. Good riddance to bad rubbish. You have bested our finest warriors. Your name is renowned, Val'kyr. Can I have your wings? I want your wings so badly. Perhaps you think that concerns me. It does not. If they can fall to you, they are not worthy, and should be nothing but lowly Vrykul. But perhaps I can give you and your friends a different sport. Valhal is also a place for combat of all types and different types of foes. Speak to me again with your friends, and we shall see if you are truly worthy. So these are basically the hardest fights in Icecrown, in my opinion. I'm actually not even sure I can do these. We'll see. Because we're doing it for a... I don't even understand that question, Titans. Next race they'll add? Oh, obviously it's going to be Murloc. No, I don't have any predictions at this point. If you believe yourself ready to begin, then I have just the match for you to cut your teeth on. Another group of outsiders thought themselves prepared for the rigors of Valhal. They had much hubris, but in the end they fell like the others. If you think yourself so different, if you have the skill and experience to fight, please accept their challenge. Valhal is yours to win or die in, but whatever you do, stay within the bounds of the arena. To flee is to lose and be dishonored. Val'kyr and her comrades in arms have chosen to accept honorable combat within the confines of Valhal. There can only be one outcome in such a battle: death for one side or the other. So let's see, we've got Father Jahadris here. He's fine. Who's that? This is Eldrith. There's Tala, Rith, and Guinness Half-Soul. Oh, and Masood. Can't forget him. Poor Dranis. Oh, absolutely, Toby, yes. Worgen and Draenei both come immediately to mind. Val'kyr has defeated the enemies. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, right, I have to turn it up there. Right.
Our master's will be done.
New blood. You think you have what it takes to fight here? You're nothing before the might of the Vrykul and the Scourge. Still, you managed to defeat 6 incompetent corpses. So you have some skill in you. Not likely to be enough for the next challenge, though.
Tomorrow.
Did I just seriously ding? I just seriously dinged. $83. Bets on if we'll hit 84 before we're done here. A variety of beings travel the world to prove themselves within Valhalla. Some even come from under the world. Kittrix the Dark Master is one such. Hailing from deep within the ground where insanity reigns, Kittrix has asked for someone exotic to face in the ring. You will have to do. Do you want to face this Nerubian nightmare? I suppose I can do that. Well, there's still the South Seas, but that's about it on this planet, Toby. Unless they invent another continent. There is quite a bit they could do with the South Seas concept, though. Kul Tiras, the Goblin area, Zul. When I am done here, I'm gonna mount your heads on the walls of Ajal Narub. So stop running around and fight me, you coward. Down you go. I might wonder why I'm even bothering doing this quest. This helps to emphasize just how little the Lich King in general, and his forces, are concerned about us and our existence. They're literally allowing us, freely, to fight some of their people in their arenas in glorified combat, just because they are just that completely unconcerned about us as an actual threat. You want me to be impressed by the fact that you and your friends were able to bring down a lone Nerubian priest? Get out of my sight before I summon my ghouls on you. Yes, I was. Both times, Toby, actually. An old foe of yours has returned. Sigrid Iceborn. You remember her? Perhaps you remember besting her in a duel on the Savage Ledge? No matter. Oh, she certainly remembers you. She's insisting on a chance to prove herself once more. Personally, I think it's more for revenge. But that too can be useful in this place. Yeah, this is once again him testing us, which is funny, because that's exactly what the tournament is all about, but we'll get to that in a minute. I personally don't think there's another side of Azeroth, by the way. Admittedly, my only big point of evidence for that is the globes that we've already seen of Azeroth. There's really no room for another continent over there. Ah, there. Remember me? Of course you do. Right there. I'm coming down. Sadly, I do remember her. I told you I'd be better prepared when next we meet. I fought and won the Hild's meet, trained at Valkyrion, and here I am. Come get some! Okay. If you insist. And you're dead. I like this. Valvaxis has defeated Sigrid Iceborn for a second time. Well, this time she did it with the help of her friends. The defeat of one of the Hildnir is mildly impressive. But you did have the help of your friends. You're lucky her Drake didn't get involved. What friends? You've been successful up to this point so far, Valvaxis. But what you must face to continue to battle within Valhalla is a gigantic horror beyond imagining. I must warn you to turn away now. Carnage is a mountain of flesh constructed by the Lich King's most fiendish minds. I do not see you and your friends being able to defeat it, but the choice is yours. Yeah, but in real life, Sugar Bell, they didn't have Titan technology to make those globes, you know? The only globes we've ever seen of Azeroth are the ones built by the Titans. That's also how we know this is a planet and not a dimension, consequently. Which WoW member NPCs do you think have undergone the best and worst character development? Oh, God, I don't even know how to begin answering that, Toby. All of them. There you go. There, okay. Pressure's off. I don't have to answer that question. Thank God. Oh, thank God. That would have been a question that would have taken me an hour to answer. She drinks lots and lots of Murloc juice, Norlex. Well, thank you, Kyoshoj. I really hope I'm pronouncing that right, because I'm probably not, but nevertheless, thank you. I'm starting to respect your prowess in the ring, Valvaxis. Now I really don't like you. I would much rather have preferred to see you and your friends stuck to the bottom of that flesh giant's foot. I gotta be honest, Sarfang is the best choice for an orcish racial leader. I'm sorry, that's just the truth. Your skills have not gone unnoticed by the Vrykul of Jotunheim, Valvaxis. Thane Bunahog has taken a personal interest in you and insisted he be your next match. If you thought Carnage was bad, you might want to go home now. His nickname is the Death Blow. I'm pretty sure you can guess how he earned it. In all honesty, these fights are pretty mean. More than a few of these we had to actually do a couple of times when we were doing this in a full 5-man back in the day. No, he doesn't, Raskor, but give me another orc who is an option. I mean, seriously. Name another orc who has any kind of line on being a racial leader. Enough! You tiny insects are not worthy to battle in this sacred place. You do not fight with honor. You don't even ascend. Fight me and die, you cowards. I'll eat your heart. Oh god, she's level 83. Death. Thrall doesn't want the mantle, and he's not going to take the mantle. Nor should he. Especially since Thrall has already proven his failure as a leader. We're just that amazing, Titans. And high level and in good gear. I don't know what trickery it was that you used to bring down the Thane. I couldn't see it from this angle. But I assure you, you will not survive the next match. Yes, I know who it is. Run, little blood elf. Flee to the far corners of the world. Or stay and die. Matters little to me. Other than those globes, not that I'm aware of one. I'm afraid your success is going to be undoing, Valvaxis. Word of your success in Valhalla has reached deep into Icecrown Citadel, stirring one with whom you have no desire to meet. Prince Sandoval himself is on his way at this very moment. Giona warned that you should run, and I cannot disagree. What will you do? Will you face the Blood Prince in the final battle? It's too late to run now. Do not leave the ring. Die bravely, Valvaxis. From the depths of Icecrown Citadel, one of the Lich King's chosen comes to put an end to the existence of Valvaxis and her friends. Warriors of Jotunheim, I present to you Prince Blood Prince Sandoval. Hardly a fitting introduction, Spearwife. Now who's this outsider I've heard so much about? I will make this as easy as possible for you. Simply come here and die. That is all I ask for your many trespasses, for your sullying this exalted place of battle, for your effrontery. I have no idea how to pronounce that. To the Lich King! Bam! So this is actually interesting. If you've paid attention, there are actually 4 Blood Princes that we encounter throughout Icecrown. This is the 4th. If you don't know what I mean by the 4th, the other 3 are actually in the Citadel itself. So in case, for some of you who are never actually aware of where the 4th actually ended up, it's right here. This is where he died. The Sand Lane, I'll talk about them again later, Venters. Your defeat of the Prince Sandoval sickens me. An unwashed peasant such as yourself should have willingly given your life over for the chance to meet him and kneel at his feet. You've earned your damn reward. Be quick about your choosing. So, I guess I'll give you a little bit of lore on the Blood Princes. There are 4 of them. Technically 5, if you want to really stretch the definition. But effectively 4. They are the chief of the Sand Lane. And they are the ones who are most willing, I think is probably the best way to put that. As I've said many, many times, in most aspects of Warcraft lore, the more willing you are to accept a power, the more power you can be given. I've explained this many times. I don't feel the need to rehash my notes on this again here. I need to go check on something. Where's the airship right now? So, what was I saying? So the five Sand Lane who were most willing were the ones who were gifted the most amount of power, and therefore are the ones who are in charge of the other, shall we say, lesser Sand Lane. But I'll talk more about them when we actually encounter them when we get to Icecrown Citadel proper. So Icecrown is probably the only zone in all of Northrend where it's actually hard to do all the quests here. Because there are so many, and they don't really branch the way other quests do. There's no real quest hub. Not in the traditional sense of the word in Icecrown. There's the place we were just at, but even that was basically just a branching point for other quests. And the airship doesn't really have a hub of its own, and as you can see, there are no quests here, so it looks like I am on the right step. And then there's the Argent Crusade stuff, which is the only true quest hub in here. And yeah, so at a bare minimum, there are... I'm going to do this quest chain. I'm absolutely going to do this quest. There's no way in hell I'm skipping that quest. And I'm absolutely doing this quest, and preferably that one as well. Although that's part of that, so I guess I can't avoid that. So I'm hoping I will be able to find those chains through this, because I thought I would have already unlocked them by now. We'll see. Either way, we've got a few more quests to do. Icecrown is quite large, after all. And yes, I do Psychotic. I have it already ready to go on my Death Knight, ironically enough. So, Thrall being a bad leader. Let me go ahead and give my reasoning out for this really quick here. Thrall... I actually have a lot of respect for Thrall. Unlike, you know, some people who think, oh my god, he's just green Jesus and he's so stupid. But I actually rather enjoy Thrall as a character. However, his leadership skills are very lacking. He is too accommodating. He is actually a peacemonger. In other words, he is too extreme towards peace. He is willing to lessen his own people and take the loss for his own people in exchange for the betterment of other people who are taking advantage of him. He also doesn't really have a lot of... How do I put this? He gets blinded by his own... Garrosh. He gets blinded by his own... prejudices, I guess, which is funny because you know, the same could be said of, say, Varian, and one of the reasons why he's such a terrible leader was such a terrible leader. But you might be like, well, what is Thrall prejudiced? He is prejudiced towards Garrosh. He was so positively inclined toward Garrosh. He was so blind to Garrosh's flaws that he put him in charge of as war chief of the entire Horde. Thrall is the one who made that call, even though Thrall had a much better choice as a successor for the mantle of war chief. I agree with Permeus there. Thrall would have actually made a very good advisor. He's a good general, too. He actually has a great deal of military acumen. He's a good general. He's a good fighter. He's an okay leader. And as Takoida points out, it is actually... That's something I was going to bring up in Kata, actually. Because part of the character arc for Thrall throughout Kata is him... basically realizing he needs to stop being a leader. He needs to start being a shaman. The world needs a shaman more than it needs a leader. Unfortunately, that also leads to the war between the Alliance and the Horde, so, I mean, yay. But, yeah, hang on just a second. But, yeah. So don't mistake me for insulting Thrall, really. I'm just also pointing out that he's not some kind of Mary Sue amazing character, because he is very, very flawed, and is directly responsible for a lot of really horrible things that have happened in this setting. And the best part is he knows it. He knows he screwed up with Garrosh. Yeah, for those of you not aware, Cairn actually... I thought... Hang on. No, it wasn't Cairn. Cairn was killed after Garrosh was named War Chief. Garrosh was basically being an evil dick, and Cairn challenged him on it, and Garrosh says, "You've challenged me for the last time," and Cairn literally challenged him in a fight to death for the position of War Chief. In Thrall's position? Well, I mean, other than Cairn, which is just such an obvious answer, it's too easy. But other than Cairn, who it really was, I mean, he would have been a great War Chief. That's a tough one. Vol'jin, in my opinion, is not really the proper fit for a War Chief. And to be frank, I don't think Saurfang is either. The two complement each other well, so if we could like give a joint War Chiefness to the two, that might work. But that's not how that works. So, honestly, I don't know. The problem is Lorthermar would actually have also been a very, very good War Chief. But we didn't even know that until after Pandaria, where they finally developed him as a character. So, if I'm being completely blunt, I think Cairn was the only good choice for a War Chief the Horde had at the time. They have a lot of other good leaders in their particular brand of leadership, but not one good singular War Chief kind of a situation, you know? Anyways, moving on. Right, I can turn the sound back on now that we don't hear people screaming in my ears. Yes, by the way, this is a Death Knight gnome with pink hair. See? She's, don't make fun of it to her face or you might regret it. You will definitely unlive to regret it. Good. We'll need all the help we can get. I'll look in here as the Argent Crusade's contribution to our effort. Let's cut the chatter and get down to the business of denying the Scourge their armies of flesh.
Another time. Get on with it.
The Lich King's tireless minions labor away night and day to assemble scores of abominations and flesh giants. Yet that is not enough. More and more skeletal constructors keep appearing to increase the pace of the work. If we don't discover what they're coming from and how they're able to work so quickly, we'll be overrun before we can act in force. Okay, I can do that.
Ashes to ashes.
Let's look into this. Bane wasn't really developed much. Still hasn't really been developed much, to be completely blunt. The main development he received was actually in the book, Destruction of Theramore, or whatever that book was called. And, yeah, he doesn't... If you ask me to summarize his character, I'm just drawing a blank. I don't know what to say about Bane. We rescued him in Warcraft 3? Is that an answer?
Yes.
I suspected as much. We can't let this continue. Our first priority is... War Crimes, thank you. Wait, was it War Crimes? No. No, there were two books. There was the one where Theramore was destroyed, and then there was the one where he was put on trial. So I guess Bane was actually developed in both of those. I suspected as much. We can't let this continue. Our first priority is to destroy the summoning altars and then deal with the mess the Scourge has already created.
There's work to be done.
So they're summoning in their workers and warriors at the altars. They'll need to be the first thing to go. The Master Summoner should have a staff which allows him to activate the portal. Kill the Summoner, take the staff. You can use it to overload the portal.
Leave me be.
The Fleshworks is a vast operation. It would be difficult to keep an eye on all that transpires here. Fortunately, I already have a plan. This is a Death's Gaze orb. With it, we can observe the Scourge's actions and decide how best to strike. Place these orbs on the stands at the three crucial areas. The Abomination Lab, Flesh Giant Lab, and of course, the Summoning area.
Suffer well.
I know, Psychotic. Ugh. I'm still pissed Varian hasn't died yet. God. Varian just needs to... No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I really am kidding. Varian has gotten so much better as a character. He was such a terrible, despicable person in Wrath that I just wanted to smack him until his brains fell out. All three of them. 3 brain cells. I said that wrong. Point being, screw him. But he's gotten a lot better since then. I've got it, guys. Anduin for War Chief. It would blow everyone away. No one would see that coming. They'd just be like, huh? A human as a War Chief? And then people would complain until high heaven. I actually like Anduin a lot. Anduin is among my favorite characters in all of Warcraft, and I mean that sincerely. Was Tides of War it? I'm not sure. I'm telling you, Greymane as a Pirate King in a South Seas expansion would be awesome. And a great way to bring the Worgen back into focus a bit. Events risk. I don't actually know what that means, Psychotic. No, he's pretty much just a normal human. Just happens to be fairly skilled. He is a warrior. Come on. There we go. Gallywix. The person we thought didn't exist anymore until the Pandaria thing showed him out of absolutely nowhere. Just all of a sudden, oh, and here's Gallywix. Who? I don't know, Slates. Legitimately, I do not know. I imagine it would be, if he's still alive, it would be, Nathaniel, I want to say was his name? The human, Ranger General. Or, not Ranger General, but the human Ranger. That would probably be why I have no idea who he is, Psychotic. What's the significance? Better fighter? Varian. Garrosh is a pretty good warrior. He actually is. I hate to admit it. But Varian is way better long term. In fact, Varian and Garrosh actually fought once. And Garrosh was winning, but Varian managed to hold him off long enough to wear Garrosh down. And Garrosh didn't use any kind of tactics or didn't actually understand, you know, the concept of a long-term fight. So he started getting worn out. Varian was kind of rockying him, if you know what I mean. Thank you, Chris. I'd love to get along together with Nobel, too. He's an awesome dude. Way, way better than I am, in every way.
You need something?
Good. Now we can focus our efforts on shutting down the rest of the Fleshworks.
You have our revenge!
With the eyes of... that voice. With the eyes of the death itself, I watch our enemy. With this knowledge, we will utterly destroy them.
We are done here.
The Scourge cannot create their flesh monsters without blood and embalming fluid to preserve the parts and keep them functioning. If we deny them this, their army will fall apart!
Ashes to ashes.
You know, that's not actually true, but... Gotcha, Psychotic. Okay. Well, fortunately, I was not actually serious about that. I mean, holy crap. No, Anduin should not have anything to do with the Alliance or the Horde. He should be part of the Army of Light. Sorry, but to hell with the Horde and to hell with the Alliance. Especially that idiot Varian and all his dwarven friends. Oh, sorry. Let Moira and Sylvanas turn the Alliance and the Horde into another political pissing contest. While we go off and actually fix the world. I mean, seriously. So you know how I mentioned that whole "we should lose" comment? Wouldn't it be interesting if we lost so badly that we basically lost Azeroth? And that Azeroth was just completely dissolved into non-stop war between the Alliance and the Horde. Just nothing but them fighting amongst each other endlessly over and over and over. Wouldn't that be interesting? And then the players who actually go to the new world, wherever it is we're going to, which is where the new expansion is set, is where we actually start to rebuild our forces and try to deal with the real threats, while the Alliance and the Horde are just, you know, being idiots like they are wont to do.
We press on.
Eureka victory, Valvaxis. Oh, and that is good news indeed.
We will have our revenge.
Crap, I think I was supposed to loot somewhere. Once again, my distaste for looting has thwarted my questing efforts. There we go. Yep, I was gonna say, I know it's right there. You pull this jagged, brittle shard from the body of a ghoul. The metal blade lacks a smooth edge, suggesting it was forged from an unskilled hand, or was broken from a larger piece. You recall seeing... Whoa! You recall seeing similar shards embedded in the bodies of all ghouls you've encountered at the Fleshworks, leading you to wonder why their creators are bothering to include the metal at all.
Arcanon Poros.
Oh, I need to get a few more. Right. Like the Dust Men. Oh, what's that from? Ah, Planescape Torment. Right. God. Okay. God. I think you've asked this before, too. Yeah, I could see that. I could see Kel'Thuzad specifically being a member of the Dustmen. Yeah, exactly, Mind Blast. It actually would fit with our existing canon quite well. To have the Alliance and the Horde just dissolve into a mindless brawl amongst each other. As the old gods are just cackling in the background. And we literally have to abandon Azeroth because we have lost so hard. Yeah, I was going to say, I think the only positive thing Varian did in all of Wrath was allowing Saurfang to retrieve the body of his brother. Or his son, excuse me, his son. And I gotta be honest, if that's the best thing you've done, allowing a father to mourn the corpse of his child, like, allowing it, accepting it, what the crap is wrong with you? Like I said, Slates, I've been pushing for that idea since vanilla. Legitimately, I've actually even gone on comment sections being like, look, or not comments, the feedback, like, look, I get that you want the PvP thing, but I'd like to not do that. I'd like to go, you know, save the world and play the RPG with the people who are smart. Who was it? Someone, one of my viewers came up with an idea as I was talking about a name for the neutral thing. I call it the Army of Light nowadays, a Babylon 5 reference. But the Army of Light idea, when we were trying to come up with a name of it, someone suggested the idea of the people who have brains.
Chronokai Christor.
Oh, no kidding, Psychotic. Even Mirrodin was like, okay, let's just allow this to happen here. We will not be seeing the Alliance version of that scene, by the way. I'll mention it, but I don't feel like doing Icecrown twice, just to showcase that one scene. You saw all these in the ghouls down there. I've never seen anything like this in all my battles against the Scourge.
Remember the lessons of the past.
I'm smelting! Oh, sorry. These could pierce armor with enough force. We have to find out what they're made of and what the Lich King intends to do with them. To the east, nestled next to Icecrown itself, lies Val'kyr. From the few reports we have, it's full of smelting and smithing equipment. Bring these shards there and smelt them in one of the open furnaces. Once the metal has been reformed, we can identify it.
Do not lose faith.
I only have one level 100 alliance. I mean, I guess I could push through there really quick, but whatever. But my high level... The reason I want to do it on the Horde is my Horde character is the one I do old raids on. She's the character I'm good at. She's my warrior. She's geared, and I have all the strategies for doing all the bosses solo on her. So, that's my reasoning. It doesn't have anything to do with the Horde or the Alliance. Those shards you recovered can only have come from one place, Val'kyr. It's the seat of the Lich King's metalworking operations to the east of Corprafar. What's puzzling is the metal isn't needed to stitch together abominations, or flesh giants, or summon servants. Find the runesmiths. We need to find out why this metal is finding its way into the Fleshworks.
Blessings upon your family.
Blessings upon your family. You know what, guys? Fine. I will do Icecrown up to that fight on 10-man normal on my one alliance who's a level 100. Just for you guys and for no other reason. God, so insistent on seeing the one scene where Varian isn't a complete dick. Could Saurfang take Varian on one-on-one? I think yes. Saurfang is stronger, more experienced, and arguably more skilled. And he's been a warrior for a long time. Varian has a lot of skill behind him, but he doesn't have nearly the experience that Saurfang does. So I think I'd give that to Saurfang in the end. Oh, by the way, see this lovely thing? This is a wonderful bit of technology here. This is the skeleton, for lack of a better term, of what will eventually be a necropolis. One made of pure Seranite. Screw the light, Zoan Joker. What has the light ever done for me? Piff, I say. Piff! Saurfang is also... Yeah, he has a lot of respect, again, for the right reasons. No, Raskor, it's okay. I'll go through just so you can see it on the lines. Sigh. Whoops, right. So let's see what we can do with this stuff. Here's one of their furnaces. He brings a gun. I've seen guns in this setting. I'm not impressed with them. Are these quests here yet? Nope. I didn't think so. Also, I love the sky in here. Like, everything is just leaning itself towards the Citadel right there. And there's just this path in the clouds. It's just, I don't know why, I just really like the way they do the clouds here in Icecrown. Also, there's one interesting thing about the sky here, if I can find it. It should be like, it's actually probably right behind the Citadel right now. Maybe? Where is it? It's not visible right now. I'll look at it later. Oh, there it is. What the hell? Oh yeah, so there's this random beam of light visible every now and again here. People have argued for a long time what that beam of light means. I gotta be honest, I don't know. Shrug. You know, I don't have an answer. There's no concrete, this is the absolute lore of what that beam of light means that I know of. The most common answers I hear is, it's the Argent area over here, generating the light. It might be the ruins, the pieces of Kelderar over here. Maybe it's being generated by the Onslaught Harbor. Maybe it's being generated by something in the Citadel itself. Now, you might be like, well, all of those are in different locations. Yeah, where it appears kind of varies based on where you are. Because of the nature of them trying to do perspective in an MMO. So we're not even sure where the beam of light is actually coming from. Most powerful character. Me! Seriously, the PC is actually the real answer to that question.
The Legion's end draws near.
Were you able to capture those rune plates? Oh, these plates match the shards almost exactly. They must be cutting from them to enhance the ghouls produced here. The Scourge is desperate enough to make a weapon out of everything. Seems. All the more reason to hasten our destruction of this abominable place.
Dionys Aka.
Have you smelted the fragments? This is no doubt. This is raw Seranite. We've seen weapons made from it in the hands of the Lich King before, but this is the first time it's been used to arm anything else. The scale of this mining operation must be huge.
Remain vigilant.
The Scourge use our own fallen against us, raising them as ghouls or skeletons, or by dismembering their corpses and using the parts to make abominations. This must stop. The dead are heroes who fail in defense of all the living, and they cannot be confined to so grisly a fate. Moreover, we cannot afford to face them in the field, used as weapons against us. Take this torch with you to the fleshworks and burn the corpses you find.
May your days be long and your hardships few.
Yes, I know, Mind Blast. I'm aware. So they've been embedding these... wrong. Not Adreni. So they've been embedding these ghouls with broken shards of Seranite? We must put a stop to this before those ghouls can be deployed against our troops. Find the entrance to the Sanctum of Reanimation. There, the ghoul mastermind, Dr. Sabnok, keeps the most fearsome of his creation, Patches. Free Patches from his chains and help him take his revenge on the Doctor. Let his own
There's
creation
work to be done.
be his own undoing. I've never actually heard that theory either, Bragwin. Or that theory, Tequila. Interesting thought. Patrick want to play? That's a good question, Psychotic. And it once again goes back to that whole, did we actually kill the old gods question, which we still don't know the answer to, if you'll remember. Assuming we did, however, I would still be inclined to say yes, because, excuse me, because we know that Yasharaj was dead. Dead, super dead, mega dead, no really dead. And yet despite that being dead, Yasharaj was still able to whisper to those around it and still influence them in smaller ways. Also, I love the look of these ghouls that just have chunks. It doesn't stay on their corpse. They just have chunks of Seranite embedded in them. The best part is, as I think I've pointed out to you before, undead can still feel pain. I wonder what it feels like to have a few, a handful of Seranite, just chunks and shards jabbed through your body at intervals. Elune is the only thing in this setting that would qualify as an actual god, and actually there's a decent amount of evidence, especially recent evidence, that indicates that Elune is not actually a god. So basically, there's no gods in the setting, like at all. Oh, bravo. Do you feel proud of yourself, now that you've unleashed this terrible mistake? I already scheduled him for a disposal. I suppose we could speed up the process a bit. It's a pity to have so many fine, reusable parts go to waste.
Patch is not gonna be cut open and sewn up no more!
Can I help? I mean... seriously, can I just... No confirmation or denial yet, Isaac, no. And Patches eats the doctor. Ew. Seriously, ew. The only thing we know fairly definitively about the old gods is their void usage. They are definitely the primary void using race that we see throughout the entirety of the setting. Just like demons are the primary fel using race. Oh god, Permeus. Oh god, I don't even want to think about that. I really don't. I already had a bad enough morning with nightmares and whatnot. No thank you. Well, I'd say magic's the one joker, but you'd think I'm joking. But that is legitimately the answer here. Same reason most of their undead tend to be functional.
We are done here.
Oops.
Suffer well.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
It is not the burial they deserved, but is better than nothing, and better than they who yet live. Thank you, Valvaxis.
Good health, long
I feel like
life.
pointing out that, once again, the Draenei is the one who insists we burn the corpses. And, I've already kind of mentioned the cultural significance of that and why that matters so much to them back in the Bone Wastes.
What?
The workers in the Fleshworks Abominations lab have already completed a number of their creations. For now, the creatures are chained to the pillars. If we do not act, they'll march with the Lich King's armies. Grasping arms reach out of the bone piles. These arms belong to skeletons enchanted with the power of fire. Free these. Use them. Watch the show.
Another time.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like I am hitting 84. I'm, like, halfway through Icecrown right now, quest-wise. I haven't even started the Argent stuff, or the Awesome Quest Chain of Awesome. So how many of you know what I mean when I say the Awesome Quest Chain of Awesome? Because there's two quests that people tend to interpret that as being. And I'm going the wrong way, I think. No? No, Isaac. There's no actual... Yeah, here they are. I was right. There's nothing actually binding them. The Arthas quest chain. Very good. Yes, that is exactly what I'm talking about. The awesome quest of awesome. I'll talk more about it when we get there, obviously. But, yeah, let's just say that that is my favorite quest chain. I actually found that quest chain in the beta by complete accident. And I was just like, oh my god, dude! And I immediately got on, whatever chat program I was using at the time with my friend. Like, dude, I found a quest in Icecrown, and it's amazing. Nope, psychotic. If I hit 100 right now, I'd keep going. Hey, Django. What's up? The only time I intend to not absolutely slaughter things is when we get to Val'kyr. And that's from atmospheric effect. The other awesome quest of awesome, the other quest that people are like, oh, it's this awesome quest of awesome, is the heartwarming quest of awesome, which is the paladin quest chain, and I'm sure most of you know which one that one is too. Well, it's true as a one. There's no magical or mental compulsion keeping the Forsaken loyal to Sylvanas. No, there's something much, much more insidious keeping them loyal to Sylvanas. But I'll talk about that when we make our undead and go through the Tearsafal Glades. Oh, absolutely, Django. There's no way I'm not finishing Icecrown today. My pace of at least one zone a day has been fairly consistent so far. The only thing that's going to slow me down is I have 4 instances and 2 raids to go through as part of Icecrown.
We press on.
Actually, that's a good point. What is my item level? 306 right now. Yeah. Ah, good. There's nothing like the smell of roasted, putrid flesh in the morning. That smell is the smell of victory over the Scourge.
Leave me be.
With the adduction of... Wait.
We will have
What's a frostworm doing here? It's coming straight for us! Which one's the one? Destroy our raw materials, will you? Well, the Master has a special plan in mind for you. And so the Frostdrake runs off with the Draenei Paladin. To which the Death Knight says, damn it all again, get your arse back here, there's work to be done! I don't know why I added the accent. She's not a dwarf.
Make it quick.
With the abduction of Crusader Olokin, the Argent Crusade's forces will have no commander in the final assault on the Fleshwork. While one Crusader is the same as any other to me, the Argents won't see it that way. I hate to see us waste time chasing after this, but I have no choice. Our gallant Crusader's probably been dismembered by now, and his remains used to construct abominations. Go kill corpulent horrors fighting our forces, and recover his body parts.
Another time.
Yeah, 272, I want to say? No, I'm thinking of 252, which was Icecrown 10. Also, nice bit of phasing here. The Argent Crusader now actively fighting against the Fleshworks. So there was... I love this idea. We're literally picking out bits and pieces of his body from each of these abominations. That's just so gross. That's just terrible. I don't even know what else to say about that. That's pretty terrible. Hi, Myron. Thank you for the donation. Would you like to put it towards anything in particular? I mean, since normal is losing by so much right now.
You need something?
Well, if you think about it, Isaac, Death Knights in Warcraft 2, we talked about this back in BC, in many ways were actually prototypes for the Death Knights in Warcraft 3. In many ways, there are actually a lot of similarities between them. Just Death Knights in Warcraft 3 are obviously more refined and more powerful in basically every way. So, yes, probably Takoida. Have you recovered the remains of Crusader Olokin? I suppose it's good that we've recovered the Crusader, though I doubt his comrades had this in mind. Let's see what we can do to get him back on his feet so we can get this charade over with and complete our mission here. We can't afford to waste any time putting him back together. Fortunately, the Scourge has a perfect place for you to stitch him back together. Near the Fleshworks giant lab is the Sanctum of Reanimation. Search for a spool of thread in the Doctor's cleaver.
There's work to be done.
Okay, I want to stress this. What we're about to do is take several different body parts, which we ripped out of abominations after we killed them, and just randomly cleave and stitch them back together again. Keep in mind, this isn't just a paladin. This is a Draenei. You remember how big of a deal death is to Draenei? How much of a horrifying concept that is for them to have to deal with? And how do we... That's another thing. How do we know these are his body parts? Exactly. Are we certain these are his body parts? I mean, when you think about it, it's... Yeah. Alright, whatever. Let's grab the cleaver. And, where's that thread? Should be, like, right around here. They're the only blue ones. Okay, valid point. There's probably not a lot of Draenei pieces in there. Where the hell's the thread? Should be, like... Hey, stars. What's up? Hello, Lilu. Aha! Okay, yeah, okay, I'm stupid. Back we go. Sweet cousin, I am high level and well geared. Because this is what we call a lore run, and the entire point of a lore run is to discuss the lore, not to spend 20 years doing the content. So in games that I can cheat, I cheat. Games that I can't, I arrange it so I'm very high level. Or otherwise prepared to blow through the content. We don't want a repeat of the Tor incident, do we? Well, you might want a repeat of the Tor incident, but I sure as hell don't. That was terrible. Worst lore run I've ever done. I even refuse to call it a lore run. Okay. Is this lab? Yep, okay. Hack, hack, hack. Stitch, stitch, stitch. Hack, hack. Okay. We put them back together. Hey, buddy. Thank the light for granting me another chance. Oh, and thank you, Valvaxis. You're welcome. I'm amazed you're this happy. Without your help, I would have been doomed to a life of undeath amongst the Lich King's gruesome creations. There will be time for proper thanks later, but now there is a battle to be fought. You know, on the one hand, I feel like this is actually completely logical, because he's a Draenei Paladin. If there's one word that defines a Draenei Paladin, it is the word duty. So, he probably is like, yep, I get to go fight again! Fight, fight, fight. You may thank the one Joker for that, Andy Birch. It is literally his fault. All $360 of it is his fault.
Yes.
Olukin should consider himself fortunate. No one is rescued from the Scourge. No one. No amount of thread and heroism will save him a second time. Make certain he remembers it. You've done well in destroying the Fleshworks and slaughtering the Lich King's servants. Now all that remains is their greatest accomplishment, the Morbidus. It will not be an easy fight, but the Shadow Vault has dispatched Margrave Dakar with some reinforcements. Meet up with him at the highest point on the western end of the Fletchworks.
We are done here.
Works. I'm not sure what a Fletchworks is. I'm not sure I want to. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if that particular quest is, if that particular quest is, yeah, they all do Zawan, if you paid attention. In fact, later on, and I'm going to point this out when we get there, there's a few Alliance who, when they're rezzed, are like, well, guess I'll go ahead and serve the Forsaken now. It's not like I got any other choice. So I don't think there's any compulsion involved there, especially since it's been confirmed she has no mind control over her minions. So, anyways, what the hell was I talking about before someone... Oh, yeah. So, he's a big guy. I imagine that Draenei is going to be just fine until the battle's over. And then I imagine he's going to dissolve into a mess of issues because of all of the conflicting feelings and thoughts and emotions and, of course, the souls that were bearing down on him when he was an abomination. He was actually several abominations, so...
Make it quick.
Hello. You dare to think you have thwarted my will, that you have broken my plans. You have accomplished nothing. Your feeble resistance only hastens your doom. And he's... So spend your platitudes and flail until you are spent. In the end, you will be mine. And Morbidus will be the harbinger of your death. Show them what happens to those who defy the will of their king. You'll pay what you have done to the Argent crusade. I like how some of the Death Knights literally jump up on him. That's a nice touch. Yes, in both cases, Takoida. Both types of Death Knights are corporeal beings. Sort of. They're just... yeah. I do like how this is partially your typical, you know, oh, I am invincible, like every villain says, and also partially, legitimately, you know, he's speaking honestly there, because,
Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, they are literally falling into his plans for doing this. The only thing I would have taken out is his whole, Morbidus will be your doom. Remove that and, oh god, walk faster, dude. Remove that and everything he said would have been 100% honest rather than manipulative. So, you might wonder what I'm doing here. The light smiles upon me. I have not yet died in this living nightmare, but the scourge will kill me and tear my body apart for their work here if I cannot escape. I cannot make it on my own, Paladin, but with your help I may yet live to fight the scourge again. Will you help me make my escape before the butchers come to finish me off? Yeah, I guess we could do that. If you'd walk faster! I don't care how broken your leg is. Man up. Go. I will say that it's funny because the Lich King's plans wouldn't have worked if everyone on the Alliance and the Horde weren't so stupid, and if we weren't, that is true, Zoo1 Joker. That's why it's worse than mind control. And the fact that he keeps showing up in front of us, and we're so gullible that we're just like, yep, the Lich King keeps taking a personal interest in us. I'm sure it's not really a big deal. I'm sure there's nothing really to be kept in mind about that. I mean, you'd think at one point in time we would be like, hey, why does the Lich King keep personally going up to us? This is kind of silly at this point. But no. Grats, Shadow? There's this thing called Amazon I need to introduce you to sometime. Amazon.com, or whatever it is in Canada. I'm not actually sure. That is true, Raskor. As we pointed out earlier, just like with the Alliance and the Horde, there really was no good option out of this situation. It's like, well, do we willingly go into his trap, or unknowingly go into his trap? This guy needs to hurry the crap up, Zoan. I'm about ready to just kill him myself. What do you think, guys? Should I kill this guy? I could do it. He's just a priest. I'm a paladin. Oh, alright, let's go. Much faster. Hey, Salty. You know what we need in this game? An even faster flight speed. Who's with me?
Get on with it.
With the Lich King's flesh giant champion defeated, he must know the rest of his forces are vulnerable as well. With you by our side, we will teach the Lich King the meaning of fear once more.
Suffer well.
We will, huh? Okay. And now... You... Really, Shadow? Really, dude? You thought... Amazon also sells used, yes. Yes, it is, Isaac. At least I believe so. Yep. Well, 430 actually in my case. The Paladin. I'm not sure they would do anything against Seranite in embankments, personally, but... Because, I mean, yeah. By the way, this is really off topic, but I saw some screenshots of a guy who went into, in the Legion beta. For those of you not aware, they really pushed back the render radius in Legion. So he was running around and just looking at different zones now that the render radius has been perfected. Oh my god, it looks so much better. Even if for literally nothing else, I am so looking forward to Legion because the render radius will be pushed back. See, that's funny you say that, Isaac, because I've been on private servers, and I know you can crank your move speed a lot higher than that. I've done it.
We will persevere.
The draw radius, darker.
Baladash, Malanore.
Can you not see you play into the Lich King's hands? He wants you to kill each other. Oh, you've done well. We thought Father Camros was lost for certain.
Remember the sun well.
You're welcome, but, yeah. Okay, so we've done that, we've done that. Unfortunately, we still haven't started the quest I really want to. But that's okay, because now we're gonna go help the Argent idiots. Excuse me, the Argent Crusade. I'm sure that Tyrion is definitely not becoming a more dark, brutal individual. So one thing I actually really like, I like it because it's never stated flat out. At no point in time do they bother to shove it into your face that Tyrion is being corrupted by the campaign in Northrend. By the way, spoiler alert, Tyrion's being corrupted by the campaign in Northrend. And I like the fact that it's just this quiet, subtle little thing, and he gets more and more dark and more determined and more, I must save the people and I will just do everything necessary. You know, more and more ends justify the means, all culminating in that final scene in the Citadel itself. Me and my friend Pax had literally the exact same reaction. When we saw Tyrion bend down and pick up the helmet, it was like, oh no. No. Don't do it, Tyrion. Don't do it, Tyrion. Oh god, no. We almost just had a third Lich King in a bad way, you know what I mean? Oh, but it's okay, because Volvar took it up.
The time of the Argent Crusade is now.
My faithful knights have served me well. It seems their recruitment efforts have yielded a hero.
The end of the Scourge draws near.
So, this is actually not in Icecrown, technically. I mean, it is, in terms of gameplay. Yeah, we'll see if Bolvar is better, but I guarantee you Tyrion would have been a terrible choice. We would have immediately seen a resurgence of the Scourge, and with no Arthas to hold him back. Anyway, so this, like I said, this actually isn't Icecrown. This is still part of the Crystal Song Forest and a little bit of the Storm Peaks. I only mentioned that to try and explain something. Like I've said before, Icecrown is naturally or artificially defended from every angle. This right here is actually... This used to be a single chunk of rock here. And they, as you can see, have made it... The Breach is what they call it. So this used to be a natural defense, and this is actually Icecrown in here. In terms of lore, in terms of territory, or whatever you want to think of it as. It's just kind of an interesting strategy for the Argents to take. And yet, even this... Anyways. I don't want to spoil too much. Lord does already do it too much. Hey!
Put your faith in the light, and
Long.
all is possible.
Really? Why don't I ask that paladin up north what faith in the light did for him? Long has been the path to our salvation, young paladin. We have fought across continents, worlds even, to reach this point. Now we face our greatest challenge, the destruction of the Lich King and his scourge. Alas, we fight this battle divided. The Horde and the Alliance are in the throes of war and will lend us no support. We must remain unyielding to our cause. For what choice do we have otherwise? Do you join my cause? Lend us your strength. Okay.
Find the strength within you.
They've got the skills, Takoida, if you think about it. Where both the Alliance and the Horde failed because they're both dumb. The Argent Crusade succeeded. The success, however, was short-lived. Our breach into Icecrown was quickly and with force rebuffed. That's the breach over there. The Lich King's retaliatory strike was immediate and brutal, and now we are on the defensive. We had the element of surprise on our side. We blew a hole in the side of the mountain and charged into Scourge home. Scourge opposition was fierce, and it wasn't long before we were overwhelmed. We fell back into the valley and began raining artillery down on the Scourge that followed. That held them for a while, until the monsters began using Crusaders as living shields. We had to stop shelling for fear of killing our own soldiers. Free our Crusaders trapped in the field, Paladin. Just static object to my knowledge, Lilu. I'm not sure, otherwise. Basically, yes, Isaac. Sorry, my shoulder's been giving me really bad issues lately. Oh, that hurts. The number of injured soldiers rises with each passing day. They're being stricken by some kind of toxin we've never seen before. Whatever it is these Nerubians hold in their venom glands is lethal and incurable. So far, we've only been able to slow it down, prevent the poison from flowing through the victims' bodies, but we must devise a cure. Venture northwest, slay the Forgotten Depths Nerubians, bring me their venom glands. It works, Takoida. We can't keep up this pace, lad. No, they are not, Shadow. Once the breach was blown, the floodgates opened up. The scourge have been pouring in through without any end in sight. We need to get every able-bodied man and woman to be able to keep back the tide of evil at bay. Get out there and do your share, friend. Kill as many of those monsters as you can. What's on your mind, lad? The end, Dalforce. I'm thinking about how close we are to seeing an end to the Scourge. Yes, Isaac. Although they don't have a Nethrezim in charge of them, so they got that going for them. I mean, really. So now we got to rescue all sorts of paladines. Yeah, I don't really feel I've emphasized properly enough. The Crusade actually started off as a pretty good group, back when it was primarily Abendus, Mograine the Elder, and a couple of other guys. Don't, Darker. Let's not even think down that road. You think Jaina is a Nethrezim thing is a bad thing. Imagine how bad it is if, like, every major faction has Nethrezim in them. Interesting reach. Thank you for informing me. And now I must kill you. There's quite a few benefits for being the Lich King, yes. Quite a few. I mean, holy crap. Ignoring the fact that if he stretches himself, he has the ability to control any undead on the entire planet. If he really stretches himself, he has the ability to control every undead on the entire planet simultaneously. Personally, by the way. Now, he doesn't do that normally because that takes effort and concentration, and let's be honest with ourselves, it's not really something that it's something he believes is beneath himself. You know, it's that pride thing getting in there. But yeah, he can actually do that. As we've already established, though, the Helm of Domination that wonderful iconic helm he's got on. Basically acts as a bit of an antenna for his natural undead control. I love how these paladins keep blessing me. I'm a paladin. Anyways. No, I do reach, but Deutsch already told me, so it's all good. Well, like I said, Lilu, I'm not actually sure it increases the actor radius. I just haven't seen any information on it, positive or negative, so I don't know. The Lich King is actually not dead, or undead. Technically. He's actually an in-between state called undying. So, he's still got a living body. The helmet was forged by the Nethrezim, the master crafters of horrible, terrible things. It's all good, Myron. I hope you're enjoying it. Oh, right. Old Blessing of Might increases attack power, as opposed to increases mastery, which is what the new one does. I took me a moment to realize what you meant by BOM. Okay. How many of them could there possibly be? We've killed enough to fill 10 graveyards, and still they come. The situation looks grim, my friend. Yeah, you guys are totally freaking screwed if I don't show up and help you and dig your fire out of the ass. Or ass out of the fire. Wow. Yes, Aerok, you do. There are still many Argent Crusade soldiers on that field and in Scourgeholm, Valvaxis. While your help is appreciated, there's much left to be done. But yes, both forms of Death Knight had to die to become Death Knights. Have you recovered the venom glands? Oh, thank you, Valvaxis. Arthas was actually not really a Death Knight. That's kind of the unique trick. He didn't actually die. His soul was removed, hence the undying thing I mentioned earlier. So, no, basically. Who do I perceive for being the next few WoW villains? You've already named them all, so I don't have anything to add to the list, really. So it's interesting you mentioned that, Isaac, because there is an essence, which I usually refer to as the essence of the Lich King. I don't have a proper name for it. It's basically the demonic essence that is within the armor that was forged for the original Lich King's prison, basically. Now, what exactly that essence is, we don't know. It is definitely infused with demonic mindset. You know, kill everything, destroy everything, that kind of a thing. No, Toby. And I never will. Not in a while, anyways. Losing my train of thought. Oh, god damn it. Someone asked me a question. Right. Okay, so so the essence of the Lich King, we know for a fact that there's at least some demonic, kill everything, screw everything, evil, just literally corruptive evil influence within there. It's possible some of either Gul'dan or Ner'zhul is still within that. It is also possible some of Death Knight Arthas is in that. I really doubt that, though. So the essence of the Lich King, though, is what's basically in the helmet. It's what affected Death Knight Arthas, it's what influenced Ner'zhul, and it is what is currently causing issues for Bolvar and has been for many years. There's not much else we know about the forging of the Lich King, his essence. It's not a full armor suit, it's basically just the helmet and the sword were both crafted by the Nethrezim. The Nethrezim, as I've mentioned before, are probably the, I'd say, second or third best artisans in the entire setting, across all the other thing. The only ones who come close to contesting them are the Ethereals and the Titans. So that's the level of skill and craftsmanship these guys have that we're talking about here. And they're very, very well versed in things that are... there's not a term for it that I'm aware of. Basically, they're good at rules lawyering. To explain what I mean a little bit, you know, the Titans can craft a massive, powerful thing. And, you know, the Ethereals can craft these amazing and powerful things. The Netherzeem can't craft super powerful things. They can craft things that by their nature are very... can be made to be very powerful. They craft things that are strong because of the way the rules work, rather than simply having raw strength. Does that make sense? It's part of why the Scourge are such a threat in general. It's not the undead armies that are the threat of the Scourge. You know what I mean? It's the way in which they function, and the abilities that that helm and that sword grant to its wielders. The armor is not indestructible, no. It is possible to go ahead and destroy the Helm of Domination, just like it was possible, and indeed succeeded, to destroy Frostmourne. However, the consequences of destroying the Helm of Domination are severe. First and most obviously, every single undead that is currently in the world will have issues. I say have issues because there's actually quite a few different things that would happen. For example, some undead who still don't have their souls attached would go ahead and, you know, just continue to be undead, horrible creatures who would probably go slowly insane with rage and violence. Some of the undead who don't even have any capacity for mentality, or you know the mindless undead, quote unquote, would just go ravage anything around them. The undead who still have their souls attached may or may not go insane from the trauma of being an undead abomination, and may or may not be able to function as a person after that point. Some undead, after the incidents at the end of Wrath of the Lich King, who have been granted their freedom back, still are evil bastards, but they're not evil bastards because they're Scourge. It's just because they chose to be. Basically, everything would happen across all of the undead, across all of Azeroth, because it would all be unleashed simultaneously, and yeah. Conceptual magic. I think that's a good way to put that. To quote, I forgot your earlier commentary about that. Probably because the Legion doesn't want to deal with them, especially since the Legion has already been hampered by the Scourge more than once. The Legion can just show up with an army and deal with us, and doesn't want to have to bother with all the undead crap in the process. So it's more in their best interest not to bother, especially since, well, let's put this as nicely and bluntly as we can. The Legion's tried being manipulative, like 3 times now, and each time it's failed. The Legion's kind of sick of trying to be clever or smart. That's why in Legion, they're not being clever or smart. They're not saying, oh, we're going to manipulate these orcs to kill you. They're not saying, oh, we're going to craft this Scourge to defeat. No, we're showing up with our army and we're killing your face. Your face is going to be killed, sir. That's what the Legion's doing in Legion. So I doubt they would even consider it. It's like, oh, we could go do this manipulative thing. Oh, we could roll over them with an endless army of death. I think you can tell which strategy the Legion's using now. Across the Valley of Echoes west of here, and through the breach, is the first Scourge encampment in Icecrown, known as Scourgeholm. We fought a good fight at Scourgeholm and killed many Scourge there, but in the end we're forced to retreat. Many soldiers were left behind. If there are survivors, we must effect a rescue. Let's do it! Let's rescue these poor saps with bronze proto-drakes, because for some reason they're just so common in Icecrown. Basically, yes, Isaac. My kin will help. Together we will battle this Lich King and his undead minions. We will do all we can. The Proto-Brood have volunteered to fly you across the breach and into Scourgeholm. Rescue any captured Argent Crusaders you find. Return immediately. Go! Let's do it. Because the Legion tried that approach in the first place, 10,000 years ago, at the Well of Eternity. They were like, ah! And they lost. So they're like, okay, next time we'll be a little more cautious. We'll be more careful this time. Let's do this orc thing. That didn't work out. Let's try this Scourge thing. Oh, that didn't work out. Okay, screw it! Army again! Blah! You can kind of see why they are getting a little frustrated. I'm coming to rescue the lot of you. There will be faces murdered, Darch. That's a good question, Isaac. Based on what we know now, either there is a Guardian, and we don't want to even name him for fear of bringing his wrath upon us. Oh, no, I'm going the wrong spot. I need to go over here. Or there isn't a Guardian, and that's probably the better of the circumstances. It is kind of worth noting that the Guardian of Tirsiphil is kind of an outdated concept at this point anyways. That power might be better served in the hands of its original conceptualizers, instead of one empowered dude or dudette. I don't think there's enough arcane energy that exists to generate that kind of power. So... yeah, that's the other thing. The last few Guardians didn't actually work out all that well, so... I'm right here. Dude, I'm right... there we go. No, don't say that, Permeus, because then he'll be corrupted by evil. Like every other Guardian has been. Not really, Isaac. Wow, Shadow. Egwin managed to defeat the Avatar of Sargeras, but, that, I mean, that was kind of the plan. The Avatar allowed her to best him. And it was the Avatar, not actually him. So... if we convert the entire Twisting Nether into a monobomb... that might not be a bad plan. That's it, guys. We figured out how to accomplish the Burning Legion's goals. Destroy absolutely everything by converting the dimensional resource that contacts all dimensions simultaneously into a massive bomb that's basically infinite in size. All we have to do is figure out how to make that actually happen.
We shall triumph.
Egwin... well, Egwin had several adventures in the comics. That's Medivh's mother, for those of you not aware. Yeah, comic. As I say, I'm pretty sure she did die, and I was right. She did die. She was killed by Cho'Gall. I was right. I didn't misremember. Arthas, he strikes relentlessly without care or caution. We have caught him off guard. We will bolster our defenses and weather the storm. How good are you with a cannon? The chill of death stirs in the west, threatening to freeze our hearts and souls to this wasteland and bind us to its dark master. We will stand and fight. The preparations have begun. Report to Siege Master Fezzik.
Do not lose faith.
The Lich King reacts swiftly to the breach, faster than I anticipated. You are dealing with a being that holds within it the consciousness of the most cunning, intelligent, and ruthless individual ever to live. The Lich King is unlike any foe you have ever faced, High Lord. Though you bested him upon the holy ground of Light's Hope Chapel, you now tread upon his domain. You cannot win. Not like this. What would you have me do, Darian? I would have you become the new Lich King. Oh, wait. Nothing. There is nothing you can do while the light binds you. It controls you wholly, shackling you to the ground with its virtues. Choose your words wisely, Death Knight. You stand amidst the company of the devoted. Look upon the field, High Lord. The Lich King has halted your advance completely and won the upper hand. The breach you created was sealed with Nerubian webbing almost as quickly as it was opened. Your soldiers are being used as living shields to stave off artillery fire in the Valley of Echoes, allowing the forces of the Lich King to assault your base without impediment. The Lich King knows your boundaries, High Lord. He knows you will not fire on your own men. Do you not understand? He has no boundaries. No rules to abide. We will do this with honor, Tyrion. We will not sink to the levels of the Scourge to be victorious. To do so would make us no better than the monster we fight to destroy. Then you have lost, High Lord. And Tyrion is actually wrong. The last thing we need is a new Lich King, which is what fighting fire with fire would do in this circumstance. Completely ignoring the whole Lich King's toying with them thing. Any significance to the usage of the name? The only significance is most people don't understand that there's a difference between Arthas, Death Knight Arthas, and the Lich King. They don't understand this difference. And why should they? We understand that because we have the third-person perspective. We're the people outside of the events, so we can see everything that's going on, and from all the angles. They don't know any of that, so they all assume Arthas is the Lich King, that all of those are one individual, and it was always just him. So they tend to say Arthas because most of the people who say Arthas say it because they had a personal investment in the matter, and they believe they have been betrayed by Arthas when they haven't been.
What's up?
I must be quick, or we'll face being overtaken by the Scourge. There's no time for instructions. You're just gonna have to jump in and hope for the best. Alright, I've triggered the base's defenses. Hop on each of the towers. And do it!
Have a good one.
Do it! Oh god, here we go. We're under attack. Man the towers. Death to the Scourge. And to the living! Fire on our own men. It's the only way.
The time of the Argent Crusade is now.
Shut up, Tyrion. Bogu. What's ironic is there was an Arthas left to be saved. But, well, let's just say I have an alternate interpretation of those events, Raskor, based on the way things were going. It is purely an interpretation, I will freely admit that. But, yeah. Die, Scourge. Die. Yes, I'm literally shooting light at them. That's... Well, I mean, I have a cannon, too, but I have a light bomb. Not that thing right there. Bogu. No, what I think is that I don't think Tyrion ever wanted to redeem Arthas. That's pretty much what I think. I don't think the gamble in the quest title was him trying to, gambling that he could save Arthas. I think the gamble was him risking himself in order to weaken Arthas. Or rather, weaken the Lich King, I should say. Biggest limitation of the engine? I don't know, actually. I don't know.
Hey, how you doing?
You handled the canyon like a goblin gunner, friend. You've saved the Vanguard, all while backing the High Lord himself. Amazing.
Be good.
Layer.
Only by working together can we succeed.
I suppose the render radius. The actual actor render radius. The Vanguard is secure, ally. We have reclaimed the Valley of Echoes and taken down the web walls blocking entry to the breach. Now is the time to strike at Scourgeholm and establish our presence inside Icecrown. The battlefront moves on. I have asked the Ebon Watcher for his assistance with our assault on Scourgehelm. His intimate knowledge of the Scourge will be invaluable for our efforts. Yeah, I know it's Darien.
Courage is our greatest weapon.
I know it's Darien. I know he's a Death Knight. If Uther and Tyrion switch places... That's... that would change so many things, I don't even know where to begin. Like, that would literally change so many things, I don't even know where to start. Uther was so much better of a person than Tyrion was in, like, every way. And Uther was a lot closer to Arthas, and just, yeah, no, that would change everything. I couldn't even begin to start. That would be basically writing a whole new story at that point. The current Lich King is the combination of Death Knight Arthas' mentality and mindset, the powers and memories of Ner'zhul, and the essence of the Lich King combined into one being. There is also the real Arthas somewhere within there. His soul, basically. So, you know.
For us, there is no peace, no rest.
My knowledge of Scourge tactics is without equal. Before the battle for Light's Hope Chapel, my knights and I served under the Lich... Yeah, I know who you are, thank you.
We must forge our own destiny.
What I do for the Argent Crusade now should only be viewed as a fulfillment of an obligation. A payment, if you will. The High Lord freed me from the grasp of the Lich King. No, he didn't. And laid before us all the path to salvation. With that said, it must be understood our methods differ greatly. I and the Knights of the Ebon Blade will help the Crusade lay the foundations upon which within Icecrown, and then we will part ways, payment made in full. Yeah, basically, Shadow. That's actually a pretty good parallel. The Scourge have sent their armies at the Argent Crusade and have been repelled. What they do now is called a slash and burn. All prisoners they hold at Scourgehelm will be executed to be raised as minions of the Lich King. Undoubtedly, the Argent Crusade will request you give a few soldiers a proper farewell. I'll ask no such thing of you. To succeed, we must kill indiscriminately.
We will see it through to the bitter end.
The Scourge Stone is an item given to a Scourge upon birth or creation. It provides certain benefits to the holder, but more importantly, it allows leaders visibility and location of the movements of their units. With enough Scourge Stones, I might be able to track the movements of other Scourge across Icecrown. Scourge Stones! Who remembers doing that in the Eastern Plaguelands?
Southeast of here, in the eastern reaches of the Crystalstone Forest, is an area known as the Unbound Thicket. Within that thicket creeps all manner of life. One of the things these affected creatures of the thicket share in common is their affinity for magical energy. Each of them holds pure, crystallized energy, enough to kill us all if it should ever destabilize. Travel to the Unbound Thicket and kill its citizens for the energy. We need the fuel and they need to die. We call that a win-win.
You may look at Scourgehelm now and see a rancid pit of decay, but one day it will be our place of glory and honor. High Lord Fordring has deemed it Justice Keep. Alas, even an impregnable fortress like Icecrown Citadel began with just a single stone. So begins our search for a stone to start a revolution. Travel to Crystal Song, gather the elven masonry, and we will find our perfect stone. Oh, hey, what's this? Not all of our soldiers made it out of Scourgehelm. Many were slain and turned into twisted reflections of their former selves, such as the way of the Scourge. For those damned souls there is no eternal peace. We must provide their souls rest. Travel into the breach, slay them all, and then sprinkle this holy water on their bones. Anyways, yes, so on. The odds are exceptionally high we will be doing all 4 dungeons and both raids today. So one of the reasons I mentioned the whole Uther made a really big mistake in Warcraft 3, in my opinion. Thank you, Myron. I appreciate that. Like 16 or something, Isaac, total? Something like that. Anyways, and that mistake was that Uther abandoned Arthas at Stratholme. I know it was kind of a catch-22, but allow me to explain a little bit. How many of you seen Revenge of the Sith, Episode 3 of Star Wars? God, this place is so pretty. I'm sorry, this is just the most gorgeous area in the universe right here. Anyways, This is the kind of place I'd take Jaina for walks, you know, just, hey, check it out. And she'd be like, ooh. She likes the color purple, too. Anyway, the reason I bring it up is, I know, everyone hates the movie, yeah, blah, blah, blah. That's not what I'm talking about right now. What I am talking about right now is, in the movie, and especially in the book, it's made pretty fundamentally clear that, despite all the years of work Palpatine had done in working his way into Anakin's friendship and his confidence, it is really likely that Anakin would not have made that final step into the dark side if not for the fact that the one and only person who was truly on his side, who disagreed with all the politics and all the manipulation and all the bullcrap, was gone. In other words, Obi-Wan was not there. And everything was engineered specifically so that Obi-Wan would not be there, so that there would be no bedrock. Anakin would have nobody to actually be able to fall back on to either stop him or redeem him right there at the beginning. And that was, again, deliberately engineered by Palpatine, because Palpatine's not an idiot. So, I postulate that the same situation exists here for Uther. If Uther had actually stayed with Arthas, I think he might have actually been able to help him and keep him there and take care of him and help prevent the horrible degradations that ended up happening. Help him from doing all of the crap he ended up doing in Northrend. But of course, as is pointed out, Uther, the only way he could have stayed with him is if he assisted in the purging of Stratholme. And there's no way in hell, there is no way in hell that that he would have actually been willing to do that. And that's really the problem. Yes, Isaac, I do think that legitimately, and I think that would have fundamentally changed the way everything went, which is my point. We know for a fact Anakin didn't really trust the Council at that point in time, with good reason, especially since the Council was treating him like they were being very, very stupid in their behavior with him. If they had taken him into their confidence and trusted him, and he would have reciprocated that trust, because that's how Anakin works. But the Council insisted on maneuvering around him, as if they were playing a game of politics amongst the Jedi, which Anakin resented. Obi-Wan was like, okay, this is stupid, but here it is. Yeah, anyways, I don't want to talk too much about Star Wars. Point being, I think Uther is one of the very, very few people, one of two actually, who could have been actually able to save Arthas from doing those horrible things. Now, the wonderful catch here is I don't think there's any circumstance in which that could have actually happened. Because we've seen... Okay, so there's a couple of Elseworld stories for Warcraft. You know, what ifs, in other words. One of those Elseworlds is what if Jaina had actually gone to Northrend with Arthas. And things went a lot more smoothly for Arthas in general because he had her there to guide him and to steady him, to prevent him from doing some of the more horrible things, while still keeping him on the goal of, we need to go and stop Mal'Ganis for the sake of Lorerun. However, they did still actually find Frostmourne, and as soon as they realized the reality of what Frostmourne was, you know, they were like, no, this is this terrible, horrible thing, you can't use this. And long story short, Jaina ended up taking the sword instead. And that's where we get that whole Lich Queen idea from, in case you've ever heard that concept before. So, either way, even if Uther couldn't have kept him, Jaina definitely could have. And, again, probably never would have. This situation was just engineered too beautifully to trap Arthas. It was literally designed as a trap for someone who is very caring and very much wants to take care of his people and is willing to pay basically any price in order to save his people. And then a solution to that is engineered. And, yeah, that solution was horrible and has resulted in a lot of death and a lot of things worse than death. Now, I'll go ahead and go on record here saying, by the way, Jaina was only crazy for a very short period of time. Because she took some of the backlash from the monobomb. That's what actually drove her crazy. Everything after that was just her naturally reacting to the incident. Which we'll talk about more when we get to Pandaria, when those events actually happen. We'll actually be showcasing one of the biggest reasons why she goes crazy, aka why she has a logical and natural amount of character development in Pandaria. God, my shoulder. That's a good question, Dakota. I don't know, about halfway, I'd say, Ricky, something like that. Heartwood by nature is resistant to disease, rot, and plague. This heartwood, however, goes so far as to repel such things. The masonry, affected by the fallout of the unbound thicket, will work much in the same way. Soon we will break ground on a new Argent tournament. Ding! Oh my god, there's 84. There's 84. I guess we'll do it this direction. I'm trying to find a good shot of, like, Icecrown, and there really isn't any good shots here. Hang on. Yeah, we'll go with this one. Yes, Ricky, that is the goal. For the 50th time today. This is perfect. The bomber should be up and running in no time. Excellent, excellent. Let's go see what we can do about those Scourge and Scourge Holmes, shall we? We are through the breach. Because apparently they can't afford flying mounts for all of their troops. So here's a question for you guys. Which was the better raid? Okay, let me rephrase that. Which was the more... I remember Permeus. We're not 85 yet. Which was the better mechanically speaking? No, that's... Which raid did you enjoy more? Ulduar or Citadel? For those of you who actually raided this back in the day. Oh, right, I'm supposed to be freeing souls. Damn it. So hard to forget that I'm here to help people. There, be free. Be free. Be free. Be free. Do. My answer is Citadel, by the way. Even though Ulduar did a lot of things better, in my opinion. I still enjoyed Citadel more. Citadel was, in my opinion, the best raid in this entire game. And, yeah. Well, that's kind of the point, Mind Blast. Most people, you know, when they think of the best raids ever made, Citadel and Ulduar are two of the ones that rise to the top of the heap. Even if you don't actually agree that they are the best raids in the game, they're usually in, like, the top 10 or so. I also admit I am probably biased towards Citadel because I really enjoy the Scourge story arc and storyline and, you know, all that fun stuff, so I'm naturally inclined towards enjoying Citadel more than I am other raids. Oh god, Nicholas. Let's not even think about that. Let's not even think about that. Citadel did have quite a build-up, yeah. An entire zone in addition to like, an entire separate raid whose only purpose was to set it up. And then the 3-man dungeon leading up to it was amazing. But we'll talk about that later. It doesn't happen, Little Billy. There is no X. This is gonna sound really weird, but I don't remember any attempts at humor in the Plague Wing. To my knowledge, no, Isaac. but, I mean, I don't know.
Harness your hate. Make
You
it
have-
useful.
You have done well, Valvaxis. Keeping their numbers down will give the Argent Crusade the time they need to go set a new foundation.
We are eternal.
The Scourge Stones
Unyielding.
will help us find our enemy. Now let me see if there's something that I can do with these stones to give us a bit of
A
insight.
shadow of hope remains.
You must defeat the Lords of Scourgeholm if this place is to be free of the Scourge's grasp. Salranax the Fleshrender lords over the temple on the first tier of Scourgeholm. Nearby Salranax you'll find High Priest Yathamon, preaching at the Spirit Tower. Under King Talanox holds court in the Pit of Fiends. These are formidable opponents. Use this warhorn should you require
We are
aid.
eternal. We are unyielding.
No, Titans. Unless he was able to kill Deathwing, no. But Deathwing wasn't really... biological, I think is the best way to call what Deathwing was towards the end there. I'll say Undeathwing. Haha. Now, I will admit, there is one thing I fundamentally, adamantly like more about Ulduar than I did about Citadel. And that's the way they did their heroic modes. So we'll talk about this a little bit more in a bit, but they had this new system when it came to heroic modes, where it's literally just a toggle. In fact, it's right here, look. Raid difficulty, heroic, bam. You can just switch that toggle and shazam. We're on heroic difficulty. I preferred the do the fight in a different way method of heroic toggling. It was more engaging, it was more dynamic. In pretty much every case, it flowed naturally from the fight, and it was more informed as to how the fight got, harder, rather than just you flip a switch and the fight is harder. I mean, granted, other fights, especially in Citadel, did have literally different mechanics and worse mechanics because of the heroic mode, but still. Probably Deathwing would transform the climate of Northrend. Most likely in that case. No Shadow. All the elementals versus the Scourge? Considering the elementals couldn't be raised as undead, but they can be bound. Based on that bound fact alone, I would say the Scourge would be able to win that one. It would probably be a bit of a war of attrition, and they would have to actually try. The Scourge would actually have to try and basically push back into the elemental planes, and assuming they have the ability to reach the elemental planes, and then once the Scourge were in the elemental planes, then they would pretty much win at that point. But yeah. Well, the dragons, don't forget, were designed. Something that I think helps to inform why they are the way they are.
All is not lost.
A hard-fought victory. The lieutenants will be replaced, but at least for today, the air around Scourgeholm stands still.
A shadow of hope remains.
Silas and Spitzpatrick have signed off on the materials and fuel needed to begin construction of Justice Keep. Thanks to you and the Ebon Blade, the Scourge presence within Scourgeholm has been decimated and their lieutenants defeated. I have chosen the site at which we will break ground, but first you must deliver my report to High Lord Tyrion Fordring. It is very possible the Burning Legion could defeat the Scourge if they were to go full tilt. Depends on if we can make undead demons, or if the demons could take control of the Scourge. It is also possible the Ethereals could be able to defeat the Scourge if they went full tilt. However... What? Preempt... Okay, so one. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the donation. Yeah, the Scourge... Okay, so this is something that some people have trouble understanding. Some people are like, why is it so important there be someone in charge of the Scourge? Anyone remember what happened to Ire in StarCraft? Ire, when it was being controlled by the Overmind, it certainly lost, but that was about it. Once the Overmind went away, that control went away, and the Zerg swarm suddenly started just wildly killing everything in sight without question or tactics or anything. And that's when Ire actually fell. Ire was more devastated by the wild roaming swarm than they were by the organized coordinated swarm. That's pretty much the situation and the threat that we have with the Scourge, if they were to be let free. So even though, yes, they'd be wild, roaming, feral animals, they would kill unquestionably, unchecked, without hesitating or slowing down or pausing for rest or anything. So... well, that is kind of the point, Tom and Korea. The whole point... I guess you haven't heard this story. Once upon a time, I had to go manually check to see if donations came in. Nowadays, the donation comes in, and that's my notification. That's how I know a notification is coming in. It's more to startle me than you, but I have no way of me hearing it without you hearing it, so...
we shall triumph!
Like, unless there's a way to send a text to me every time a donation comes in, but I don't know of any way to do that. Your assistance has been integral in securing the warfront. The first true victory of this war is close at hand, which is why our next step is most crucial. Rest assured, the Scourge will not give up without a fight. Your most difficult challenge awaits. This banner is like no other. It carries a powerful blessing, able to sanctify large tracts of blighted land. You must take it northwest, through the breach, to an area the Scourge have mockingly called Crusader's Pinnacle. Plant the banner atop the skulls of our fallen Crusaders, and defend it against the attack. Once the land is sanctified, return to Gustav. Go now, Valvaxis.
Each of us.
For the light! From Shadow, who's just trying to be weird. Yes, I did, Little Billy. But I have not had the time to properly extract it or otherwise do all of the work that would be required to make that happen, so I have not bothered. But basically, yes, Isaac. And while it's possible we could defeat such a roaming, aimless Scourge, we don't actually know if we could, and that's really kind of the catch. Given the choice between a Scourge that is jailed and the roaming bands of unholy death, we'll take the Scourge that are jailed. So this quest used to be so bugged back in the day. And we win. Wow. We did it! Yay! Wow. Yeah, so we just fought wave after wave of Scourge there. we did, I swear. Blessed light, we have taken the pinnacle. Finally, construction on Justice Keep can begin. High Lord Fordring and the Knights are already en route to our new base. You must meet them there. Do I think they have? No. Do I think they could? Yes. Stand proud in knowing it was you who helped establish the Argent Crusade inside the walls of Icecrown. The Crusader's Pinnacle now stands in direct defiance of the Lich King and his twisted minions. High Lord Fordring and the Crusaders who survived your assault await your arrival at the Crusader's Pinnacle. Okay, I can go do that. I like how this area is still on fire, by the way.
Only by working together can we succeed.
A long and arduous journey awaits us as we make our way to the gates of Icecrown Citadel. I and the other soldiers of the Argent Crusade wish to thank you for all you've done. We rest easier knowing you'll fight alongside us in this cursed place.
Do not lose faith. Courage is our greatest weapon.
Damn it, no more ponies. Freaking ponies.
Strength and
So,
honor.
who here would like to see how stupid the Alliance and the Horde are? The Argent Crusade pulled my ravaged body from the broken front. What a glorious battle, Blood-Elf. My axe sang as it cut down Alliance, filth, and Scourge alike. My time is over. It's going until the end of the Lorerun, Shadow. So you've got like a month. My time is over. It will be a good death. Carry a message for me, soldier. Our base flies high out of reach of the Scourge, between Mordrathar and Aljuthar. Fly high and avoid the Alliance juggernaut. Tell Corm, tell him I died fighting because I was a moron. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes that this is not actually just the Horde and the Alliance being stupid. This is beyond ludicrous levels of stupid. I really do think this is old god influence at this point. The severe levels to which they're willing to go to fight each other rather than their actual enemy, while in their actual enemy's home front. In the actual... I mean, we're in Icecrown, and we're killing each other. That really, really, really sounds like old god influence here on both sides, Zoan. There's Alliance pigs and there's Horde dogs, or is it the reverse of that? I don't remember. Almost there. God. And you wondered why I wanted to get the fastest mount speed on these characters. Jeez Louise. I need to, like, triple this mount speed. Almost there. For the idiocy.
Sug.
Damn the Scourge, and damn the Alliance. Hawk was one of our best. We will have our revenge for Hellscream and the Horde.
With honor.
What battle? Those troops were on a recon mission. What's this talk of Alliance? You're sure he said Alliance? Listen to me, Valvaxis. I need to know what's going on there now. Get down there and yourself and find some answers. Scour the battlefield. Look for survivors, clues, anything.
For the Horde.
Does it matter, Zoan?
Make it quick.
We recently came across schematics that indicate a weakness in Icecrown Citadel, an opening in its defenses, both figuratively and literally. The captured diagrams show an orifice leading several hundred feet into the ground. We're unsure of its purpose, but our scouting has revealed it to be of high importance to the Scourge.
Suffer well.
Other than the fact that Azeroth is the only world to successfully repel the Legion, there's nothing else that we know about. I mean, I guess other than the Nexus world possibilities. And it's entirely possible that Titan possibility thing that we've theorized about might be the other reason they're so interested in it.
Loktar.
We need more men to join the main assault in Ymmerhelm. Any warrior with half a brain can tell you the Vrykul are fierce fighters and should not be taken lightly. That goes twofold for the Ymmayar. Whatever. They have shown us no restraint in proving why the Lich King deemed them worthy. Ground Commander Zuja is overseeing the assault. The city itself is near the center.
Go forth to victory.
I don't see a real question there, Wraith, but that is basically what I'm thinking, yeah.
Talk to me!
You need to get down to Ymmerhelm, that big frost Vrykul town in the middle of Icecrown. Our boy, Blast Thunderbomb, is down there on the west side of the town, representing the War Song Offensive in a competition against the Alliance. It's his jump bot versus theirs, in a King of the Mountain contest. Okay, this is awesome. This is how the Alliance and the Horde should settle everything. There's actually a contest where, like, a goblin and a gnome are down there, and they both have their own inventions. And the point is, they're trying to, like, they basically have a race set up, and whoever wins is the winner, you know, and that's how they settle their differences between the Alliance and the Horde, as opposed to just massacring each other, like every other idiot around here likes to do. God. Let's do the Horde Alliance stuff first. Everyone said they wanted to hear about how stupid both factions are. But yeah, if there is a nascent Titan inside of Azeroth, that would probably be one of the, like, 3
main motivations why the Legion has put so much interest in Azeroth. By the way, you see what's happening with Dalaran there, how it's popping in? That's what I meant by render radius earlier. The draw distance of terrain like that will be increased in Legion. Yes, Azeroth needs football desperately. Alright, you frickin' moron.
Valhal.
Hold on, friend. Tell me what happened here. This is so stupid. Gathering information on the Scourge. Alliance forces appeared. We took cover. Waited till they attacked the gate. Then we hit them from the rear. Between us and the Scourge. It was glorious.
May your blades never dull.
I hear them, sister. The moans of the wounded Alliance. They taunt me. Finish what we have begun here, Paladin. Show them no mercy. Let none of the Alliance survive. Well, apparently I am just that stupid of a person that I'm going to randomly kill, you know, all the other, yeah, okay, well,
It's safe.
Let's go ahead and kill Alliance. For the Horde, I guess. By the way, we're not killing Alliance. We're killing helpless Alliance. I mean, seriously, that's what we're about to be doing here. It's a little ridiculous. If I can remember how to. Hey, I'm here to kill you. Oh, do I have to PvP to do this? I have to... Alright. PvP. Death to the Alliance. Victory for the Lich King. Because that's what I'm doing, is I'm giving victory to the Lich King. Glorious battle of killing helpless, innocent... Well, okay, I shouldn't call them innocent, but helpless soldiers. Yay. The Alliance does this too, by the way, before you know. Alright, turn off the PvP flag. No mercy. I can't even say it. Interesting, psychotic. Yeah, let's make it clear. This is not a, oh, let's put them out of their misery. This is not a, oh, let's make sure they don't get raised up as the Scourge. This is a, I want them to die before I do. Avenge me. It's literally the frickin', what? Quest there? Oh, right, that's what that is. So frickin' stupid. Yeah, this is Garrosh's tactics in a nutshell, by the way. Freaking hate Garrosh so much.
What do you need?
They saw the Alliance assaulting the gate and they attacked them from behind? After a brief pause, he bursts into laughter. That is what it means to be Horde! Were it not for them, the Alliance maggots would most likely be holding that gate. Their boldness has brought us precious time.
Dabu.
The time for tolerance of the Alliance has passed. They have earned our hatred. They shall live in fear of the Horde until they no longer pollute our world.
Go forth to
Stop
victory.
including me in this. I'm not a part of your Horde, buddy. These quests piss me off so much. Goblins, hyper little busybodies. Listen, Valvaxis. Copperclaw, our resident engineer, insists he has something useful to show to me. I'm in no mood to endure his squeaky nagging. The last time I acknowledged him, he chirped on for an hour straight. It was all I could do not to keep from kicking him into Sindragoss's fall.
Go with honor.
While we should never miss an opportunity to strike against the Alliance, we shouldn't forget about the Scourge. We won't have the numbers to make a proper assault in the glacier for weeks. Gee, I wonder why that is. But that won't keep us from learning all we can about their defenses. Make our resident Death Knight advise you on this matter.
Strength.
Get on with it.
while your commander has his focus diluted by his loathing of your alliance rivals, you can depend on me to direct my attention squarely on the real enemy here, the Lich King and his minions. In order to hold any hope of conquering him at the Citadel, you people must take and hold each gate. For now, let us focus on the first. Return to the front, prod their defenses. I'll await your report, Paladin.
We are done here.
Oh yeah, every time the two gunships get close to each other, they shoot at each other. What you're seeing here, by the way, is the further escalation we've already emphasized. I talked about this all the way back in the Borean Tundra, but it's worth talking about here because this is really where it comes to a head. Prior to Kata, of course. So, Garrosh is an idiot. We already have established that. He's also a brutal idiot who likes to do violent things against the Alliance and people in general because, as we already established, brutal idiot. So, he was successful because people were covering for him, notably Saurfang and ourselves. Those successes led him to become more brutal, which led to more successes, which led to him becoming more brutal. So, in Dragonblight, we saw that there was basically an asshole in charge of the Orc town there. By the time we got to the Grizzly Hills, we saw that there was an absolute tyrant, who, I just want to refresh your memory, was a woman who was willing to break the legs of a civilian because that civilian successfully fulfilled a work order for her. Now, we deposed her, but by the time we get to here, the only people who are in charge at this point are those handpicked by Garrosh, the one who is theoretically in charge here. He's the one who is actually, he's on the seat. You know, the org chart all points up to him, even though he's not actually running most of the campaign up here. So the only people in charge of anything are the ones loyal to Garrosh, not to the Horde, not even to the orcs, to Garrosh. What we are seeing is the beginnings of Garrosh's disgusting Horde, which is what I'm going to be thinking about now for the next two expansions, because we're going to be dealing with Garrosh's disgusting Horde pretty much until the end of Pandaria. And, yeah. I hope the one Joker is at least satisfied by the fact that we practically half-genocide the entire Orcish race in reaction to his machinations. I don't understand that question, Takoida. Why wouldn't we have airships?
Time is money, friend!
What?
You must know, as the chief engineer of this vessel, I have access to all intelligence reports. Yes, it's true. I've recently taken a particular interest in the frostworms you see to the south, and I do believe I've developed a plan that just might work against them. Now, it'll take a little legwork on your part, but essentially you build a dummy out of armor and coat it with a splash of this solution, and then you run for cover.
Keep it real!
Yes, these are actual battleships, Takoida. We've established this already. Both the Alliance and the Horde do finally have their prototype battleships, and they're fighting each other with them, because of course they are. I have no idea, Isaac. Leave my Forsaken alone, Zoan Joker. Although, in the interest of total fairness, the Forsaken could use a bit of a purging, just like the Orcs got. Not every Forsaken, but then again, we didn't kill every Orc either. There were quite a few Orcs who were decent people who, you know, fought with us against the disgusting Horde. So, you know. But I already have Ni no Kuni Fanboy. It was a good game. Looking forward to the sequel. Anyways, so I mean, we already took out most of the disgusting Horde, and took out all of the, well, a large amount of the disgusting orcs that were in support of Garrosh. So if we could just get rid of the disgusting Forsaken, I think we might actually have a bit of a winning strategy going on here. I don't understand your question, C-Style. Are you asking about the Alliance side of this? Because we've already basically know the Alliance side of this. I mean, the Alliance were here to take this point and hold it for the Alliance, and use it as a staging area against the Horde. And the Horde decided to do a preemptive strike against them while they were trying to take it from the Scourge, because these people are stupid. I don't actually know what else to add to that. I could point out the fact that I'll pretty much... Oh! Okay, gotcha. That's I was so confused because I just talked about that like 5 minutes ago when we were here the first time. And I'm like... Well, maybe it was like 10 minutes ago. And I'm like, what? Did I miss something? I mean... No, Moira has to stay Zuan Joker. In fact, I think we should all support Moira for leader. Muradin isn't really a good leader when you think about it. So, So let's see what happens here. Oh, there we go. That's what I was expecting to happen. I needed an armor. See, the real problem is if we take out all the disgusting races, we're going to have a lot less races in the world. As much as I say it was probably technically a good thing to wipe out the disgusting Horde, at the same time, that was a really, really big blow to the world as a whole. I mean, just, yeah. A lot of people died, again, flinging themselves at the gates of Orgrimmar. And it was a well-built city. I should know. I helped build it. Some people ask why I keep saying that, by the way, why I have such fond memories of Orgrimmar. To which I say, Frozen Throne. Admittedly, a little bit of Warcraft 3 as well, but primarily Frozen Throne when we're playing as Rexxar. And we actually help assist in the construction of Orgrimmar and settling the area around Durotar. And I just had the weirdest urge to go play that, like, right now. I need a helmet. But yeah, the long and the short of this is... Oh, by the way, more bones, in case you thought I was exaggerating about this whole area being covered in the dead. See, okay. We know for a fact that Seranite is very influential on those around it. One thing we don't know 100% is how much the actual forces here, Garrosh's forces and the Alliance forces, were actively using Seranite. But one thing we do know is it doesn't actually matter if they were using Seranite because of the extent to which it can influence those around it. You see those walls? That's Seranite. That's a Seranite alloy, so it's not solid Seranite, but it's still, you know, that is still a very large chunk of Seranite ore, which is influencing anything in this area. So what I like to envision happening is the Alliance came here and was like, we will take this spot. And then, you know, it's like, holy crap. Just the natural inclination towards chaos and violence influenced them, which then, of course, led to the Horde coming into this area, who were already being brutal idiots because of the whole Garrosh thing I just mentioned. And, yeah, this is... Yeah, this is literally not ground. This is literally not ground. This is ice and snow on top of corpses. Either this used to be the basin where the water was drained out of, as was mentioned earlier, or the Lich King literally has terraforming powers, which again is entirely possible. I gotta say, this is probably gotta be the most disturbing area in the entire game when you really think about it. I mean, can you imagine? You're marching on into battle, and as you're walking, the ground's going crunch, 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 crunch. And it's not because of the snow or the ice. There's the Alliance gunship. There it is. Path of Glory is much more disgusting. I agree. This is just kind of impressive. The Path of Glory is just... Oh my god, why? Why would you do that?
Oh, do I have a deal for you?
Woohoo! I saw them light up all the way from here. I'll just chalk that up to another success and begin bottling this stuff for the invasion. Of course, it might need a little more testing, if you're interested.
Glad I could help.
Nope, I don't feel like doing any dailies. Bye. Actually, Isaac, that's relatively easy to explain. It's just they never bothered to do so. So basically, yes, Slates. Basically, there's this outer shell of Icecrown, but that's not actually the Icecrown Glacier. That's this outer thing that was built around it. Inside is the actual glacier with the chains and the stairway going up to the top where the Lich King is. So what was happening during the cutscene was he goes inside, starts going along up the inner staircase of that inner spire, the actual glacier, and then this outer area was crumbling and falling apart. So by the end of the cutscene, all that's left is the inner spire, and that's why he's standing on it. Why don't we assassinate Garrosh? That is a good damned question. It is answered in Pandaria, though, so we'll talk about that when we get there. It boils down to the fact that that wouldn't fix the problem.
Relax.
That's the best way to summarize the answer there. Again, as much as I hate to say it, that purging of orcs, well, hell, that purging of people loyal to Garrosh was probably a good thing. I really hate to say that, but there it is.
Be good.
Really, Paladin?
Yes.
Nothing notable to report? I beg to differ.
We will have our revenge.
Abominations. They can be a very capable enemy. I've seen them turn the tide of battle more than once. What few realize is they can also be very capable friends. They're not deep thinkers. If you know the secrets of their creation, you can issue them basic orders they will not question. Fortunately for you, I know those secrets. This kit will reanimate the remains of abominations you defeat. Take it, and learn to use them against the scourge at the Death Gate.
There's work to be done.
What? Well, it's going to be crucial to defeat the scourge on the ground. We mustn't neglect the gate itself. The flesh giants on the rampart are capable of hurling massive boulders or chunks of ice, inflicting devastating damage to enemy infantry below. Muster a force and defeat these giants. We need to know what they're up against in terms of strength. Oh, and bring me their spines. If memory serves, there's a trick I can share with you.
Tomorrow is another day.
I'll agree with that, Permeus. Unfortunately, spoiler alert, we did not get to kill Garrosh, and we didn't get to kill. The end. That's the end of that sentence. We didn't get to kill that bastard. We should have. At least we defeated him. By the way, I hope you're paying attention to this. The Horde quests here are, go kill the Alliance. The Ebon Blade quests are, go help the Horde and Alliance capture the gates, so they can actually push forces forward. Despite the fact that we're helping them capture these gates, as we'll find out in the end, no Horde or Alliance forces actually survived to the end, except for an extremely small detachment and the airship, and that's it. They were so freaking busy killing each other that none of them actually made it to the end. Don't mistake me, I think they actually did a really good job with the cutscene with Thrall and Garrosh. That doesn't change the fact that I wanted to kill that bastard. I hated Garrosh, and I had a little bit of a personal investment in wanting him to die. Like, forever die. Perma-die. I wanted to crush his soul after we killed him, to make sure he never came back. By the way, I have somewhat recently learned something about warlords that actually makes a lot of it make more sense. But I will not be sharing that until we get there, because, damn it, I'm not talking about warlords. Not until we get there. It's called Loot Ship, Ricky. Come on, man. Actually, given the fact that what you're saying, Winter, is pretty much considered acceptable fact, because the Lich King, as was mentioned several times, had bigger problems to consider. Oh, I hate this quest. Had bigger problems to consider than Azeroth. His forming this ultimate fighting force from the player characters was almost assuredly, at least in part, to contest against the Legion and to deal with them in the future. Wow. Wow. I remember this quest taking a lot more than one explosion. Holy crap. A return as a main character? No. A redemption or a salvation? Yes. I'm still in combat. I'm just going to wander over here for a bit. Yes, so one, we could totally bring... Oh, we could bring him back and then I could kill him. I like that idea. Guys, we're going to res Garrosh so I can kill him. I knew it, Kemek. You're secretly a horticulturalist. This actually isn't Canada Dry. This is generic Canada Dry. Because the grocery store was undergoing some renovations, so they had this new generic stuff in instead of the Canada Dry, and it was cheaper, so whatever. But yes, I'm still drinking sparkling water. To answer your question. Let's see. Well, Paladin has HP and MP. Shaman has HP and MP. What do I think about that? Yes, Dakoita. Explosively, you might say. I think a fairly decent number of classes still have HP and MP. I mean, mages, warlocks. Or do you mean like a class... Because like we have the holy power for paladins, for example.
You need something.
You see, Paladin, ingenuity can sometimes even the odds against a seemingly overwhelming enemy.
We are done here.
Any success against the giants? Excellent. Those look to be usable samples. Time again to use the enemy's strength against them. A little-known quality of the flesh giants. Their spinal fluid interacts with the plague in a very interesting way, turning it into a corrosive acid. Poured from the towering ramparts, acid may not be a welcome sight to the troops below, but at least the victims won't rise up and add to the enemy's numbers.
Suffer well.
I knew it, Kemek. Reports of a powerful zombie at the Death's Gate have reached my ears, Paladin. We cannot allow such a potential threat to go unchallenged. Any information you're able to glean from engaging it will be better than what we know now.
We will have our revenge.
Progress is being made. We have a promising array of tactics that should gain us control of the Death Gate. There will undoubtedly be many casualties, but in the end, we should be able to prevail, barring any interference from the Alliance. Our next focus will be Aldrathar. Fly down and become familiar with it and the enemies posted there.
Ashes to ashes.
Suffer well. Welcome back, OJ. Welcome to the Horde. The lights are dumb. Oh, absolutely, I like it, Erica. Ignoring the fact that Demon Hunters are one of the two, prestige classes that I've been wanting since vanilla. The other one being Death Knight, which we did get, obviously. I like the very concept of the way they're implementing Demon Hunter. Everything I've seen about Demon Hunter's gameplay and mechanic-wise looks pretty fun. And I'm hopeful that there will be some cool story, lore stuff in their intro zone, just like there has been in every other starter zone, basically ever, so I'm not actually too worried about that. Considering we actually do have the ability to 100% destroy a soul, and we've demonstrated that before, as a one-joker, theoretically, yes, all we'd have to do is completely destroy all of their souls. The problem is, and I'm sure you're already aware of this yourself, completely destroying a soul is not an easy thing to do. Completely destroying the souls of millions of people? That's quite an effort. Gotta love that arc. I remember that too. I also remember when the dance studio was going to be a thing. Hi, Lukia. Nightbot says hi too. Oh, no, we're not done. Arc Druid? Okay, so here's the real problem with adding new classes, and this is the actual problem Blizzard has. This isn't just my, you know, design philosophy here. They have to do something different with it. And they already are... there are already quite a few different varieties in gameplay style, class-wise. I just added Fluid. Literally, I just did that. Anyways, so at this point, adding something new is going to be pretty tricky to make it not the same as something else. You know, again, so like for example, we were talking about this back in BC. Adding a Blade Master class is almost unfeasible at this point in time, because everything that's in a Blade Master's kit is already something a warrior has. So it's not like we could actually, you know, do that. It would be purely repetitious. So again, how would you vary an Arc Druid from a regular Druid? What would you do differently? And Demon Hunters aren't that hard to vary out of Rogues. Indeed, they are pretty different from Rogues, as we see. A lot of mobility, a lot of variety in attack styles, you know, that kind of thing. Cosmetic classes I'm 100% in favor of. I like that idea a lot. Imagine if you could play a Frost Mage that had the appearance of a Lich. Imagine if you could play a Warlock with the appearance of like a Fell creature or something, you know. I will not speak of Rift, because every time I do, I get a lot of people whining and moaning at me and generally not being intelligent, so I'm just going to keep my thoughts about Rift to myself. Yeah, what Big Shay says is correct. Well, because then the Shamans wouldn't have anything to do, Isaac. If you're asking for a lore reason, there is none. Mages actually can use lightning in lore. Just, yeah. What other cosmetic classes could they do? We already talked about the Void Knight, which I'm totally in favor of. A Demo Lock with the appearance of a Necromancer. I like that idea. No, there's no Freelancer class, OJ. God, this takes forever. This is a daily, by the way. It's a group daily, actually. Which sucks to do. Actually having, like, a Warden appearance for... Oh, finally. A Warden appearance for a Rogue actually sounds kind of cool for this whole cosmetic classes thing that we're talking about. Alright, so we've officially taken, and by we, I mean the Ebon Blade has officially taken Mordreathar, and if the Alliance and Horde ever bothered to get around to getting in here, they might actually take it too. Haha, yeah, right. This right here is probably the only thing I don't like about Icecrown. I love this zone. The only thing I don't like is having to go back to these frickin' airships each time you do a lot of these quests for turn-ins and getting the next step.
We press on.
You You have done well, Paladin. When our armies arrive to march on the Citadel, we will have a solid plan in place for taking the Death Gate.
Another time.
Well done.
Ashes to ashes.
I like that idea, Mind Blast. Mountaineer cosmetic. I like that. Actually, funny fact, Isaac, they were their own race. They're an offshoot, a similar branch to Centaur. But effectively a different species from centaurs. Keepers of the Grove, I think, is actually the name of the species. I'm not sure about that. Related to the Dryads. And the Magnetar, actually. So how would we implement them? Well, there's two possibilities there. One is make you earn them and then have it unlocked for the account. The other possibility is just, there they are. And let's not talk about the third possibility, because we don't want the third possibility. The third possibility is, of course, they could add them in microtransactions. Spend $5 for this cosmetic change. God, let's not make that a thing, guys, please. Let's not even talk about that. Just, yeah. Is that... yeah, okay. I like the idea of earning it and unlocking it on the account. And especially, I especially like the idea of being able to switch. I don't think you should be locked in. I don't think you should have to, you can only ever be a Mountaineer from now on, not that kind of a thing.
Get on with it.
Now that you've seen firsthand what we're up against, it's time to get to work.
Suffer well.
The Cult of the Damned hold the Gate of Desolation, huh? No surprise there. Time to have a little fun. At the southern end of the gate, you mentioned there were new cultists being trained. They're almost certain to be holding a special item given to all initiates, an Orb of Illusion. These artifacts are used to disguise a cult member, allowing them to gain safe passage, infiltrate, or simply blend in with the enemy. Kill the fools until you find one.
We will have our revenge.
Based on your report and my knowledge of the cult, they have an overseer managing the operations of each encampment on the gate. While taking their leaders down will only be a temporary setback, it will at least slow them down and keep them off balance.
Tomorrow is another day.
I smell their cauldrons from here, but that's not plague they're cooking. Pledges to the cult are forced to drink a concoction that steals their will and enslaves them forever to the Lich King. Some say the potion contains the twisted soul of a being who was tormented before being mercilessly slaughtered, but I've never been able to reproduce it. Fill this flask with a sample from each of the cauldrons.
There's work to be done.
Oh, gee, that just sounds fun. Merely a set. There aren't that many merely a setbacks in the game, honestly. There's like 15 in the whole game. And the only one that really matters is Hoggers, let's be honest with ourselves, guys. Forest merely setback! Hey, Lilix. Welcome to Icecrown. Might have to pause soon. I haven't eaten yet, and... well, this is a huge zone with tons of quests. So... wow. That was really fast. So in case you're wondering what we're doing here, this is funny. So the sentries over there are here to keep all non-Scourge and non-Cult of the Damned under control. Well, the Scourge also have this technology, these Orbs of Illusion. And the Orbs of Illusion allow them to blend in with totally normal, ordinary people. Well, those totally normal, ordinary people, don't look like they're Cult of the Damned members. So, the moment we make them look like total ordinary people, the sentries go and take care of them. We're the good guys, I swear. Also, I'm totally okay with any and all dwarven cosmetics as long as I get my freaking iron dwarfs. I don't care what it takes. I want to play an Iron Dwarf, damn it. Goodbye. Yeah, I really should Psychotic, but I just must make progress. Must defeat Icecrown. There's no way I'm going to start Cata today. I'm not even thinking in that direction. But it would be nice to finish Icecrown today. Hi, Scottish. So I'll tell you exactly why they aren't picking us up. Gameplay and story segregation. There's no good reason for it, in other words. I suppose if I wanted to argue the point, I could say, you know, if I wanted to play Devil's Advocate or whatever, I would be like, well, if they ever tried to pick us up, we'd just kill them. But that's about as much as I got. Yes, I've done every raid in the entire game, Lilix. Before doing Icecrown. No. I have not. Hey, Deutsch. What's up? Deutsch, I'm a point. You just missed us killing people in horrible ways. I'm so sorry you missed out, boy. Or bro. Bud? Now, whatever. Damn, another player. Ah, damn it. Who's the Joker who threw it at me? No, wait, no. It's okay. They'll get back up, guys. They'll get back up. They just won't be living anymore. Oh, okay. Yay, quick respawns. Holy crap. Oh, I feel like I'm questing in Pandaria all of a sudden. 99% of the people who are a part of the Cult of the Damned are a part of the Cult of the Damned willingly. I don't know, Psychotic. I mean, we don't know that she was eaten alive. She might not have been. This is true, Psychotic. It wasn't all good, but it was definitely good. It's like they suddenly were like, wait a minute. We could provide questing, and it could be fun. And it was like this big, innovative idea. And the funny thing is, you think that I'm joking, but before vanilla WoW, before WoW came out at all, the idea of questing being a main portion of content wasn't actually, was kind of a new idea in an MMO. There we go. God, where am I? Okay, we're good, we're good.
I will listen for now.
An effective tool given the circumstances. One that never gets old.
Another time.
Well done, but don't break your arm patting yourself on the back. They'll have those overseers replaced in no time.
We are done here.
No, I'm not. I should pop onto... That is how many times we've heard someone say mortal throughout the game so far, C-Style. Alright, Missy. Time to plant a bug. Relax, it's not a bug exactly, but it'll serve our purposes. In the northern portion of Aljuthar, the cult's void summoners enslave demonic minions. Use this rod to siphon the dark matter from the corpses of these enslaved minions, and then use the cultist summoning crystals to bring our spy into being.
Ashes to ashes.
The Cult of the Damned are notorious for concocting grandiose plans that in the end rarely succeed. Something feels different this time. Perhaps it's the proximity to the Lich King that has their fervor heightened. Whatever it is, they appear to be more confident than ever. We must know what feeds them this bravado, and then find a way to strip them of it.
Tomorrow is another day.
I got what you need!
Oh, right, okay. This should do the trick. Those twisted hooligans are looking for souls to put in their crazy juice. Then I say we go help them out a bit. Take a swig of this. Don't worry, I've diluted it plenty. Its only effect will be to detect any cultist's essence once you've defeated them. When you collect a bunch of the essences, throw the rising mass of twisted souls into their cauldrons.
Hurry back! Glad I could.
We're about to go pick up a bunch of souls and throw their writhing mass into a cauldron of death. That is a really good question, Zuwan. Although, considering the fact that they do have people infiltrated into normal society all over the place, they probably just eat normal food. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard, relatively speaking, to with all the logistics of everything else in the Scourge, getting a supply chain up here to get food is probably not the hardest thing in the world to do. I'll just take those writhing masses. How many do I need to make a writhing mass? 10! 10 souls! Ah, yes. How many dark matters do I need? 5 dark matters. Help me out, Permeus. What are your two? Because I don't really get what you're saying. Like, I don't get your question. So what are your ideas? And then I could use that as a basis of understanding and cooperation and killing Deutsch. I mean, understanding and cooperation. Sorry, I've been influenced by the old gods. It is now in my blood to kill all insert race here. And that's all I care about. It's killing all the Horde/Alliance. It's actually very simple, Ricky. I'm going to walk up to her, and then I'm going to keep walking. I'll wave at her as I go by, just for you. So let's see what we do here with the writhing mass. In you go. I didn't hear any screams. Although they're kind of burning. Is it normal when a soul burns? I'm sure it's fine. By the way, these giant sentinels look really weird in the Chinese version. I believe most of the dailies here are from the boat, yes. I'm not doing the dailies, obviously. I'm just doing the initials for the story. I don't know why Deutsch is green, but I like it, because he's finally not purple. And that's the part that matters. There you go, Ravenwind. Oh, there's one. Go. Correct, Isaac. Yeah, they look really bleh. They look very fleshy. Oh, it's the best, Psychotic. I don't mind, but I'm sure our viewers on YouTube hate you. Sorry, viewers on YouTube, but Psychotic hates you. Ah, okay, Permeus, I get you. So a Mark Recall spell and a Bank Anywhere spell. We don't talk about Chinese Marogar. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Go away, Alliance dogs or pigs or whatever it is you are.
Puh. Puh. Go away, horde dogs or pigs. Puh, puh, puh. I want you to really pay attention to what we're doing on these quests, by the way. Ignoring the fact that we're being very ends justify the means. We are also kind of going out of our way to actually accomplish things. I want to stress again that we're doing this. The player characters and the Ebon Blade. No one else.
Yes. We are done here.
What? Right. Let's go. I forgot a quest. Whoops. No, not yet, Pat. We're going to do that basically towards the end of the Citadel here. Towards the end of Icecrown, excuse me. There. Die. Well, if we follow standard D&D rules, most real-life people probably have, like, 4 HP. So, you know. We warned you, Zawan. We weren't kidding. There we go. Thesis of the Damned, entitled Empowering Alumeth. Interesting. I'm sure that's not a big deal. I was really showing it off earlier, Deutsch. I need to show off something else really quick here, just for Deutsch's sake. Forgive me, guys, for the repetition. So, obviously all this stuff is made out of Seranite. A Seranite alloy, but still Seranite. But, I want you to look at this massive basin here. You see this, Deutsch? Well, that's not actually ice or snow. I mean, it is. But that ice or snow is on top of something. Can you guess what, Deutsch? Oh, give you a hint. You can kind of see the light dusting of snow on top of the bones there. The whole thing is like that, the whole zone. All of it. And remember, this is massive even in MMO terms. This is like the size of Texas in lore. I want to go down here first.
Yo!
Alright.
Keep it real!
Yeah,
Right back!
So. We have thrown a writhing mass of souls into a cauldron and burned them. Yay!
We press on.
You have done well. The messenger's already turned up some valuable information.
Another time.
Have you discovered what their researchers are up to? This is alarming indeed. Oh, this has way more corpses. But Path of Glory is more disturbing. These fools have actually stumbled upon something that could pose a serious threat to our plans. The leader of this particular sect, Alumeth, has ritualistically sacrificed himself, and now his underlings are channeling their power into his souls. If he's allowed to rest, their efforts will soon transform him into a mighty adversary. Combine his heart, skull, scepter, and robes from around the chamber, and use the remains on the crystal there.
There's work to be done.
Suddenly we're playing Castlevania 2. When our forces begin to move beyond Aldrathar, they will be vulnerable to attack from the Iron Wall rampart. We have neither the time nor the materials to build fortifications, but we can put up some barricades to shield our men from fire. Take this barricade kit, locate the markers, and use it to construct barricades there.
We will have our revenge.
Damn it, Putricide. Besides, we all know a writhing mass of souls would taste like really good Mexican food. Oh, right, you asked that earlier, Zoan. That's a really good question. And I hope the answer is no. I hope those are basically just bones, you know, no souls attached or anything like that. But it is possible that the answer is yes. And I don't want to think about that anymore. Remember, the undead can still feel pain. I don't know anything about Putricide's past, personally. He does strike me. This is just me interpreting based on the way he functions. He always struck me as someone who willingly joined the Scourge, not someone who unwillingly joined the Scourge. Probably a science for science's sake kind of person. Kind of like Shadow over there. This is just stone carved in the shape of stone. These are not actually skulls. Out there is actually skulls. Is that everything? Yep. All they need is a reason to get up. Just think, that army could have been our army if we had accepted the Lich King's, offer, for lack of a better term. Yeah, I don't want to think about that, Isaac. This is probably a terrible texture to tile. You can see the tiles if you follow it like there, but ugh. That would have been terrible. Of course, I kind of suck at tiling in general, so... Yep, this barricade will definitely defend us against the Scourge. It's made of bone, isn't it? Is that made of bone? I think it is. I'm not even sure. I don't think I want to know. Yes, Deutsch, pretty much. This is why I say the Lich King almost won. We keep talking about, you know, would the Scourge win under these circumstances? But there's one circumstance that almost actually did happen. If the Lich King had actually taken us, the player characters, and turned us into his ultimate generals, and then raised this massive army of the dead, raised back all the minions who died, and actually started going after the Legion and whoever else he was going after personally, yeah, no. That, yeah. There's a reason I keep saying the Lich King would have won. And yes, I actually have, up on the website, I have a list of games I plan to stream. Right now it's obviously kind of large because I've just been streaming WoW. But it is still up to date. No, these are the best barricades ever. Especially militarily speaking. I know the quest you're talking about, Mind Blast, yes. We had a similar quest, but it involved burning rather than freeing. Although, actually, while we're here...
Thrall!
More meat for the grinder. Welcome to hell, soldier. My men are leading the assault on the gate from this position, and we're dropping some infiltrators via the air. We need more people on both fronts. I have a feeling this attack will be going on for some time.
For the Horde.
And then he gives dailies. So, fun fact, right here, this is it. I keep talking about how the Horde and the Alliance don't actually make it into Icecrown properly. This is actually as far as they get. This is the limit. This gate. The Horde and the Alliance, other than the airships, don't go past this point. Past this point, it's all Argent and Ebon Blade. And the player characters, obviously. So, they got somewhere. You know. they managed to enter Icecrown with a squad. If we're being generous, they might have a platoon.
You need something.
Alameth has suffered a sound defeat, but I sense his spirit still lingers.
Suffer well.
Good. It's not protection, but it's better than nothing. That's debatable.
Tomorrow is another day.
The Iron Wall rampart overlooks the Valley of Fallen Heroes, west of Aldrathar. The rampart dominates the fields below. We will not be able to advance if the rampart cannot be taken, but it is held by Grimcor the Wicked and his cult of the Damned Disciples. If you can weaken Grimcor, our forces will know what we can expect as we advance.
We are done here.
In the Valley of the Fallen Heroes and Icecrown Glacier to the west of Aldrathar, the Scourge seeks to use the Fallen against us. Scourge lieutenants have woken the Valley's dead and imbued them with fearsome strength and fervor, also known as just rezzing the undead. The banners carried by the Scourge leaders are the source of these powers. Kill the banner bearers and kill the weakened heroes they lead.
There's work to be done.
Blood and thunder.
We're not gonna do that quest. This is a PvP quest.
Sug.
The Alliance has somehow managed to field a squadron of recon vehicles. They cannot be permitted to take the lead in this fight.
For the Horde.
Because we are stupid. Yeah, I refuse to do that quest. Yeah, but not here, Zawan. There's also Horde forces that are out there. Of course, most of the Horde and Alliance forces are now busy fighting each other behind the lines. But my point is, this is as far as the Horde and the Alliance get in the actual march on Icecrown, other than the airships. That's the one exception. So, yep. Bye, Horde and Alliance. Pretty much officially at this point. By the way, they don't call this place the Valley of Fallen Heroes for fun. It does make me wonder which particular campaign all these guys died in. There's so many to choose from, really. I'm not actually kidding by that, by the way. We know at least some of these are the dead forces from Warcraft 3. Because every single one of those troops that came up with Arthas died... died with him, yeah, sorry. That's further back, Tuttle. And also, as we'll discuss when we get to the instance, not really what you'd call effectual. They're all from wiped raids to the original Oxyramas. It all makes sense. Yes, I just pointed that out, Mind Blast. That's literally what I pointed out. I was like, here, this gate is as far as we get. I shouldn't say we, as far as you get, as far as the Horde and the Alliance get. That gate over there. There's a platform there. I suppose that's true. I will allow you to win the technicality, even if you fail at the actual winning your argument side of things. As we'll see again when we get to the Pit of Saron, and we see just how completely useless the Horde and the Alliance actually are. Completely useless, worthless sacks of sod. Come on, render. Render. See, the reason I'm saying you're pulling a technicality, Tuttle Z, is I don't think those really qualify as Horde and Alliance troops. I think those qualify as Argent Dawn troops, since they're actually part of the Argent Dawn push into Northrend, and therefore part of the organization that, as I mentioned earlier, is one of the few organizations that actually manages to get anywhere in Icecrown, alongside the Ebon Blade, who are also there helping them, I feel like adding. So I don't really count those as Alliance and Horde forces. They're unquestionably not regular military forces. as we'll see. Oh, right, I gotta summon him. Oh, hey, what's up? Nice dog. I think not. When I finish beating the arrogance out of you, I'll impale your corpse on the spike as an example to other heroes. Oh, we're all dying 2 shots. Damn it, someone's doing the daily right now. Hey, it totally deserved it, Deutsch. It was a dog. I'm kidding. Or am I? But yes, to repeat it, since obviously some people didn't catch it, you see these platforms here? This is where the Alliance and the Horde effort pretty much stalled. Because just about all of this is them trying to fight the other side. Now, I can actually see anything here. Oh, there we go, I was going to say. It's a different layer. We've got this little invisibility field going here, and pretty much all of the forces here are fighting each other. So, yes, from the airship, as we already discussed, Sea-Style. I've already given that exception. They're the ones who landed on the upper ramparts from the airships. And then the airships fight each other, of course. Now, you could melt the ice, maybe? Maybe not. I don't know. Because they're either stupid, manipulated by the old gods, or both, Zygon. Take your pick.
What?
So, Grimcor has fallen by your hand. Excellent work. With him out of the fray, our chances of taking and holding the rampart during the assault have greatly improved.
Another time.
You have removed the Scourge banner bearers and their minions. Good. Preparations must continue.
Suffer well.
The conflagration, the ground before Corprathar, south of the Ironwall Rampart, is where the Lich King's elite soldiers have formed up. Led by a contingent of Death Knights, a legion of skeletal reavers bars the way. I fear that even when these reavers fall, the Scourge will just get them back up. I've come up with a plan to stop this, but I have no way of knowing it will work. Take this solution and use it to dissolve the remains of the reavers.
We will have our revenge.
So this is something that is worthy of note. If you, we keep pointing out that the Scourge can just keep bringing things back up over and over and over, unless his soul is totally destroyed. However, there is a flaw to that. It will reach a point where the body is completely gone. You know, it dissolved or burned or, you know, tossed into a pit of lava or whatever, right? So at that point, they can still be brought back up as undead. However, they can only be brought back up as, you know, non-corporeal undead. Spirits or ghosts or what have you. Banshees, that kind of a thing. So they can still be useful, but not as useful, especially not as base infantry. So it is something that the Scourge would try to avoid, at least I would imagine, having their overall forces reduced to purely a spirit force. I'm not sure we have the ability to destroy bodies en masse to the extent necessary to prevent them from getting back up. Also, this is probably my favorite of the gates, the conflagration. As you can see, a fairly large amount of soul energy is burning through here. And so this is not actually fire in the strictest sense of the word. You can see, if you're looking at it, you can see the skulls going through it. These are souls. This is basically a soul barrier. So, yeah. And a whole lot of undead Vrykul. You mean the enslaved ones, Tuttlesy? The ones we free and then get killed. The ones that had that... I mean, yes, there are slaves of the Horde and the Alliance in the Pit of Saran. That is absolutely a thing, yes. I mean, if you want to count that as the Alliance and Horde military successfully advancing into Icecrown as slaves, I will concede the point. Honestly, Resup, the simple answer to that is very simple. Insert any real life example you could think of off the top of your head of where we could have solved a military engagement by dropping nukes on them. And then ask yourself, you know, why didn't we just drop nukes on them? And that pretty much answers your question for you, Resup. Now, there are some Argent Dawn troops that came with us through, that managed to push with us into the Pit of Saran. Maybe that's who you're thinking of, Total Z. I really don't want to talk about that till we get there, but yeah, that's really indicative of the whole culling thing. The last few dungeons really get across that whole culling idea until we get to Citadel itself, and the idea is once we reach Citadel, the only ones who actually make it to the top intact, unscathed, are us, the player characters, which, of course, is the entire point of the culling. A lot of people die on the Trump up there, through the dungeons and then through the Citadel.
Make it quick.
Good. I'll have the engineers mix up more of the acid before we assault Corporathar and force.
Ashes to ashes.
Corporathar, sometime called the Horror Gate, is the last barrier between us and Icecrown Citadel. It is south of the Iron Wall Rampart. Yes, I know, I was just there. We must weaken its defenses. Its battlements are manned by some of the Lich King's fiercest and most zealous servants. Do all you can to destroy these guardians.
There's work to be done.
Atop the battlements of Corporathar, the Lich King's minions have erected 3 crystals, the shards of horror, despair, and suffering. Should the men reach these walls, he will unleash these weapons on our army. In full effect, the crystals will afflict the minds of our men with paralyzing pain and fear, and then the Scourge will be able to slaughter them. Find these shards and destroy them.
Ashes to ashes.
One other fun little note here. I'm turned around. There we go. I know where I am now. Virtually every single quest I've been doing, you probably haven't noticed because I'm level 84 and I'm about to be at level 85, Permeus, looks like you win. Virtually all of these are group quests. There are a huge number of group quests in Icecrown. It's one of the reasons doing all the quests in this zone was actually kind of a thing back in the day. I'm obviously not really getting that across because I'm just soloing everything, but I like what they did with that, even though it kind of locks off some content behind group content, simply because it emphasizes just how dangerous this whole zone was supposed to be. No, you have not, Arthas the Man. We're saving that for 2 hubs from now. We're going to finish off these quests, and then we're going to go ahead and do the last of the Vrykul quests, which is actually the last of the Yogg-Saron quests, basically. And then we're going to do the 2 awesome quests of awesome. And then we're going to... Then I'm going to frickin' pause, so I can get some food in me. And then, because it's like frickin' 4, and then I am going to go and do the Argent tournament, and then the final few dungeons, and then Icecrown Citadel. Pretty much in that order. So yeah, Icecrown is going to be an all-day affair, as I figured it would. This is a huge zone. I could have skipped these quests, but I don't really... I don't want to. And I kind of want to show off all this stuff, and I want to demonstrate this place, and I want to just visually think. I mean, that's the whole point of a lore run, right? Just because I don't have some big revelation to share right now doesn't mean I don't want to show off the content. I'm not pausing yet, Django. Yeah, no. Oh, I should ask. I want to do this, and then I'm going to do the Vrykul stuff. Wow, Brago, that's terrible. What do you mean by... Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, Z1. Not necessarily. First of all, bones do last a long time. The dragon bones, see around to better. The dragon bones alone prove that. So, yeah. Even if their bodies rot, their bones will be around for quite some time. Second point of note there, it is possible, and again, this is purely the realm of speculative, that with such a long period of time without anything to worry about other than their own dominance, they might be able to figure out some way to preserve their bodies in a much more long-term fashion. I don't know if that's true or not. Again, that's purely speculative. Honestly, you couldn't say that about... Well, actually, I'm lying. I could see that same argument being applied to Cataclysm. I know some people would disagree with me on that, of course. But I stand by my statement. Also, hi, Henrik. Took me a moment to remember how to say her name. But I remembered, by God. I remembered. Good question, I'm not on fire. Oh. Seriously, no idea. The odds are he is being affected at least a little bit. But, yeah. Yeah, that's why I usually list Wrath as my favorite expansion. Even though it technically isn't actually the best expansion in my opinion, its connection to Warcraft as a whole elevates it in my mind. And the fact that it ended the Warcraft 3 story arcs, basically. Cataclysm really was the beginning of a whole new era, story-wise. Which is funny, because the end of Cataclysm literally sees the beginning of a new age in the actual historical annals of the setting. For those of you not aware, all the way up from everything, all the events from Warcraft 1 up until the end of Cataclysm is all one age, called the Age of Chaos. The age before that is, well, the ages, I should say, before that, a little more vaguely defined. But we know that there was the Age of the Elves, the Age of the Trolls, the Age of the Dragons, the Age of the Old Gods, the Age of the Elements, you know, all that fun stuff. Deathwing was in Warcraft 2, that is correct. Barely. When they first announced Deathwing was going to be the big guy in Cata, the reaction from several people was, really? That idiot? You're kidding, right? Because he was such a non-anything in Warcraft 2. They pretty much completely redid his story arc, though. And if you were paying attention, his story arc actually started in WoW Vanilla, with the whole Onyxia Nefarian thing, which I pointed out to you. And I pointed it out back in BC. And I've pointed it out here in Wrath. Or, excuse me, I haven't been there yet. Right, we're doing that last, as a lead-in to Cata. I've technically skipped content because I feel it's a better way to do it last as a lead-in to Cata. So, we'll get there.
You need something.
We've done it. We've taken out the Guardians.
We will have our revenge.
I remember these. Lesser men would crumble beneath their assault. You've done well in removing their threat.
Another time.
Ding. 85.
We are done here.
You win. What titles did I just get? Savior of Azeroth, Destroyer's End, Flamebreaker, Defender of Shattered World, Avenger of Hyjal, Fire Lord, Valvaxis of the Four Winds, which is the actual title I want, Dragon Slayer, and Blackwing's Bane. Yeah, Four Winds, there it is. So, oh, I don't mind the backstory, Tom and Korea. Don't mistake me for being like, oh, I hate the fact. It's just when they first announced that Deathwing... Whoops, that's the wrong thing. When they first announced that Deathwing the thing, my basic reaction was, really? Why? Because he's just such a non-character up until Cata. 700 million... I don't know, Sethos. Huge. Oh, and I mean absolutely huge. I mean, I've been streaming for 16 days, and I'm not even halfway through it. Also, I think Rory's trying to kill you, Sethos, just as a heads up. Your character, obviously not. There's going to be a big bad in Legion. I hope it's not Illidan. I really do. They've been very, very quiet about Illidan's role in Legion, and so it's entirely possible that Illidan might be a villain, or whatever.
Yo!
Yeah, I said I'd take one each ding, Arthas, so, and I keep my word. Oh man, I'm glad to see you. The chief send you down from the hammer? Listen, I need you to get this jump out to the top of the mountain southeast, like yesterday. That girly, self-righteous, frazzled gear grinder thinks that her jump bot's better than mine. Ah! We're in a race to see who's the jump to the king of the mountain. Once you jump up there, plant our battle standard, and show everyone that the Horde, and my mad engineering skills, are the best. So yes, this is a PvP quest, quote unquote. This is also an awesome quest. This is what it's like to play a Dragoon, basically. This is also a preview for one of the only fun mechanics of the loot ship. No, Sethos, Rory's just trying to kill everyone, I think. He's gone evil on us. Ta-da! For the Horde. And that's how you do PvP. Enough of this fighting and killing each other. Why don't we just do jump bots and have football and other cool stuff? Let's unflag. I think the Titans would be a better choice for a last boss of WoW, personally.
Talk to me!
I knew you were the right blood elf for the job. Gotta admit, right now, you're my favorite paladin of all time. How about a repeat performance tomorrow?
Hurry back!
Because this is actually a daily. Yeah, no thanks. I'm gonna go deal with the... Actually, I can't, can I? So I've got that quest. Why don't we go ahead and do the two really awesome quests? I think this is a good time to get started on those. Especially Hogger. So, yeah, we'll do this quest first. We'll do this one first. You ever have one of those moments where you have a pet theory, you know, a game theory, if you will, lore theory or whatever, and it's kind of like, yeah, right, it's never going to actually be true. And then it turns out to be true, and it's very, very vindicating. Like, say, the fact that nobodies have hearts is one of those theories I've had before. By the way, just to give you an idea, so here's the Citadel. As I mentioned, the Citadel goes down quite a ways. I pointed that out earlier. So we actually get to see a little bit of the inside of the Citadel. Just a bit here.
What do you need?
Just in time, Valvaxis. Koltira spoke highly of you. Perhaps you'll be able to push the scales in our factor. We've got one shot at dealing some damage to this place. Let's make sure we do it right. We've encountered some potent, Scourge-made Seranite bombs, but we must secure the area before we can set them off. You're gonna need to get the Scourge defenses under control quickly before reinforcements arrive.
Go with honor.
I can do that. That wouldn't surprise me that much, Isaac. That seems more like a Diablo thing, though, than a Warcraft thing. Hey, I'm telling you, in my alternate thing, Maiev being a villain made so much sense. And then alternate Maiev becoming an ally as a result. I mean, come on. And then playable Wardens. It's win-win. Anyway, so I asked the whole, you know, if you ever had a situation where you had a theory and then it turned out to be true. This quest right here was a theory I had that turned out to be true, and it was really, really vindicating to find out about that. In lore, the strongest metal? You know, I'm not actually sure. In lore, Elementium is really strong. Like, really, really strong. And so is Seranite. So, I'm not sure past that. Those two are definitely in contention for the two strongest that I know of.
What can I do for you?
Yes, these guys right here are we were actually sent here from Orgrim's Hammer to do this little scouting mission right here. You've made quick work of the Scourge, Valvaxis. Let's finish what we came to do here. I am fully aware of that, Sethos. I am not optimistic about it, no. But I will still give it a shot. This is probably as under control as the situation's going to get. Let's do this! I need someone to light the fuse.
Strength.
Why do I have to light the fuse? Alright, whatever. Let's light the fuse. Wonder what's down there. Oh well. As you light the fuse, you notice it is consumed by fire far quicker than you would expect. The bombs are about to go off, and your only chance at survival is to jump into the pit and hope the fall doesn't kill you. We're getting there, Catabo. It's the quest chain we're doing right now. Welcome to Nazanak. The Forgotten Depths. And yet another area in which Ajol Narub is visible. What's this? There's something down here. This pulsing object is covered in a thick layer of ice. It shimmers strangely beneath the water. The object is not a crystal, actually, at all. It's some kind of organ encased in ice. As you touch it, your hands reel in horrible pain. You feel as if your hand has been cut, but there's no visible wound. As you collect your thoughts, you hear a young boy's voice nearby. You really shouldn't have done that. So, we're in the depths of Ajol Narub. God knows how far beneath Icecrown. There's actually Naraki, faceless ones, wandering around down here, as you can see. And there's this kid named Matthias Lenner. I saw him get rid of it, you know. He threw it all the way down here. Said he wouldn't need it anymore. Said it made him weak. You shouldn't have touched it. But now that you did, he's going to come looking for you. And he'll find you. Unless you hide yourself. Bring me the blood of the faceless ones, if you want to live. Okay. Blood of the faceless ones. I can do that. Finding a ghost of a child deep in the depths of Icecrown is not the creepiest thing I've ever done. Actually, no, scratch that. I think that this is probably the creepiest thing that's happened to us so far. Damn it, Zawan. I was trying to savor the suspense for a bit. So, for those of you not aware, that's Arthas. Since Zawan literally just gave it away. That's Arthas. The real Arthas. Arthas' soul, if you prefer. Come on. Really? Okay, fine. That's a good question, Deutsch. I have to admit, I'm not actually good at the name jumble thing, so I didn't figure out the parallel between Matthias Lenner and Arthas Menethil for a little bit. So, I didn't figure it out that quickly, I'll be honest. This is one of the best quests in the entire game, by the way. Maid, is more correct, word choice. And yes, that is the heart that used to belong to Arthas. Oh, got you, OJ. The Death Knight Arthas, the intellect, the mentality of Death Knight Arthas is the one with the Lich King right now. Remember, Arthas' soul was never reattached to him. So, Death Knight Arthas is the one who merged with Ner'zhul, not Arthas, the real Arthas. The only now, don't worry, the real Arthas' soul does actually re-merge with him right as he dies. Did you get the blood? What are you waiting for? You'll have to rub it on your... Quick, or I'll see you. You should leave now. You'll find a portal behind me. It'll take you to the surface. We'll meet again. He'll be looking for you. It's only a matter of time until he finds you. Pretty much straight up here from the portal. Alright, no, I'm lying, sorry. I'm thinking of something else. Well, that was incredibly creepy, but whatever, it's all good. We managed to deal a devastating blow to the forces. Actually, we didn't do anything, but whatever. We set off some bombs. Those bombs clearly have caused many, many damaging, terrible detriments to the Scourge as a whole, right? It's a thing, right? Right, okay, good. We're good. You know, if we had the Mark and Recall spell, this would be great right about now, huh? Faceless blood, or Naraki blood, if you prefer. I say, it doesn't actually matter if Yogg-Saron's dead or not, ironically. Yes, Ricky. You're not supposed to actually figure it out at first. In fact, you're not supposed to this is part of a quest chain. This is not one quest. You're supposed to figure it out over time. Anyways.
I will listen. For now.
Valvaxis, we thought you were dead. We lost a few men in the explosion, but we sure put the hurt on the Scourge. They're scrambling their forces back to the Citadel, leaving big gaps in their defenses. It's time to push forward. The Scourge are still reeling from our attack. Let's capitalize on the momentum. The strategically important valley below is wide open. We've located a disassembled demolisher in what we believe is working condition. If you can get the remaining parts from the Scourge scavengers, you could almost have it running again.
Tomorrow is another day.
One of the things I like about the portrayal of this particular quest is it's actually quite mundane and normal. You're fighting the minions of the Scourge. And that's what you start off. We go do this, and then we do this. And, like, so if you can imagine it percentage-wise, like, it starts out 90% normal quest, you know, fighting the Scourge, 10% creepy weirdness. By the time we get to the end, it's going to be like 90% creepy weirdness, 10%, 10%, normal fighting the Scourge thing. Why would distance matter, Grey Wolf? Okay, so let me go ahead and explain something, since apparently I need to do so. What happened was, Death Knight Arthas, that is to say, the second Lich King, he realized that his heart, his physical beating heart, was a weakness, so he ripped it out and tossed it away. That physical beating heart is still connected to Arthas because of his nature as an undying. However, that is not where real Arthas is. Real Arthas is actually still in him. Just like, you know, or still, in him is actually the wrong word to use. He still exists, basically. And so he still has some distant, barely capable ability to affect the second Lich King and his mentality. No actual control, no actual influence, just the ability to kind of steer his direction. In lore, they cannot make more Death Knights, nor. No. In lore, the amount of Death Knights we have is a finite number. So you might be asking, well, how did we encounter the ghost of Arthas down there? Well, because we interacted with something very directly connected to the heart. Or directly connected to Arthas. We touched his heart. Literally picked it up. The Demolisher has seen better days, but the structure hasn't suffered any permanent damage. The parts you obtained should be enough to get it running. Excellent. Hey, it's Matthias, who's just randomly here. You gonna use this machine against the Scourge? You're not gonna win against them like that. You can destroy hundreds, thousands even. But you won't win. Not here. When you're done playing with your machine, meet me up to the north. There's an old encampment. What I will show you will teach you a little bit about what you're up against. And of course, real Arthas would know exactly how futile this form of warfare is against the Scourge. Welcome back, Gnarlex. Who knows, Bragwin? Maybe we might be actually redeem him someday. Or at least rescue him. I am really good at building things, OJ, apparently. More. Must have more. I will kill all the Scourge with this single Demolisher. None shall stand before my might. Oh, crap. This guy will stand before my might. Okay, never mind, we're okay. We're okay, he did not stand before my might. I used to keep some of those Permeus. I don't think I have any of them anymore now. I'm pretty sure I don't. I ran out of bank space a while ago. That's a good question, Venters. Unfortunately, Forsaken and Undead and hell, Type 3 Undead in general are such a recent invention that we don't know is the bottom line of that. We do know that there is a thing amongst certain Forsaken that do not have a strong enough will that they will eventually go mindless. They will not die, but they will become mindless Scourge. Or, well, I shouldn't say Scourge, that's the wrong one. Mindless Undead. So if you count that as dying, I mean, that technically counts. But dying of old age, I don't actually know if that's a thing or not. I would imagine eventually the body rots, but considering the body is already being kept together by magic, you know, the magic might still be able to keep them going even when they're just bones, since there is such a thing as skeletons that are still capable of talking, despite having no lungs or vocal cords, you know. One of the things I like about this quest, this is probably the only quest, a vehicle quest, where you have to kill a bajillion things and it doesn't bore me. And the reason why is because it kind of helps emphasize how pointless and futile this form of warfare is. How much this is just not going to work against the type of enemy that we're facing. Pretty close. We're going to be beating it today, Toby, if that answers your question. I'd be okay with that as long as she doesn't go to the darkness too. Nobody should go to the darkness. Cataclysm, Toby, I'll tell you that right now. Because Cataclysm is going to involve 2-ish continents worth of content. Oh, right, sorry, I didn't even see your question, I'm not on fire. Yeah, making a Death Knight is kind of a specific process. It's also involved raising someone as dead. Now you're probably thinking, well, what the hey, why is that so difficult? Try to remember that the Lich King was one of the only individuals capable of raising basically anything as the undead. Sylvanas, as we've since learned, and I still think this is kind of stupid, is very, very limited in her ability to raise the dead. In fact, the only ability she has to reinforce her numbers is the Val'kyr, and that's recent. Yeah, I know, so I was going to point that out too, but I kind of got sidetracked because I'm stupid. So thank you for pointing it out. One thing to point out, most of these guys, again, this is one of the only times where the ghouls literally crawling up out of the ground, remember, this is all bones we're driving on right now, make perfect sense. This is literally just scourge upon scourge, getting right back up, or getting up to begin with, as we go through. Again, we are accomplishing nothing here, which is part of the point. Like that right there, they just get right back up out of the ground. We are doing nothing to the scourge. Anyway, so nobody has the ability to raise undead right now, basically. I mean, Sylvanas has the ability to raise humans, and possibly elves, into undead, and that's it. But she doesn't have the ability to have control of them, or she doesn't have the ability to empower them, and no one else has the ability to bring up the living, or the dead as undead. So no one around can make a Death Knight. No one has the knowledge, no one has the ability to do it. So even that's ignoring the fact that there's a whole process involved in trying to empower a Death Knight with their runic abilities, with the Unholy and Frost and Blood infusion that they get. And I'm loving the Lorerun so far. I hope you guys are too. I felt very, very self-conscious going through this, but I've been enjoying this quite a bit. See? You killed your fair share, but for everyone you destroyed, another one rose from the dirt to take its place. You don't know what you're up against yet, Valvaxis. Let me show you. And now we're actually going to pause for a second, because someone's right ahead of me, which means I don't want to overlap the cutscene, because I just saw someone take this quest. And I've really got to go to the bathroom. So, as we say in Warcraft, BRB bio. Okay, welcome back. Hopefully they're done with the quest by now. I'm sorry, Hylisk. They really didn't have a choice, Fenrir. They were basically baited up here, and their only option was to lose or to take the bait. So, why don't we see what we're up against, shall we? You probably think you're quite strong, fighting these undead, crushing their bones beneath your war machines. That's nothing compared to the strength it took to create them. I saw the prince do it himself. I can show you how it happened, if you'd like. You've come to address the men, sir? Yes, yes. So remember how I mentioned how every single one of his forces that were up here in Northrend died with him? I wasn't really kidding when I said that. God damn it, there's another player. Oh, whatever.
You need something?
So yeah, at least some of the bones that we're trotting on are the original...
Can I help you?
Are the original soldiers that came to Northrend with Arthas and with the expedition in general. Think about it, Tuttlesy. Think about it.
Hey there. Greetings.
One of the things I love about this quest, it kind of emphasizes why he's such a dangerous creature. It's not like we're invincible. In fact, if you don't use your abilities, it's surprisingly easy to die on several of these things where we're playing through here.
You need something?
This is a flashback, sort of.
What can I do for you?
This isn't literally a flashback. It's more like this is what happened back then.
Hey there.
It's probably the easiest and simplest way I can explain that. This is Arthas creating his very first undead army. This happened, yes, this happened literally right after the last human mission in Warcraft 3. Okay, so Arthas, back in Warcraft 3, took up Frostmourne. The moment he did, Frostmourne did exactly what it was supposed to. Ripped his soul out. From that moment on, the individual we see throughout all of Warcraft 3 is Death Knight Arthas, as I keep referring to him as. I talked about this during the Warcraft 3 lore run. And so, the first thing he did after he returned triumphant from defeating Mal'Ganis, I mean literally, the first thing he did, very next action, was to come back to his own men, these guys, the ones who had followed him into Northrend and had been loyal to him and willingly died for him and all the other wonderful, horrible things. Because remember, Arthas was very beloved by his people. And he slaughtered them with Frostmourne and brought them all back up to serve him as the prodigal leader. And this is just the beginning of the real threat of the Lich King right here. This is still Death Knight Arthas. In case you can't tell, yes, I literally have dozens and dozens and dozens of undead minions following me here. The prince's true power wasn't his ability to make armies out of corpses. That was easy. But killing his own men, with whom he'd shared many battles? The prince's true power was his ability to do what had to be done. Do you see now? Sending your men against the prince's army just swells their numbers. I don't expect you to understand. You'll probably end up just like the others. You should probably return to whoever sent you. They might be worried. Oh no, he didn't go... No, Adam, that happened way after this. Okay, a little bit of perspective. So, he claimed Frostmourne way up here. And so he kills dozens and his own soldiers, his own army, hundreds of troops, kills them all, empowering Frostmourne and making his first undead army. Then he has to journey back south to Eastern Kingdoms, which, as we ever established, is a 2-month journey. Then, with an undead army at his back, marches into the Undercity. Well, that's actually not true, but with his most loyal, what would eventually be called Death Knights at his back, marches into the Undercity and then murders his father. There's a really big gap of time there between him taking up Frostmourne and defeating Mal'Ganis, and then him going and killing his father. So no, the first thing he did, pretty much right after words, is raising the army, like I just mentioned. Yes, I know Frostmourne's down there. What I meant is, here is where he beat Mal'Ganis, around this area. At least I think it is. Maybe it is around the Dragonblight. It doesn't matter. We'll say it's in the Dragonblight, so that... because I think you're right, actually, on that one. Oh, hey, this is funny.
Well.
Kultira, this might sound strange, but I keep seeing some kid's ghost, Matthias Lenner. Does that name mean anything to you? All this fighting's finally getting to you, Valvaxis. Do not worry, I will not divulge your little secret lest the others think you're going mad. Get some rest. It'll do you good.
Tomorrow is another day.
By the way, the name of that quest was Futility. There you are. Nice work in the valley. The carnage was visible all the way up here. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. We need to keep our momentum going. Let's not give the Scourge forces any respite. Sindragosa's fall lies east, just beyond the Valley of Lost Hope. The Cult of the Damned operate there under close supervision of the Lich King's undead Vrykul lackeys. It is a place of great power, possibly a blue dragonflight graveyard. The feared Frostbrood are raised there from the bones of blue dragons. An attack there would have great impact on the enemy's access to frostworms. Are you up for it, Valvaxis? Thessarian is one, yes. I'm not sure about the other ones. So, Valenforth, I had to remind myself of the name of the guy. Here's the lore we know about Valenforth. He's an unnecessary character. There you go, there's the lore about Valenforth. I'm kind of being serious. So, okay, they wrote the story such that the original two captains, so that there were two captain characters who went with Arthas up to Northrend. And the captain character was voiced by that one voice actor, the guy who voices Valenroth, right? Or Valenfroth, excuse me. They get all the way up there, and they bother to make Malrin and Falric as the two captain characters. And then they're like, well, for some reason they decided to make a third captain who has nothing to do with anything at all and is never mentioned ever again, ever. It's just the guy we see in Dragonblight. I don't know why. I don't know. I got nothing. Ask me about something mainstream. Will the Warcraft movie succeed? Oh. Hang on, I'm actually curious about something now. Give me just a moment. There we go. Okay. Aha! Okay, I can actually tell you where the final battle happened here. Against Mal'Ganis. It was actually way over here. Is where the final battle actually happened. Which makes sense, since Frostmourn's right frickin' there. And so the final battle happening over here... Or, no, excuse me. I guess it would have been... I can't get the right... But right around here, right around where Noxramas is in the future. Makes a degree of sense. See you around, Myron. Don't, Venters. Just don't. Let's not tempt fate, shall we? Will the One Joker ever realize the Alliance is evil? There's a trivia question for you. Hello, Orion. See? Yep, there he is. Knew he was over here. Oh yeah, by the way, so fun little fact. These are... Okay, so... You might wonder what this giant gaping pit is. Well, we're going to kind of discuss this in a moment, but one thing that's important, somehow, and I want to stress that word, somehow, Sindragosa was actually laying undead eggs. I'm serious. That's what these are. These are undead eggs. Now, which is weird because they have the ability to raise plenty of dragons, and they've got tons and tons of bones down in Dragonblight, but... yeah... It's possible that's just one particular writer who has no idea what he's talking about. So, now, okay. You might wonder why, I'll just talk about it now. During the War of the Ancients, Deathwing picked out this weapon called the Dragon Soul and nuked the crap out of the blue dragonflight with it. Now this wasn't just a raw, incinerate you atomic ash kind of a weapon. It did tons and tons of really horrific damage to your soul and yourself and your body as well. So even if you weren't hit full front with it and literally atomized, okay, so one Joker, then we're together. We have reached unity. Even if it doesn't directly atomize you, it will still affect you and hurt you and basically corrupt you and kill you. Imagine being like burned alive from the inside out. And that's kind of what was happening to Sindragosa. Sindragosa was the consort of Malygos. As I've kind of described before, consort is a big deal amongst the dragons. So pretty much his number 2 woman and the one who he actually mated with and had children with and all that fun stuff. So the mother of a huge amount of the blue dragon flight. So try to keep in mind this is back when this was one continent. So she was flying up to Dragonblight to try and make it here. And this part doesn't make a lot of sense, I'm going to be 100% honest. She couldn't make it to Dragonblight, so instead she made it all the way up here to Icecrown. Given that she would logically have been coming from the center of the battle, which is pretty much right in the middle, that means she would have to go past Dragonblight to reach Icecrown. This could be explained away, because again, this is back when it was one unified continent, so maybe the battle was like over there, and she had to go this way or something. I don't know. But the point being, she didn't make it to Dragonblight. Now, because of there's actually a significance about that. Dragons who don't die in Dragonblight, their spirits, their souls don't rest. Dragons have souls just like most of the other sentient and sapient races do. So those souls, if they rest within Dragonblight, thanks to the nature of the Wormrest Temple and the Titan power and magic that's throughout that area, they basically go to sleep. They are at peace. They move on, whatever you want to call it. Dragons who don't manage to die there don't move on. So Sindragosa dies here in agony, and the whole time her mind literally just dissolves into madness and hatred and rage as she dying, and her spirit was never able to sleep. So that's who the Lich King rose up during the big cinematic trailer of Awesome that we've all seen 50,000 million times. Or at least I have. Sindragosa being raised from here. There was a number of other blue dragons who fell here as well from the exact same battle. And then there's the undead eggs, which I don't even know what's up with that. But anyway, so let's talk to Matthias here. A whole brood of blue dragons fell here, and now one by one they're being raised by his servants. He raised the biggest of them all by himself. Bring me some bone dust. I'll show you exactly how he did it. Now this also kind of emphasizes a point. The Lich King is so stupidly powerful. I know it sounds like I'm a bit of a Lich King fanboy, and I will freely admit I have a significant fondness for the Scourge and for the Lich King in general, but you have to understand this. Dozens upon dozens of cultists here. Actually, yes, it does, Venters. Actually, Deathwing is kind of a unique exception because of the nature of what he was by the end there. Deathwing is basically obliterated. I don't think there is a soul of Deathwing left by the end there, but we'll get to that in Kata. That will work, Schmeidolf. That has actually been done in the past. A dragon has died and their body has been taken north to Dragonblight and then entombed there, and then they've been allowed to live. But anyways, so Lich King, powerful. He raised up Sindragosa, a consort, by himself. He just did that. All these other dozens of people who are raising all these other ones can barely accomplish what he did to minor, to lesser dragons. I re-emphasize this point because it kind of helps to put things into perspective. One of the biggest questions I hear often is, why didn't the Lich King win? And I've answered this question a dozen times. Yeah, Malygos is definitely not resting. In fact, Malygos may never be recovered since he died in the freaking Eye of Eternity. But anyways, the Lich King wasn't interested in winning. In his mind, he already had one. He was thinking long-term. Azeroth, pfft, he's got that. That's not an issue. He's got much more bigger long-term plans to deal with than that. And I should probably add this to this before I forget about it. Thank you for scaring the hell out of me, Reach. I hope you enjoyed it. So yeah, I want to re-stress that point. He doesn't need to have the Cult of the Damned. He doesn't need to employ lesser liches. He doesn't need to do this whole organization thing. But he does. Probably because he wants to. Probably because he actually enjoys it. One of the few things we do know as a definite motivation for the Lich King is the fact that he enjoys subjugation. He enjoys being the Lich King, the one in charge of others. So for him, yeah, he could go ahead and take out all these other things by himself. He could raise all these dragons by himself. He could do everything by himself if he wanted to. But that's not what a king does, now is it? A king has servants. A king has minions. A king has armies. You see? The same way we do, I would imagine, Deutsch. There you can see some of the other lesser drakes that are entombed here. Yep, there is, right there. That is possible, Tuttle. We do know for a fact that the real Arthas had some small influence on the second Lich King. Small influence. So it's possible that that inclination was still there. Primarily within the massive depths of Icecrown Citadel. We never even see it on camera. I emphasized earlier just how massive Icecrown Citadel actually is. More than enough room in there. Cataclysm Starter Zone I'm looking forward to the most. Goblin. Actually, I believe the primary goal... This is speculation. But I believe the primary goal of the second Lich King was to combat the Burning Legion. Since A, he has all of the versions of the second Lich King have a personal grudge against the Burning Legion. And B, there's probably some fear because the Burning Legion is actually a threat to him. So, yeah. And that's basically in response to what Night Dawn just said there. Now, who would win in that clash depends on things we don't know. I've actually answered that question like 5 times already. So, to go over it really quick again. If the Scourge have the ability to raise undead as minions, or undead demons, excuse me, that's going to change things significantly. If the demons have the ability to take control of the undead, that's going to change things significantly. If the demons have the ability to take over the Lich King, that changes things significantly. So we don't actually have enough variables to really determine who would win in that clash. But I would bet money that the second Lich King was thinking ahead towards that specific clash with the Legion. Even the mighty worms have to heed his call. How's a simple mortal like you gonna resist him? Ah! Rise, Syndragosa, and lead the Frost Brood into war. Also, best mount in the game. You have a lot of questions, Valvaxis. You're the only one who can see me because you touched something that once belonged to him. Don't you remember? You don't know what it is? Well, I can't just tell you. That'll make him really mad. He's not just a prince anymore. He's the king. Meet me at the Court of Bones, north of Icecrown Citadel. You can see for yourself. That is a question we don't 100% know the answer to, Zagon. The Lich King is damned strong, but Sargeras is a titan. I would say the Lich King could probably contest Archimonde, especially if he had his army at his back. Yes, I'm not on fire. That is something he could do. Oh, right! That was Immortal, wasn't it? I completely skipped over that one. I don't think the Lich King is stronger than Sargeras. Sargeras is a freaking titan. There's very little that on an individual scale matches them.
Get on with it.
Well done. You might want to rest for a while. You look kind of pale.
Another time.
Yeah.
Theirs worked.
So notice, at this point in time, we're not even doing quests for the furthering of the anti-Scourge effort. At this point, we're literally doing quests for Matthias. This is what I mean by us slowly drifting from normal, everyday quests into just pretty much learning more about the true nature of what's going on here. Could he raise an old god? I'm gonna say no. The old gods are different. Sufficiently different, I think, that if you asked me, if I was the GM of Warcraft, if I was the DM, and you came to me and said, you're playing the Lich King, and you want to know if you can raise an old god, after some consideration, I would say no. The old gods are just such a completely different type of entity, and I have my own pet theory about what they are, that boils down to basically void creatures. And while the void and undeath certainly work together fairly well, I don't think they could specifically be raised as undead. Especially since it's possible they already are. Oh, it's very easy, Backsiege. Here's one continent, and here's the other continent. There you are. I started to wonder when you'd show up. Before the prince became a king, he fought many battles, but only one where he came close to dying. It was fought right here. After you let me show you what happened, you'll understand everything. Find a blood-stained stone, pick it up from the floor. You'll see what happened. Let's see, a blood-stained stone. Oh, there's one. So, ever want to fight Illidan as Arthas? Note again, this is Death Knight Arthas, not actually, not, the second Lich King. This is actually an exceptionally hard, fight. Unless you are very careful with your skill usage, which again helps to emphasize... Oh, yeah, I actually lost there because I wasn't paying attention. This really helps emphasize how Illidan is technically stronger than the Death Knight Arthas, but Death Knight Arthas was more skilled in combat and capable of besting him. See, I just actually died there because of that. Oh, we could totally raise the Grawn, are you kidding me? Okay, so let's actually pay attention. I was hoping to see a debuff before I really did anything else. Damn it. Oh, crud. Right. I need to do this first. Oh, wow! Holy crap. That is the most I've ever died on this quest. Holy crap. I have died before on this quest. Never that much. Yikes. There we go. So I didn't even have a chance to show off the debuff because I was actually having to do that. You get a debuff. Yeah, no kidding, Arthas. You get a debuff where it says you're bleeding, and your heart is bleeding out because of the wounds that Illidan is inflicting on you. And if only you could be rid of that weakness. That's the one thing that was holding him back, was that bleeding. After that fight, the prince realized what was holding him back was he was still human. He could still feel. He could still bleed. He still had a heart. The first thing he did when he became king was to rid himself of it. He threw it down the pit where we first met. And you, Valvaxis, were the first person to touch it since. Now you know what you're up against. An opponent who no longer feels pain, or remorse, or humanity. An opponent who will do anything to get what he wants. The heart was his weakness, and now he knows you found it. If you're going to go back for it, you'd best bring help. He won't leave it unguarded again. Goodbye, Matthias. Good song, Shmadov. Yeah, I think they messed up the numbers in the squish. I haven't done that quest since the stat squish, and that should not have been nearly that insanely slanted towards Illidan. I mean, holy crap. Illidan should have been hurting, but not that much. Jeez. I also shouldn't have been basically two-shotting him with the big attack. So... Oh, absolutely. In fact, it is used against him. We do weaken the Lich King in the upcoming quest here.
Yes.
A little kid's ghost, Arthas' heart. You better slow down. You're making my head spin.
We are done here.
There are rumors about the events you speak of amongst the Death Knights. I always expected the story to be a little bit more symbolic. We must warn the others, but be discreet. As soon as the Lich King knows we're making our move, he'll move the location of the heart and we'll never get a chance like this again. The Horde and the Alliance have been infiltrated by the cult before. The Ebon Blade operates too close to the Scourge. We have to speak to Tyrion Fordring.
Suffer well.
Yeah, me too, Tom and Korea. That's why I expected I'd have time to show you the debuff and mouse over it and be like, aha, and here's this thing. And then he just freaking killed me, and I'm like, whoa, what? Like, I was actually surprised by that. So, what is about to happen is purely up to interpretation. Some people believe, yes I am, Venter, some people believe that what is about to happen is Tyrion trying to redeem Arthas. I don't think that's the case. What we see throughout Tyrion's story arc, all throughout Northrend, is he is following Arthas' path. The path of righteousness and power, and the desire for retribution and revenge, and doing the right thing, and being willing to accept whatever is necessary in order to accomplish his goals. Bit by bit, he inches his way towards that throughout the entirety of the Northrend quest arc. In other words, I don't think Tyrion was trying to redeem Arthas. I think he was specifically trying to kill the heart. I think he was specifically trying to injure Arthas. And that is indicative of how Tyrion has taken another step towards this arc. That he has become darker as a result. That it wouldn't even occur to him to try and redeem Arthas. That he would only be focused on hurting Arthas. Thank you, Tuttle, for the quote. Your heart has been grazed by Illidan's glaives. If only you could rid yourself of this useless thing. That's the quote from the debuff right there.
Put your faith in the light, and all is possible.
Heavy words, Valvaxis. If it were someone else saying them, I'd be likely to judge them insane. Just this morning, my scouts informed me a Cult of the Damned procession leaving from Citadel to the Cathedral of Darkness, bearing an artifact. And now I learn it might be Arthas' own heart, a thing containing the last bit of his remaining humanity. This is a sign of the light. As long as such a thing exists, there's a chance Arthas Menethil can become a man again. Meet me at the cathedral's entrance. Be sure to bring a cultist hood. We're going incognito.
End of the Scourge draws near.
So the name of this quest is Tyrion's Gambit. Well, that was kind of where the story arc was going, Norlex. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if that was the original intention, for Tyrion to become the new Lich King, and then to become a villain as a consequence. Because as I've said before, I personally think it would have been a terrible, terrible thing if Tyrion had taken on the helm. It would have just been the new Scourge all over again, except worse in every way. We'll see how well Bolvar fares. The other interpretation, which I should of course share here, is that this is Tyrion trying to redeem Arthas, that he is trying to bring Arthas back to the light. And, you know, that is the other interpretation. I've never actually heard a third interpretation of these events. So feel free to share if you have one. Yep. I'm totally one of the Cult of the Damned. Check it out. You can just tell how culty I am. Yes, Venters. Bolvar... Wow, there's a lot of dead in here. Looks like someone just did the quest. Bolvar is also affected by the spoiler. Did it really, OJ? That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait for these guys to respawn, because someone just did this quest. Spoiler alert, lots of people die. So Nether, I know a decent amount about about Legion, but to my knowledge, we still don't know the long-term consequences. If you follow me, do you know if that has been changed? If so, I need to go ask my friend who's in the beta if he wouldn't mind going and finding it out. That's an interesting blend of the two ideas, Bragwin. That's true, Dutch. Okay, I didn't think so, Nether. That's a bit of a shame. Respawn. Yeah, that's what I was referring to as well. Oh, some of them are respawned. Maybe all of them have respawned. Actually, that's not what I was referring to as the one Joker, although thankfully I already knew that before you whispered it to me. No, I was referring to the Death Knight artifact weapons thing. Which is all I'm going to say about that. I'm pretty sure Tyrion genuinely has hatred for Arthas at this point. Like I say, his story arc is very clearly a darkening of his soul and his person. And this whole thing is just him, is literally just leading him up to being the new Death Knight slash Lich King. But he does absolutely, in my opinion, hate Arthas for all that he's done. And it's especially important to keep in mind that most people don't know that Arthas and the Lich King are two separate people. Right? That's very, very important to keep in mind. Most people aren't aware of the fact that Arthas is a separate person. And maybe like, well, why does that matter? Because Arthas, if Arthas was the Lich King, if there was a unified individual there, that means Arthas betrayed everyone willingly, knowingly. He actually turned evil. He actually came back, murdered his father, murdered the Silver Hand, killed thousands, if not millions of people. That Arthas did all of that. And so Tyrion hates Arthas. Sylvanas hates Arthas. So many people actively hate Arthas, not realizing that Arthas is over there, and they're actually hating this entity in the middle, the second Lich King, which is why I make it a point to always call him that. I thought he was up at the table. Like, I would show up and he would be at the table waiting for me. Like, I thought that's how I started the quest. I am totally wrong. Holy crap. Hey, Tyrion, let's go.
The time of the Argent Crusade is now.
Thank you, Slates. I completely spaced that. That's true. Arthas was one of the judges at Tyrion's trial, along with Dathrahan, Abendus, and Uther, I believe, were also there. I did talk about that earlier when we were discussing the vanilla stuff. How powerful is Bolvar as the Lich King? I have no idea. I really don't. I do know that he is able to free will into the undead. That's pretty much the primary thing he's doing. Past that, don't know. Congrats. Love Disney. What's it about? It's not controlling Arthas. Try to keep in mind, Arthas is basically separate. So, the second Lich King is the fusion of the essence of the Lich King and Death Knight Arthas. Two effectively separate individuals who are basically who were merged when the second Lich King was created. But Arthas, the real Arthas, his soul, if you will, is over there and separate. So there's, I suppose you could say it's being controlled in the same way that Death Knights, like we were in the starter zone, are being controlled. And that is true, Bragon. Sure, Winter. Hey, this is my spot. There comes the procession. No, I totally blend in, guys. I've got a hood on. There's the heart. Something's wrong. I sense a dark presence. The Lich King is here. May the light guide our blades. Yeah, don't do it, Tyrion. I know what you're thinking. It would really be a bad idea if you did it. In fairness, Tyrion does, theoretically at least, have access to the only weapon that can best Frostmourne that we're aware of. Uninvited guests. Did you think you'd go unnoticed inside my domain? Yeah, that thing, Ashbringer. I must confess, you are not altogether unexpected. I hope you find your resting place to your liking. You sound a little too confident, especially considering the way our last encounter ended. Last time we met, you had the advantage of fighting on holy ground. You'll find that our situation has been reversed. That might be, but I don't need to stand on holy ground to run that disembodied heart of yours through with the Ashbringer. I call your bluff. You're a paladin after all. Your obsession with redemption goes beyond the inane. You surely wouldn't destroy humanity's only chance to redeem its most wayward son. You'd sooner die. The heart, the last remaining vestige of your humanity. I had to stop it from being destroyed. I had to see for myself, and at last, I'm sure. Only shadows from the past remain. There's nothing left to redeem. You will pay for that, old man. Slay them. Slay them all. Darian and Kultira and Thessarian rush in here. I suppose I can get rid of the hood. There we go. Here, I'll help. Sorry. I had to figure out how to get rid of my disguise there. Fun fact, these are all elite. You probably shouldn't actually fight back if you're doing this at level. I could see that, Ilisk. Yeah. Notice the Lich King is actually damaged, by the way. Quickly, through the portal. He won't stay down for long. And if you don't take the portal quickly enough, the Lich King actually kills you. The Lich King is badly hurt. We ought to stay behind and finish him. Patience. We'll get our chance soon enough. Be content that for once it is Tyrion who is in our debt. So yeah, he cast the Lich King's Fury. If he finishes casting that, you die. Just... I don't feel like doing the run back, especially since I'm kind of on a timer here, so... Why don't we go ahead and just finish this up?
We shall triumph!
I do not view what we just went through as a failure, Valvaxis. Quite the opposite. By allowing me to peer into his heart, you allowed me to confirm what I needed to know. There is no Arthas Menethil anymore. There is only the Lich King.
Each of us has a role to play.
And yet, that's not true. So now the Lich King has actually been weakened by that action. Keep that in mind when he one-shots us without effort in the Citadel. One last quest to do before we chop off for a lunch break here. Perhaps you've heard praises for our missing hero. Crusader Briddenbrad was in the broken front, aiding the attack against the Scourge, when the undead army came down upon them. The many men of that allied force scattered, but Briddenbrad alone returned, and dragged more than a dozen men to safety, one by one, through the carnage. Paladin, he has not returned since. He was spotted heading to the far northeast, towards the Silent Vigil. Bring him back to me, that I might honor him for his valor. This quest is rather moving for two reasons. First and most important reason, this quest kind of emphasizes just how much the Scourge Plague, the real Scourge Plague, can't actually really be stopped. Rob, all I can say is this is the only time I'm going to eat today. I didn't eat breakfast, and I don't plan to eat dinner, so whatever. So, like I said, this indicates just how insidious and how difficult it is to resist the Scourge Plague. The second thing to point out here, and I actually brought it up so I could give you specific information here. Brad Briddenbecker is actually the brother of Rob Briddenbecker. Rob Briddenbecker was the vice president of online technologies. Brad had suffered cancer, and he was actually an avid World of Warcraft player. His brother requested a memorial be set up for his brother, and Metzen, along with several others, thought up this quest to immortalize his battle with cancer. So that's the out-of-character reasoning behind this quest. Back! Careful. The plague has gripped me, and I'll not see it spread to you or anyone else. I know why you've come. They've sent you to bring me back, but that cannot happen. I carry the plague of undeath, Paladin, and I'll not share my fate with those near me. No. I shall stay here. My only regret lies in what I may become when death grips me. I do not fear death itself, but I loathe to consider serving the traitor, Arthas. Leave me, and see to it that no one else comes looking. You would do me a great disservice if you were to expose anyone to the plague that I carry. Yes, Robin Williams also has an NPC in the game. And so does a gentleman in the Barrens, we'll be pointing out when we get there. I'm going to go ahead and say no, Winter. I mean, I'm not even sure how you're making that leap of judgment. Under the right circumstances, while the Lich King's guard was down, while he was distracted doing something else, and a weapon made of a Naru, very, very well made, an enchanted weapon, I might add, made from a Naru's entire body, was able to damage the Lich King's weapon. So, no. There's that beam of light again, by the way. Some people think the beam of light is coming from this thing. Yes, we'll be pointing out the gentleman in Mulgore as well when we get there. He actually has a quest in Kata, if memory serves. But I was actually talking about the Barons one during the
Only
memorial.
by working together can we succeed.
From what we understand, this is a permanent debuff. Briddenbrad has contracted the plague? I cannot imagine a worse fate for one who has devoted his life to the ways of light, nor can I fathom leaving him there to die without lifting a finger to help. No, undeath shall not be his fate. We will find a way to aid this hero. There are those of this world that tap into power unrestricted by the bounds of our mortal frames. Powers of restoration, powers of light, and powers of the light. And Brynbrad, this is no ordinary man. His valor and devotion shine through. We can only hope that one of those things can intervene and bring this hero back from a fate worse than death. Go now. Speak to the Archdruid Liliandra and the Argent Vanguard. Request passage to Moonglade, and seek Keeper Remulos.
Find the strength within you.
I can't actually remember where she is. I don't remember if she's here or the other one, so we're going to go to the other one. Yeah, Magni is, as pointed out, the single best blacksmith in lore. And he's the one who actually finished crafting Ashbringer out of the Naru corpse. By the way, based on everything we know, it's very, very likely the Ashbringer is specifically made out of Ka'ada. The Dark Star, if you will. I don't remember where she is. She's a druid, so I should be able to spot her by her outfit. I'm trying to be light in my tone because this quest actually makes me cry most of the time when I do it. There she is. There she is.
I am listening.
It's a pleasure to see you as well, Archdruid. I am on a task from Tyrion and time is short. Might I trouble you for a portal to Moonglade? Of course. Go with the Loon's blessing. Thank you. Remulos, one of the keepers. Hello, child. I understand Tyrion's request and trust in his judgment. We will see what we can do for this crusader, Brynbrad. What you ask is no simple task. The Scourge are not of this world, and many have failed in attempting to strip their corruption over the years. In a being of nobility and light, all is not without hope. What we need exists only in the Emerald Dream, acorns that are infused with a powerful restorative magic. Many places in this sacred realm are closely tied with the dream, and my shrine is among them. I will send you into the dream to recover some of those acorns. Be prepared, though, Paladin, for this method is dangerous, and very likely you will be beset by the nightmares. Welcome to the first time we ever actually see the Emerald Dream, by the way. And, yet another hint of the Emerald Nightmare while we're on the subject. Also awesome sea style. Damn it, I'm doing this right behind another player. I hate doing that. It ruins everything. I'm telling you, this game needs just to be a single player game. Of course, the one Joker isn't around, so I can't make that joke right now. If you roam too far astray, there's actually nightmare creatures out here which will kill the crap out of you. If you're doing this at level, of course. I'm pretty sure I could kill them. I'm surprised they're not rendering it. Maybe they got rid of them. Or they just do that now. Huh. I swear there used to be nightmare creatures out there. I'm not crazy, damn it. Yep, I also saw another player earlier. Yep, there she is, actively getting in the way of me doing my quest. It should, yes. This is just layered. It's not actually the Emerald Dream. So, unfortunately, this is not actually how the dream looks like. It is good to see you are safe. Have you recovered the acorns? Excellent work, young one. I shall open a portal to take you back to the druid that brought you here. You and your crusader have my well wishes. I hope that this acorn is able to purify your crusader and save him from the wretched fate of the plague. Farewell, Blood Elf. No, Isaac. No comment, Arthas. So, I think I'll wait. I think I'll wait to talk about this quest. Unfortunately, there is a little bit of travel time involved in this quest. So... Well met, Paladin. I knew that you would return, despite my warnings, but I'm pleased that you heeded my desire to not risk anyone else. Why have you come back to me? Tyrion sent you to Remulos? I'm flattered. One does not call favors in with beings of such power idly, no matter how noble or altruistic they might be. You too are kind to have gone to such lengths on my behalf. You have my thanks. Plant the seed. I am ready. I feel refreshed, renewed, but the plague still grips me. Not to worry, I am eternally grateful you went to such lengths for me, a complete stranger. If nothing else, you've bought me a few more precious hours, not plaguing the world as hideous undead. Thank you, Paladin. Please extend my thanks to Tyrion as well, and let him know it has been an honor to serve beside him. And I've actually given legitimate reasons why I prefer playing WoW with just friends and no one else. And it's just a different mentality. And as I've said many times, I don't want them to actually like ruin other people's MMO experience just for the sake of me enjoying the experience the way I want to. That's not something I'm interested in. But if given an option to play a version of WoW where it was just a co-RPG, Guild Wars 1 style, I'd take that in a heartbeat. Wouldn't even hesitate. Other players get in the way of my enjoyment of this game far, far more than they add to my enjoyment of this game. And, of course, I had a huge discussion about how the community of gaming in general has completely changed in the last 10 years. So, the old community literally doesn't exist anymore. And that's not WoW's fault, that's gaming. That's just, gaming has moved on from that stage of that era, you know.
The time of the Argent Crusade is now.
It saddens me to see it did not work. No reason to fret, though. I have met other beings of good that may be able to aid us. The Dragon Queen Alexstrasza possesses...
Each of us has
this is
a
a
role
long
to
trip,
play.
so hang on. The Dragon Queen Alexstrasza possesses magics over all life. In the past, she has used great fire to incinerate undead and bring new life in their place. Perhaps her powers might be able to save our Bridenbrad as well. Alexstrasza makes her home at Wyrmrest Temple in Dragonblight. Please, go to her and humbly request her aid on our behalf. I've explored Dragonblight, guys. Now, in the interest of total fairness, a lot of my irritation from other players has been removed over the years. Shared tagging, just to name one example of something, really, really added to my enjoyment of the game. The fact that I don't have to actually contest with other people or fight other people for quest spawns and whatnot, that was actually a really nice change. And supposedly they'll be added even more so when we get to Legion, so I'm looking forward to that. That gets rid of a lot of my problems right there. The fact that I have to actually sit around and wait around for, you know, things to respawn or for things to get because other people are taking my stuff, that's one of the single biggest irritations to me of other players. So the fact that they're getting rid of that gets rid of a huge amount of my complaints about the system.
Yes, champion.
I have played it. I don't play it, if that makes any sense, Arthas. Greetings to you, Blood Elf. The concern is plain on your face. Please, tell me what troubles you. In this dark time, I'll not be the one to abandon a champion of the light. We will need something... I'm just going to start traveling. There's a lot of travel time, and I know where I'm going. In this dark time, I'll not be the one to abandon a champion of the light. We will need something sacred for this to have a hope of saving your Brynbrad. A remnant of a devout being that fell victim to the very same plague. Go now to the sacred soil of the passages outside my Ruby Dragon Shrine, where the battle is joined. As my Ruby Keepers fly down and set flame to the ground beneath the undead feet, you will witness new forth bring life. Among them are Dahlia's tears. Bring them to me. You may or may not remember this this particular quest chain where we actually dealt with Dahlia, the one who was in the middle of the shrine there, who again was corrupted by the Scourge. I remember when mobs wouldn't de-aggro you, Isaac. That was a kind of a new thing when WoW Vanilla came out.
It is the fires within that burn the brightest.
Ah, my dear Dahlia, I miss you so. With Dahlia's tears and ancient magic, I can fashion you some small amount of hope for your great crusader. You must understand, Blood Elf, that cleansing the body in favor of life anew is something well within my grasp. Removing the plague of undeath without affecting the body, however, is beyond the scope of powers I control. If this Brynbrad is the beacon of light you profess him to be, perhaps he will endure such a cleaning and thrive. But I cannot state with confidence that this is the salvation you seek. Take it, and go with all of my blessings. Wow, Shiryu. Admittedly, I've been lucky and I only have a few stories of people being dicks like that. But I do have a few. I remember trying to question the Barons once upon a time. I'm sure most of you know what I mean by that. Don't worry, guys. I'm sure that the Red Dragon Queen, Queen of all dragons, an aspect of life, will be able to save him from the plague of undeath. Also, we do actually know exactly what happens to someone when they are when they die and are brought back through Dragon Flame. We literally get to see someone under those circumstances later. We'll get to there later this evening, though. Yeah, pretty much, Cozy Night. And there go all the quest mobs, and I'm just standing there like, well, now what? But in the interest of fairness, though, I've met plenty of awesome people in the community, too. For every horror story, I have at least one or two more good stories of encountering people that are just awesome. I've been telling you some of those stories. That's how I got Skull. That's how I got my achievement in for the Children's Week in the Netherstorm Battleground. His name I can't remember right now. The Lich King Narlex, by a mile. So let's see what Dragonfire does for him. You've returned yet again, Paladin. Why did you risk yourself so? The breath of Alexstrasza. You've gone to the Dragon Queen herself? I am extremely grateful. I understand the risks of such cleansing, and I am prepared. Proceed, Paladin. He raises a hand to you as he catches his breath. That was nearly as painful as it looked. But it was as if I could feel some of the corruption being burnt away from within my body. It seems the plague is not so readily bested, though. Paladin, you've done everything. Thank you for your selfless actions. You have renewed my hope that there is yet great good left in this world. I can depart without fear that darkness will prevail in my absence. Go now. Go without regrets. Notice the flowers blooming in the snow, by the way. $500 gold was a ton of money back then, GG's. Yes, I do, Godric. Well, not only are they occupied, but it's taking most of their attention to keep the Scourge forces at the Angrathar busy. That's pretty much what she's primarily active with right now. That and the fact that the Blue Dragons are actively trying to kill them, so that's not helping.
Put your faith in the light, and all is possible.
No, it isn't. The Scourge Plague is no simple foe to defeat. Alex Strauss's words suggest perhaps we can yet save our Brittenbrod from the unimaginable fate of the unliving should he fall. But I'll not give him up so easily. There is one more path of light I would like to pursue, one more being who might avert this horrible fate. I appreciate everything you've done for us, Valvaxis. I have one last errand for you, one last gleaming hope for a paladin who deserves any salvation we can extend. Go now to Shatreth. Speak with the Naru, Adal. He has long been a beacon of light and a powerful ally to devout paladins. Impart Brittenbrod's story and seek any aid he might have to offer. I cannot impress how important it is you move quickly. I fear our Crusader does not have much more time in this world.
Courage is our greatest weapon.
I don't suppose you could teleport me there? Oh, fantastic. Hail, I could not help but overhear your conversation. Please, allow me to lend some assistance.
You need something?
Home sweet home, huh? I know why you have come. I am pleased you have come to me, Valvaxis. I know of Crusader Brittenbrod, and of your travels in hope of saving him. Brittenbrod's valor has sparked remarkable selflessness in you, and this is a miracle unto itself. The light will take care of its own. I will extend my blessing to Brittenbrod, and he will not endure the corruption of undeath. I shall return you to Lorerun, and you shall return to him. Know that I remain with you. In lore, Adal is exceptionally powerful. Any given Naru is pretty strong, but Adal is the strongest and the most skilled, advanced, knowledgeable, etc. of the Naru. I would say at a bare minimum, Adal is at the level of Cenarius, probably higher. This is a great quest, but I want to stress something really quick. The Undead Blight, the Undead Plague, the one that the Scourge employ, is so pervasive that the actual powers of the Emerald Dream, the breath of life from Alexstrasza herself, and the freaking Naru can't stop it. They cannot cleanse him of it. That is how pervasive it is. But of course, that is also intended as a metaphor. The idea here being that no matter what you do, once you have a certain type of cancer, all you can do is delay it. So, eventually you will die from it. As you approach Crusader Brittenbrod, you cannot help but notice his skin has taken on a pale hue. His breaths are shallow. It is clear he has little time left. You returned to me, Paladin. I must admit it's good to see you again. Your face renews my hope that this land will be free of Arthas's grasp one day soon. I'm proud to have met you. His words trail off, a dim smile on his face. As life seems to slip from him, a gentle ringing fills your ears. Fear not, young one, for this crusader shall not taste death. In life, Briddenbrad was the bearer of great deeds. Now in passing, he shall taste only paradise. The light does not abandon its champions. Except it does. Crusader Briddenbrad's tabard rests in the bottom of the chest, shifting slightly in the howling wind. Tyrion will desire the last remnant of this great crusader. The light has abandoned plenty of champions.
We shall triumph.
He's departed, hasn't he? I felt a small bit of light leave the land. I'm glad you were able to save him from undeath. With Adal's blessing, he will know no evil in the afterlife. We shall take heart in his shining example and in your selflessness. Thank you for all you have done.
Find the strength within you.
The next thing we're going to be doing is the lead up to and the inclusion of the Argent tournament. Immediately thereafter, we will be leading into the entire Serar question, or Corar, or whatever. And after that, we will go ahead and hit Citadel, and then do our final lead up into Cataclysm.